It's the morning of 27th February 2026, and it's time for News Morning. I am Okikiti. Here are the headlines. President John Dramani Mahama to deliver State of the Nation address in line with constitutional requirements. Meanwhile, Ghanaians are demanding a frank account of the country's true condition, coupled with clear and practical solutions to move the nation forward. 71 fishermen rescued following armed robbery attack at sea off Senya Breku in the central region. And the countdown to PURC's 48-hour ultimatum given to the Electricity Company of Ghana to resolve mounting concerns over meter irregularities and alleged overcharging on prepaid meters or face sanctions. President John Dramani Mahama is scheduled to deliver the 2026 State of the Nation address today, Friday, February 27, in Parliament. Now, the address is expected to provide a comprehensive overview of the country's current state, evaluating progress made so far and outlining the government's key priorities and major policy directions for the year ahead. Now, the president is anticipated to address critical sectors including economy, health, education, agriculture, and infrastructure, while also reflecting on Ghana's international relations and commitments. The address is also going to serve as a constitutional requirement under Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, which mandates the President to attend Parliament at the beginning of each session and deliver a message on the state of the nation. Well, still on the state of the nation, as President Mahama prepares to deliver his second State of the Nation address to Parliament today, Friday 27th, attention is turning to what he promised Ghana's health sector a year ago and how far those commitments have been met. Now, in his previous address, President Mahama painted a picture of a health system under pressure but ripe for reform. Sarah Apenkro has been finding out a lot more on this one.
Central to his concerns during his first State of the Nation was the potential 90-day pause and withdrawal of support from the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, describing the move as a critical threat to programs targeting malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. At the time, President Mahama called for urgent mitigation measures, including reallocating domestic resources to prevent service disruptions. Disease outbreaks were also high on the president's agenda, referencing a severe cholera outbreak that affected several districts and claimed dozens of lives, as well as a meningitis outbreak in parts of the Upper West region, while announcing the proposed Ghana Medical Trust Fund to support patients battling non-communicable diseases.
The Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. One of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USAID's strategic interests. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss.
However, full implementation and dedicated funding streams are still being closely watched by stakeholders.
We know that there has been some engagement with the national programs on HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria, but from the civil society perspective, we have not had any such engagement. So we are unable to speak to how much has indeed been allocated by governments to shore up the differences that the U.S. funding withdrawal has created.
As President Mahama returns to Parliament this Friday, the health sector stands as both a test and a reflection of his broader development agenda, balancing fiscal constraints with expanding access.
Eventually, we are coming to the end of Global Fund supports for our country. And what this means is that we need governments more than ever before to ensure that we have more resources domestically to support the health sector, especially with respect to the 3 diseases, HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria.
Observers will be listening closely for updates on funding commitments, program rollouts, and the next steps towards building a stronger, more self-reliant healthcare system.
Still on this matter, organized labor is setting the tone ahead of the President's State of the Nation address, calling for bold and decisive measures to tackle unemployment and the rising cost of living. Speaking to our labor affairs correspondent, Daniel Opoku, union leaders expressed deep concern over what they describe as inadequate job opportunities for Ghana's growing youth population.
The union leaders argue that the country's teeming unemployed graduates and skilled workers cannot be ignored any longer. They urged President John Dramani Mahama to use his address to outline clear and practical job creation strategies aimed at restoring hope among young people.
I want to stress on decent employment, not any ordinary employment. An employment that pays very well, employment that takes care of the employee, an employment that takes care of everybody economically. That is what we are looking for. I was saying that the president should have specific areas where this creation is going to happen so that we as labor can also monitor.
Beyond employment, organized labor says it expects president to prioritize policies that will ease the burden on ordinary Ghanaians, particularly in the areas of food security and affordable shelter.
Education, health, food, and all those things. The question is, how do we get these things done? We said that we will be food sufficient. In terms of health, wherever you are guaranteed that you will not die before your time and all that. These are the things that I'm expecting from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
They also want firm assurances on the sustainability of pensions and improved social protection for workers.
How the Ghanaian worker will be able to take care of his own 2-bedroom house. How the Ghanaian worker will be able or will be afforded daily 3 square meals.
If President wants to reset the economy cannot be reset without resetting the wages and salaries of public sector workers. I think that wages and salaries are low this time, and we want the president to actually, as he said.
According to the leadership, this year's address must go beyond rhetoric and offer concrete solutions to the economic pressures facing citizens.
And also ahead of the State of the Nation address today, a number of Ghanaians have been sharing their expectations. Noura Mohammed visited the Makola market yesterday and brings us this report.
Here at Makola, we're here to gauge reactions ahead of the much anticipated State of the Nation address, which is to be delivered by the President of the country, John Dramani Mahama. And prior to this administration's assumption of office, they made several promises to the ordinary Ghanaian, to traders, to the youth about job creation, employment, entrepreneurship, economic stability, and what have you.
Our facility we use in the houses. The job sometimes it will take time because within 1 year you can't say that you are expecting much. But concerning our water and then electricity, which where I'm residing, Teshimp specifically, there is a water problem there because it only comes once and you can't predict for how long it will take.
John Mahama, they do the work. Everything calm down. We like it. We want more job come for this thing. Problem be said electricity, the meter they will bring, no. Yeah, the meter they ring fast, power. We know if you buy credit, 100 Ghana there, they keep 1 month then you finish.
He has been doing great thing. I think the situation now is more relieved by by the masses, because I was having a talk with some of my friends like 4 days ago, and they were telling me in terms of transportation, the fare has reduced, and I think the system is more calm compared to the past government. To my expectation too, I think Accra needs where they will take care of the people who are not enough to take care of themselves, especially in terms of accommodation. If you go around the metropolis, you see some places, you see some junkies, and these people are from places, and these people they are not acting good nature to the beauty of the city. So I think the president should have a place like a camp where he can camp these people who are not have the standard or the financial money to get a good accommodation.
Market no mum de enko yi yento ade kura fitida e papa no betena so no mum wa ya ade mu amaye ba adwane enko yi yento ade kura nti e pa no chow onhwe ne nti no nye bibi wo ho emaye
problem kakra me wone se edwane nye yento hwehwe yetimi betena ha bi a waton ade 100 cedis nkwala wo fie o ha adan utua light bay bisa ho se ubedi ahen ebeka ahen kwala bedi ahen me ma sebe omo de omo akọ school a akratifo wom ni ade na nka omo so mu pay no eye enso ne pay a yede ma omo no utua lolly fare nko a beji bosome akatua ni nyina.
Concluding on the State of the Nation address, the chiefs and people of Gomwa Dasum in the central region are urging the government to take immediate action to repair the deteriorating roads. They say the poor state of the road is taking a heavy toll on daily life, affecting travel, trade, and access to basic services. Their concerns were raised during the annual Gomwa Asin Traditional Council meeting.
Gomwa Dasum is a farming community with large number of population, but access to good road network remains a challenge. This, among other things, became a major highlight at the traditional council meeting in Gomwa Asin. The meeting was attended by the president and paramount chief of the Gomwa Asin Traditional Council, Obrifo Ahunako Ankobia II. Addressing journalists, the traditional ruler of Gomwa Dasum, Nana Oboko Mata IX, charged a member of parliament for the area, Desmond Dipeto, and the district chief executive, Nana Akom, as a matter of urgency to fix the deplorable road network.
Fortunately, we have a clinic here, we have the water, we have the electricity. That is good for the industry we are looking for. What we are looking at, then we need to have a higher power grid to take over the industry we are looking for. You understand? That this road needs to be done. Because once they are doing the major roads from Kaswa to Takra, the extensions needs also to be done. So therefore, it will aid development.
Meanwhile, the district chief executive for Gomwa East, Nana Akom, has assured Nananom that the road will be fixed under the government of the NDC.
We are pleading towards him so that he will help us, so that roads leading to Gomwa Township, at least, will be more travel for us, especially our market women and then our traders, so that all of us, at least, we can benefit from this big push and the other stars.
A communique issued after the council meeting called for peace in the entire Gomwa Asin.
Let's now move to other issues. The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to the Electricity Company of Ghana to resolve mounting concerns over meter irregularities and alleged overcharging on prepaid meters. The directive follows an emergency meeting convened by the regulator after widespread public complaints about unusually high electricity bills in recent weeks.
Acting Executive Secretary of the Commission, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman, disclosed that preliminary investigations have identified specific technical and billing-related issues contributing to the abnormal charges. He indicated that the regulator has formally tasked ECG to present a comprehensive corrective plan within the stipulated time frame.
As indicated yesterday, we actually summoned ECG today to come to PURC, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, and come and explain to us what is happening and what remedies they have kept in place for the consumer. And then they've done just that. We are still in a crunch meeting. We are trying to get them to explain further. But we've given them an ultimatum of 48 hours to come out with a communique to explain to the Ghanaian consumer what exactly the issues are and the way forward, the solutions they have for the Ghanaian consumer. But they've explained generally the issues, and they will be communicating that to the Ghanaian consumer as expected.
According to the Commission, the plan must clearly outline immediate remedial measures, timelines for implementation, and mechanisms to prevent a recurrence of such billing discrepancies. He further added that any non-compliance from ECG will come with sanctions.
The first step is what we have done. The second would be, if they fail, there's actually another step to take, and we will do surely that. We are very sure that they will comply with the 48 hours, with the communication. That's very important. And then within the communication, they will outline the remedies that they have to solve the problems for the Ghanaian consumer. And I'm sure even today they will also be communicating and engaging the media because it's a requirement for them.
The development comes amid growing public frustration with consumers demanding transparency and accountability over tariff application and meter calibration. The Commission says it will continue to monitor the situation closely and take further regulatory action if necessary once ECG submits its response.
Now, in other news, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has dismissed claims that it has approved the extension of drivers and vehicle licensing authority services to Ghanaian missions overseas. In a statement, the ministry clarified that it has not directed its diplomatic missions nor authorized any entity to handle the registration or renewal of Ghanaian drivers' licenses abroad. The claims stem from a viral report suggesting DVLA staff would be deployed to countries including the USA, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada, and Germany to serve Ghanaians in the diaspora. But the ministry insists it is unaware of any new government policy backing such an initiative, stressing that no arrangement, approval, or financial commitment has been made toward the purported plan. Now, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, says it is reviewing its plan to extend licensing services to Ghanaians living abroad following public criticism over the possible use of state resources to deploy staff outside the country. In a statement issued on Wednesday, February 25, DVLA management said it had taken note of public concerns and was now considering alternative ways of delivering services to citizens in the diaspora. The announcement marks a shift in tone from an earlier statement released the same day in which the authority dismissed reports suggesting it planned to post staff to Ghana's embassies abroad. In that earlier response also, the DVLA described such reports as misleading and insisted that its proposal did not involve sending domestic staff overseas. Now shift our attention to health. Now, the Health Minister, Kwabena Minta Akando, has entreated health workers to sacrifice and be a bit helpful to government to realize its objective of at least 2 medical doctors in every district in the country. He made the appeal during a working visit to the Upper East and Northeast regions to ensure newly posted doctors report to and remain at their assigned duty stations.
The tour is part of government's broader strategy to address long-standing challenges with doctor deployment, particularly in underserved and rural areas where access to healthcare professionals remains limited.
In Bono East, we have 17 people who have reported. In Northeast, we have only 2 people who have reported. In OT, we have 6 people who have reported. In Savannah, we have 7 people who have reported. So Upper East, per my records, I hear 7 people have reported, but only 5 people have fully come. We have Upper West, 6 people have also reported, and Western North, 11 people have reported. So if you listen to the 2024 one, and you listen to at least, assuming that I don't even get more people to even report this year, and I get these 66 people to start work, and next year I get the same 66, we realize that at least we will have not less than 2 medical doctors in every district, if we insist. But as I speak to you that in Ghana, we have districts without medical doctors. How can we live in a country like that? So whilst government is doing its best, please, with the greatest deal of respect, let's also sacrifice a bit.
Now, to some good news, fishermen have been successfully rescued. 71 of them have been successfully rescued following an armed robbery attack at sea off Senya Breku in the central region. Now, the rescue operation was spearheaded by the Ghana Navy with support from other security and emergency agencies. The fishermen, who had set out in locally manufactured canoes in the early hours of Thursday, February 26, were reportedly ambushed while returning to shore by armed men in a black boat. The attackers allegedly fired warning shots before making away with outboard motors and generator sets, leaving the victims stranded at sea. Now, following the distress reports, the Ghana Navy launched a coordinated search and rescue mission, locating the fishermen and bringing all 59 safely to shore. Now, the incident has heightened concerns among coastal fishing communities amid reports of rising piracy and sea robbery cases. Now, the ambassador of Saudi Arabia to Ghana, His Excellency Sultan Abdul Rahman Al Dakel, has pledged the kingdom's commitment to deepening relations with Ghana in the areas of education, health, and socio-economic development. He was speaking during the annual Ramadan Iftar break of fast organized for Islamic scholars in Accra as part of efforts to deepening Ghana-Saudi relations.
Under the auspices of the King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Saudi Embassy in Ghana has organized an Iftar Ramadan break of fast for Muslim scholars in Ghana. The event was graced by Islamic scholars, representatives of the National Chief Imam, and officials of the Embassy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Ghana. The ambassador, His Excellency Sultan Abdul Rahman Al Dakel, in a speech read on his behalf by spokesperson Sheikh Yahya Hussein Tutumba, commended Ghana-Saudi relations, which has been built on a common shared prosperity.
A lot of countries are benefiting from this program. This is a Iftar program that is breaking the fast, as well as distribution of dates, the date fruit. The date fruit is one of the unique and very healthy fruits that Muslims all over the world break their fast with. And the King Salman is sending this date fruit to many Muslims across the world.
He again said that Saudi Arabia will continue to deepen its relations with Ghana in the areas of health, education, and religious integration.
What we witnessed today is just a sign of the strong relations that existed between Ghana and Saudi Arabia. And so the countries and the governments of both countries are very keen in strengthening their relations in various sectors, political consultations, as well as trade and developmental aid. And the King Salman Center is one of the Saudi agencies that contributes so much in belated times, since from 2015 coming, that contributes so much in the improvement in Ghana-Saudi relations.
The government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia later presented boxes of dates and the Holy Quran to a number of Muslim organizations for distribution to Muslims to help them observe the Ramadan fasting. Dr. Abbas Shamsuddin Ibrahim, supervisor of Muslim scholars under the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs Endowment, thanked the Saudi Arabia government for its continued support to the Muslim community.
Thank you for joining us for News Morning. It's a very crucial day today. It's the State of the Nation's address, and here at TV3, we are bringing you an extensive coverage of all happenings between now and the end of the State of the Nation's address by the President, sitting President of the land, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Please stay with us and don't go anywhere.
The news never stops. If it's not breaking, developing, the news lends itself to significant analysis, broad context through explainers, and the features that gives more life.
It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring the best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all Media General platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring the best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all Media General platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring the best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all Media General platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is big. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast, then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and zip lining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and zip lining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and zip lining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos.
5. This morning, I am here with Joseph Akablay.
It's indeed a big day. I mean, it's one that many look forward to, and it's very crucial within the context that we find ourselves that 1 year ago, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who had just taken office, addressed the nation. In fact, it's a constitutional requirement under Article 67. Yeah. He's supposed to speak to Parliament on the state of the nation at the start of each session and the dissolution of Parliament as well. So he'll be fulfilling that mandate. And the importance is within the context that 1 year ago, he spoke to us shortly after he had taken over office. So at the time, it was basically a report card on the economy, the state of affairs that he was taking over from His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. This time around, he'll be telling us how things are. He's had 1 year to be in charge, and it's very easy to assess him. All we have to do, Kiki, is to just look at how things have been. I said that too quick, yeah? Yes, I hear that, right? Yeah, all we have to do, Cookie, is just look at his address last year, and just look at it within the context of how things are now.
Joseph, and it's imperative to note that it was exactly a year ago, so it was also 27th of February 2025, but just that today's Friday and that day was a Thursday. And I remember when he described the state of the economy then as in crisis and broken on many fronts. Well, the minority had a lot to say about it. We saw news items on it. Many people complained that it did not hint on things that they were expecting. The health sector had issues. We still have the issues. We still have the no-bed syndrome. We still do not have enough security and CCTV cameras mounted in most of our health institutions. People are still dying from basic health issues day in and day out. And the other day, I think about 3 days ago on TV3 New Day, I asked the question about Agenda 111, that when the previous government was leaving, how many of them were completed? Because I remember also this new administration telling us that at the end of this year, at least 10 of them will be completed. Do we have enough funding for that? Because at the time, I remember the president saying during last year's address that there were no funds available for the project to even start. I don't know what the situation is right now, but your expectations are welcome this morning. Let us know what is on your mind. Many people are talking about a lot of things, but Joseph, this morning you have the heavy weight on you to explain to us what the expectations are versus what he said last year.
Yes, I mean, what we'll be doing for our viewers today, and trust us, we just have to stay glued to your TV set. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to walk you through right from the start when we are taking off right now. It's exclusive, extensive coverage, top-notch analysis. We'll walk you through the things, the key issues that the president raised last year, the benchmarks that he set for himself. We'll bring you a specific promise that he made. He made a one-year commitment that when he addresses the nation, that is in Parliament, on the state of the nation, what we should use to judge him as to whether the first year has been a success or not. We'll narrow down to that specific promise once we are done with the sectoral trends, just to make the point that can we fairly say that Ghana is on the right path if his assessment at the time he took over office was anything to go by. And we're not going to do this alone. As usual, we'll have a panel over at the other side who will be joining us. We'll have a rep from the New Patriotic Party, also from the National Democratic Congress, the Convention People's Party, the United Party. We also have an independent analyst also joining us. And what we'll be doing is to assess 1 year of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, with the understanding that the simple question of whether your life is better. You can engage us, send your messages on our various platforms. The WhatsApp is available, is activated. The normal text messages that you drop on our various streams as well. We're going to read all of that to you as we build up. We are expecting that sometime around 10 a.m., His Excellency will head to Parliament and speak to the entire nation. And we'll get a scorecard on how the 1 year has been, whether Ghana is in a much better place or not. We start off first by looking at some of the matters that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama spoke about last year when he addressed all of us. It was his first State of the Nation address. And the point being made is that at that time, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had just handed over to him on January 7, 2025. And so it was shortly afterwards, in February, he had to be in office for a little over a month. And at the time when he addressed the nation, he had been able to name the initial batch of ministers. They had actually been vetted and approved by Parliament. And even at the time, he still made reference to some success that he had attained. But there were other matters that he spoke of. And it's very important that we pay attention to this aspect of the conversation, because this is what would be the foundation that we are going to build upon throughout our coverage. And I'll just walk right over to the slide now and just start off first with his conclusion on the state of the Ghanaian economy. The economy is a big deal. It's what keeps all of us surviving. It's a topical issue, and we all know that a little over 3 years ago, we decided to go under an IMF program, which we know is ending this year, but the government has already indicated an intention to get an extension for 6 months to see through the program. What would the implication of all of that be? But first and foremost, on the overall state of the economy, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama last year told the nation that Ghana's economy was in crisis, and the nation was broken on many fronts. That was the assessment that he gave the Ghanaian people, saying that, well, the economy was broken on many fronts. And I mean, for those who were very familiar with the state of affairs, you will know that there were issues that had to do with the high inflation rates. We know the issues had to do with the depreciation of the cedi. All those were matters that were very topical. But this is how he concluded that Ghana was in crisis and the nation was broken on many fronts. I mean, eventually the question we'll be asking was, is the economy still in crisis? Is Ghana still broken on many fronts? He went on to talk about the numbers, how the numbers look like. And he said that the public debt stood at 721 billion cedis. That's at February 2025 when he was addressing the nation. Inflation exceeded the target 23.8%. The government at the time when the finance minister read the budget in November of the previous year had indicated that they wanted to attain a target of 18%. We ended the year around 23.8%. And earlier on, you heard Cookie make reference to it. We are doing single digits now. We are in the 3-point area. And that is a record high or low, depending on how you want to look at the inflation has been. But the point being made is that this was where we were 23.8. So we can quickly just take this one off as one that has seen significant improvement. The state of the currency is always a big deal. I mean, unfortunately for all of us, Ghana is largely an import-driven country. So a lot of the items we tend to use in the country are imported. And that's how come we need a strong currency. And we know that the value of the cedi has been a big problem because, especially with regards to crude that is imported, which we use in our various fuel that we consume here, once the cedi is not doing too well, it has an impact on the price of crude. And we all know how the price of crude were in the latter part of 2024, particularly October, November, December. That was a very big challenging period for us. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama told us in 2025 that the cedi had depreciated significantly, 19% in 2024 and 27.8% in 2023. Well, the verdict is already out there. We know that it has seen significant appreciation over the period. We'll narrow down on the specific numbers when we cross over to the desk and begin the conversation over there as well. Now, debt and financial challenges, another very big issue for the nation as well. Debt servicing over the next 4 years was estimated to be 280 billion. And basically making the point that the new government was taking over at a time that they were basically cash-strapped in that they had a lot of debts that they had to service in the next 4 years. We know that we've done one of the 4 years already. In terms of the impact that it was having, he pointed out that 55 major projects are stalled due to the debt restructuring. And debt restructuring is one that we are all very familiar with. It's one that was a very painful decision, according to the former president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself. He had attributed to that. But the sinking fund, another big problem, was supposed to cushion us where necessary in terms of the petroleum revenue and all those matters. We were left with some $64,000, according to the president. Cocoa board debt, and it's very important to discuss cocoa board in a bit of a detail now because of what is happening with regards to the cocoa farmers. And if you read the very introductory part of His Excellency's address last year, he actually complained about how the cocoa board transactions had been handled, particularly with regards to our commitments, cocoa that we had sold, that we had not been able to supply, and how this meant that whatever value they'll be pegging it at, they'll still have to try and meet the obligations and also ensure that they also engage in new commitments and are able to supply the cocoa as well. And for many who have been critical of how cocoa issues have played out in the last couple of months, will look back at this statement and say that, well, government obviously cannot have an excuse because they clearly knew the state of affairs at Cocoa Board when they were speaking. And so the president said that the debt was at 32.5 billion cedis, with major revenue losses being recorded at Cocoa Board. I would narrow it down and stay here a bit longer on the energy sector, because the energy sector is also very crucial. And the energy sector debt stood at 70 billion cedis, the financing shortfall of $2.2 billion for 2025, and a threat of power instability due to fuel and IPP issues. Now, the IPPs are the independent power producers. They are those who operate within the space, who make power available that is consumed. We have a fantastic mechanism in place, what the energy analysts and the experts will call the cash waterfall mechanism, which basically enables ECG collect its revenue, and at the end of the month, they allocate it according to a certain formula. We'll show you a bit and pieces of the PRC report, particularly in the last quarter of 2024, and show you the most recent report for 2025 into 2026 as well. And you see that in the past, the PRC had expressed concerns about the fact that ECG was collecting the revenue and they were not distributing it according to the formula. So what it basically meant was that the independent power producers within the value chain, even though money was coming in, they were not getting what they ought to get. And so it meant that they were basically cash-strapped. And it also meant that government was incurring debts as well on the books of the IPPs. And we had the IPPs over the period multiple times threatening to shut down their plants if government does not honor its obligations. In fact, if you look keenly at the IMF report, the country report, the latest review, it again makes the point about how things have been slightly better in terms of the debt restructuring and the agreements reached with the IPPs. The IPPs not long ago issued a statement indicating that, well, some payments have been made by government. You recall a government statement that said a significant amount had been paid. And the suggestion had been that, well, the government statement had suggested that the entire debt had been paid. But we know that it's not the entire debt that had been paid, but it was part of the debt that had actually been paid. And so that was a significant part of the conversation. But you recall again, in January of 2025, after the swearing in, he's currently the energy minister. I'm not too sure the designation to hand him at the time, but he was very key to the state of affairs in terms of how the government intends to manage its energy policy. I'm talking about Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapor. He addressed the media at the swearing-in ceremony, and he had said that in terms of the fuel available, it could basically not last us a significant period, and we're at the risk of our lights being shut off, basically. And the chief of staff had to convene a meeting. You had all the significant players within the power space coming around and having a conversation to try and find a sustainable approach, especially within the short term and the medium term, to deal with the situation that we had in terms of the availability of fuel. Well, that was dealt with swiftly, and matters have improved. And largely, we've had stable power supply, but there have been teething challenges that spring on here and there. We know that when there's maintenance, we have issues with it. We also know that just this week, the story that has been on social media for a while has to do with the fact that people say their prepaid is running very fast. And Cookie, that this is a big problem. It's a big problem for us.
Everybody's been talking about it. Everybody's been complaining. So that's why the PURC has given the ECG a 48-hour ultimatum to look into the matter. Well, today is Friday, so that means that we are left with just 24 hours for the ECG to bring us explainers as to exactly what is happening with the electricity crisis. But thank you for your detailed analysis. But one thing that caught my attention is the rate of inflation that has dropped to 3.5. And if history is anything to go by, we know government communicators, especially after today's SONA, will be dwelling on it in all the analysis. But a number of questions that people are asking about the inflation rate. Well, some experts are saying that the inflation rate dropping to 3.5% is technically impressive, but the bigger question is whether the average Ghanaian feels this relief at the market. That's the question we've also been asking. Noura Mohammed sometime this week went to the market to ask them if they're really feeling it in their pockets. Akable, I don't know about you, but now that people are complaining that if you buy electricity that they used to buy for maybe 100 cedis, that will last for 9 days to 14 days. Now it's lasting for just 7. Are you really feeling the inflation rate in your pocket? Do you even go to the market?
I mean, the experts will generally make the point quite forcefully that, well, inflation basically means that the rate at which prices are changing, are going up, essentially. And the point being made is that there will be periods that the rate will be very high and there will be periods that it will be very low. So when we're doing 23.5%, it meant that prices were generally going up very fast. And now we are doing a 3.5, which you alluded to, which basically means that it is not going up as fast as it ought to. It does not necessarily mean that the prices are going down. In fact, that would be deflation completely. It would mean that the prices are going down. So if you go to the market today and the product is 10 cedis, it means that if you go back tomorrow, you are not going to have it, if it will go up, it will not be around 20 cedis, as we used to do when we're doing
maybe like around 11 or 12 cedis.
Exactly, to just be moving a bit slowly. And so that is what it actually means. But a lot of the times, the thing about the politicians is that when they are in opposition, they tend to approach the numbers differently. So the opposition will tell you that, well, if it's actually not going up fast, why is it that yesterday I went over here and I bought this particular item for 10 cedis, yet this particular item is 15 cedis. Again, the whole inflation is a big basket. So there are various products that are in it. And if you narrow it down, you can even check for specific items. And so the overall effect of the 3.5 in terms of the total output of 3.5 will not necessarily mean that each of the items will all have the 3.5. Some would have it within the 5% region, some will have it within 4%, some may even be doing 10%. But in the overall basket is what the impact will be. But the thing about the market women that always excites me, Cookie, is that, I mean, in my more than a decade of practice of journalism, I've not seen an instance where we've gone to the market, when we ask the market women, how is the market? And we'll say that things are going well.
It has never ever happened. And that's what I've tried to understand. Never in this history of ours, in this nation, Ghana, have we ever gone to the market and asked the women, as compared to last year, to say, it's always like that, even with inflation at 3.5. Anyway, I talked about history. Let's take you down a memory lane. Let's apprise you with what the president said in the State of the Nation address last year, 2025, February 27th.
About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august house as a member of parliament for the Bola constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic, demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I considered the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office. but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. Apotrowa ni ehune tenten. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances.
All right, and that was the President of the Republic of Ghana fulfilling his mandate according to Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. Today, again, the 27th of February, 2026, we're expecting the State of the Nation address. And Joseph Akable and I, early on, were talking about a number of issues: energy crisis, inflation, state of the economy, transportation crisis, and many others. Well, our guests have joined us in studio to continue the in-depth analysis this morning. But what are your expectations? Please keep the conversation going, especially on social media. The hashtag is TV3 New Day, hashtag SONA. What are you expecting the president to talk about this morning? Very rife in recent times has been the unexplained exhaustion of your electricity credits when you buy it. Is that what you want to talk about this morning? Or you want to talk about the prices of goods on the markets, which probably are not reflective of the inflation rate of 3.5 as at now? These and many others we'll be discussing today here on TV3. Now, Joseph Akable is ready with our guest in studio.
Absolutely. We'll be walking through key aspects of the economy. We'll start off first by looking at that promise that I indicated that the president made to the nation. In fact, he told us how we should judge him when he addresses us the second time. And so we'll read that to you, and we'll ask the question of whether he has fulfilled that pledge he made to the people of Ghana. Then afterwards, we'll do a bit of a sectoral focus. We have diverse expertise around the table, and we have to make use of our experts around the table. So we'll go into specific sectors and ask questions about whether we can see any significant change with respect to that. So if you're just joining us, this is our build-up to the State of the Nation address that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be giving a bit later on. We are building up sometime at 10 a.m. He's expected to address Parliament. And you have to stay right here with us because we are going to be here before he speaks. When he speaks, you're going to watch him live right here. And when he's done, we'll also do the analysis, the reactions in Parliament, the key takeaways. There are some major announcements that will be made as well. We'll talk through all of those matters just to put everything within the right perspective. And let me introduce you to my guest around the table this morning. Kojo Poku Nsafwa is an energy expert and also a member of the New Patriotic Party. He's at my far right. Good morning, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Also joining us in the studio, another energy analyst as well, private legal practitioner, member of the Convention People's Party, everyone's uncle, Kwame Jantwa. Senior, good morning.
Morning, Junior Counsel. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Everything is well?
Everything is well.
You're looking smart.
Thank you.
I like the Junior Counsel.
He always reminds me. He's a senior by significant number of years.
Of course.
If we were to go to court together, I have to carry his books.
Only carry my books. Carry me too.
that's Mr. Jantua there. Also here with us, as always, Ebo Bakman. Ebo Bakman is Deputy Communications Director for the United Party. He also does financial and economic analysis as well. Ebo, thank you for joining us, as always.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. There are others who will be joining us in the course of the conversation, and I'll bring you in on as and when they will be joining us. We'll also be crossing over to Parliament as and when the feed is available, just to give you a sense of how things are looking there. A lot of the times, we think it just happens, he shows up and he does the State of the Nation address. In fact, there are rehearsals that are done days before. Even yesterday, it was taking place. They have to make sure how they are coming in, where they are going, where they are signing, what. All of that is taking place, and the place is now set. We'll go over and show you how Parliament looks this morning. Extra chairs have come in for the guests, for the ministers who will be joining in the chamber, the public gallery. All of that, we'll give you a sense of all of that, just to make sure that you don't miss anything at all when you stay with us for this extended coverage. It's a special edition of New Day. It's actually a special coverage taking place on all our platforms, online, on social media. You can join us on radio as well, on TV as well, for the very latest on all matters related to the State of the Nation address. And I want to start off by reading to you how His Excellency the President concluded his address last year. And embedded in that is the promise that he made. He said, "Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we race set to build the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our time. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, hope must radiate, and where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospect as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it, so that when next I stand before you to present a message on the state of the nation, it will be one brimming with evidence of progress." So that's the pledge he made to all of us. He says, when next he stands before us to present a message on the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with evidence of progress. So it's a simple question we'll start off the conversation with is, can we confidently say that the nation is brimming with evidence of progress 1 year after the president addressed the nation? Let me start off with Mr. Nsafwa Puku, just right across on the right-hand side. What's your answer if I ask you that direct question?
Well, before I start, I want to greet our viewers. A big greetings from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the leader of the MPP, to all Ghanaians, and to the good people of Ghanaians who didn't vote in the last election. We understand why you did not vote, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, now that he's the leader of the MPP, would work hard to gain your confidence so that in the next election, you will find the need to vote out this government that is bringing so much hardship to Ghanaians. Now, the question you asked, repeat it again, and repeat it again.
He says that when he stands before us to present a message on the state of the nation will be one brimming with evidence of progress.
Thank you.
So, do we see evidence of progress 1 year
So
on?
they now ask that they're going to be a reset, right? And the evidence of progress is after the reset, because he said in the first 1 year, there will be certain signs, and when he stands before Ghanaians, there should be some evidence. Okay. Now, one of the things that we keep telling them, MPP keep telling Ghanaians, is that we should be wary when somebody tells you that reset. Because resetting your phone or resetting anything in your life could be for good or could be for bad. Now, when you're resetting, there are certain things that it asks you. If you are resetting, do you want to keep this? When you are resetting, do you want to keep that? Now, I'm sure Ghanaians, when they were now resetting, were promised a few things, which were the options they were given, right? First thing that Ghanaians youth are looking out for was jobs. They were promised 133, right? 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Has that been fulfilled? That has turned out to be 419. So today, instead of 133, Ghanaian youth now has 419. So when the president stands in front of the nation today, he has to tell us how come he promised us that there was going to be 1 shift, 3 jobs, 3 people, but hasn't happened. Secondly, haircuts, right? When he stood in front of Ghanaians last year, he said that he's going to reset. He has reset a lot of things to the point that he's now giving haircuts to cocoa farmers. So today, The over 1 million cocoa farmers that's going to watch the state of the nation, you are saying that you're going to stand in front of them with evidence of progress. What evidence of progress? The one, Asante Kasa, you promised them 6,000 cedis a bag. You couldn't give the 6,000. You now give 3,600. Out of the 3,600 you gave, today, when you stand in front of Ghanaians, the over 1 million cocoa farmers, you've given them a haircut of 1,032 per bag. Is that evidence of progress? The Ghanaians will now tell him when he stands there. Today, in the last 1 year since he now addressed Parliament, there has been over 30% increase in electricity, right? The recent increase is 10%, which what is reflected in your bill is about 15%. So in all, let's say there's about 35% increase in electricity. The youth are crying on social media because when all these cumulative increase took effect on their electricity bills, when they now put the 50 cedis they normally put or the 100 they normally put, it runs like Usain Bolt. And they see the meter reading in front of their eyes. Somebody's on social media saying that their light went off. They thought let them put 100 cedis and then in the morning they will address it. It didn't take them to the morning because now the reset they have in their life, the reality they have in their life is that after 1 year of over 30% increase in electricity, now your meter runs like Usain Bolt.
I mean, but on the point of the meter, I mean, is that not an anomaly? We have been told.
Well, it's not, my brother. You see,
been told
I know what it is.
I'm coming back and just make the point. You've been told
the minister has said that.
Just hold on for me. Okay. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. We've been told that the ECG have been asked, the PRC has directed that they provide responses on what exactly is happening.
Yes, for you, but for me, I know what it is.
I'll come to that.
No, but I'm making a submission. You're saying that isn't an anomaly. I'm telling you it's not, and you're asking me a question. It's not an anomaly.
I've actually not asked the question yet. I'm now coming to the question. I'm saying that is it not only fair that we hold on and let the PRC finish the work he's doing in relation to that, as against connecting it to the tariff adjustment that you made reference to suggest that that is the new trend, sort of. This is the state of affairs as we speak.
Okay, so let me answer that. The PULC is not going to come and tell us that there hasn't been a 30% increase in electricity.
No, not the increase. The challenge I'm talking about.
So the challenge that everybody is having is as a result of the increase. PULC will come and tell you that. It's not an anomaly. What is happening, and I'll put it on record here, and when they come out, you know. What is happening is that when the increase was to take effect from the 1st of January. Most of the meters, the billing system that runs most of these meters were not programmed on time. Most of them were programmed recently. So most people that use electricity in January use electricity on the old tariff. So there is an indebtedness that you have incurred by using the old tariff when you're supposed to use the new tariff. When you now, your meter get programmed with the new tariff, what it does is that because it calculates to be 15%, let's say in my case, let's say I use 1,000 cedis a week. It means that I paid the old tariffs in the whole of January, so I was paying 150 Ghana cedis less than I'm supposed to pay. When I have now done that for 1 month, it means that I have shortchanged ECG by 600 cedis. When the meter is now programmed with the new bill, when I load credit, what does it do? It takes the 600 cedis that otherwise I should have paid the previous month, which is what is happening across the country. Okay? So now, not only that...
And this is, I know you've been in the space for a while. This is information that...
Well, I am giving you this information. Note it down and wait for next week when PLC come and see what they'll tell you. Exactly that's what they'll tell you. Now, the issue going forward is that after that money has been taken because your bill has now been programmed, you are now faced with the new tariff, which is more than the old tariff. So your electricity bills are now running faster. The point I'm making is that when the president spoke to Ghanaians and said that there was unprecedented hardship last year, January, 1 year on, there's been a 30% increase in electricity. So Ghanaian youth who are trying to start off in life are going to look at him today and say that, Mr. President, the hardship is worse. Because when I buy 100 cedis, I can show you the message. I did a TikTok, and ask people across the country to come into my inbox and give me their experiences. If you have time, you can read all of it and see what people are going through. That is one aspect of it. Then we move on to the area of Galamsey. Has the president faced Galamsey? No. Even in his own backyard of Bole, we are now being told that now there is a big problem in his own backyard, in his constituency where he was once an MP. Galamsey has now overtaken that place. When it wasn't so, when he last did the State of the Union, State of the Nation address to us, that situation did not exist. So Galamsey in some parts of the country has gone up. Then you look at the teeming nurses and teachers who have been crying for payments, crying that their money should be paid. Nothing. When the president spoke, he said he was giving hope. He's going to come back and basically tell us what he wants to tell us. Going forward, has he now resolved the teachers and the nurses' problem? It has not been resolved. We recently heard about the no-bed syndrome. It existed before he took office. When he took office, he said he was going to change our lives. Has that situation changed? No, it hasn't. Just this week, we heard somebody dying because of a no-bed syndrome. Okay? So for me, the only thing that the NDC would take credit for, dollar is low, inflation is low. My grandmother said, Kojo, you guys should work hard and take out these American people. And I'm like, why are they American people? He says, every time I listen to radio, all I heard is dollar, 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 dollar. The dollar is down, yes. But what is the impact of the low dollar on the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian? Fuel is low, yes. But has petrol prices gone down? When petrol prices went down, has the transport fares gone down? Transport fares has not gone down. Dollar is low. But when you enter the pharmacies and the supermarkets, what has been reduced? Your salary has been reduced? No. Has it gone up? No. You are receiving the same because guess what? Manufacturers, industry cannot afford to pay more money to staff because they've been given a haircut. Why has industry been given a haircut? Because the government came in and artificially now put the dollar to the cedi to 10.4. When I do export of $1 million, I'm supposed to get 13 or 14 million Ghana cedis. Now I only get 10.3 million Ghana cedis. I've been given a haircut of 4 million Ghana cedis. Now I'm shortchanged. But every raw material I buy in Ghana is the same cost or gone up.
On the flip side, if you import?
Well, you see, in every country, there are two stages. There are importers and exporters. Importers are happy. But guess what? The Abusio kind importer who is importing cheaper, right? It's not giving the benefit of the importing cheaper to Ghanaians. Go to Abusio kind, spare parts have gone up. When you go and tell them, they say, oh, my rent is going up, electricity is going up, insurance is going up. So this issue of dollar is low. Who is benefiting?
I mean, so is that a more fairer analysis to say that it does appear that certain sectors of the economy are not responding to the positive sign that you allude and agree to?
Well, what I'm saying is that the issue of benefit has to be the masses and the populace, right? If a few benefits, it's not a good policy.
The benefit is for all of us, but
the benefit should be for all of us.
Certain aspects of the economy are not responding.
Yes, but my point is that when you talk about benefits, the masses, the majority of the people, the teeming majority of the country should benefit, right? Now, if only a few exporters, importers are benefiting, car dealers are benefiting because when they now bring their cars in, the car they pay less because they are sending dollar, less cedis to go and import the car. They are paying less duty at the port, right? Which is a good thing. But that's the cost of the car to the Ghanaian. Has it gone down? No, it hasn't.
Just a final question, and I'll come back to you. I just allowed you to do the general analysis so that we come into the specifics much later on. If you had to score him 1 year over 10, what would the score be?
That's a tough one.
It doesn't seem tough. I mean, from your analysis.
No, it's a tough one. You know why?
From your analysis, we can extrapolate
it's a tough one. It's a tough one because I'm tended to give him 5 over 10. But 5 over 10 is a good pass, which for me, I think I'm being generous. 5 because, look, I'll give him 4 over 10. Let me tell you why I gave him 4 over 10. I'll have given him 5. That one I'm taking away is not giving credit to a lot of the good things that they inherited. Because you see, the economy, was good in 2024. Do you know that this government got more money from cocoa in 2025 than the MPP government got for cocoa in 2024? They got more money for cocoa, right? They actually almost doubled the amount they got for cocoa in 2025. But today, we're having problems in the cocoa board and they want to blame the MPP for it when you have gotten more money in 2025. So in a nutshell, they should have given credit. This economy grew by 5.8 the year before. They grew it by 6.1. This economy was about 3.2 about 3 years ago. So you have come to meet an economy that is growing. Now you look at the issues they are beginning to have in 2026. It tells you that most of the 2025 successes that they had was because of the good work the MPP had done in 2024. But they did not give credit. Atuforsen has taken every opportunity. And we will come back to that policy he laid in Parliament yesterday. And that one seems to be a fraud of something else that he wants to put up. We'll talk about that
We'll
later.
interrogate some of the numbers that you've alluded to quite shortly. Let me come over to Ebo next to me here. And Ebo, the same question. Do we see evidence of progress? I mean, if Mr. Nsafwa is the lecturer marking the script, clearly he does not seem to appreciate the evidence of progress. What's your own scorecard?
No. Even before I say anything, I would want to disagree with Kojo. I got the name right?
Yes, Kojo Poku.
Kojo Poku. I think Kojo, it's shocking to hear from you that when a government performs so well to stabilize the currency of a country, you call it as a negative because it affects your export earnings. Is that how you have to view it? That you view it in this narrow sense that because it affects your export earnings, it's a kind of negative thing. So we should allow this currency to depreciate. To what point? You have in a country that is import dependent, whether you like it or not, because you've not done enough. 8 years, you couldn't even expand our production base of the country. And so we are still dependent on imports. So if your currency is strong and it is affecting your imports, let me tell you, prices of cars are low. I don't know, maybe he is not buying cars anymore because he's in opposition. But those who are buying cars know that the prices of cars are falling because of the reduction and stability of the currency. So it's quite disingenuous to think or to view things in that narrow perspective. Okay, again, let me say this. You see, they've been using this haircutting. I don't know whether they don't understand the word haircut. They should stop using it. They are misleading Ghanaians. Again, if your currency stabilizes, and as a result of that, your export earnings reduces, it is not haircut. Who taught him that? 2, cocoa farmers have not been given haircuts. Haircut has to do with reduction in the value of your assets, debts, or investments. Cocoa farmers, if the government had given them the 3,600, right? If the government had reduced that 3,600, those who supplied and were giving cheat, if they had been given something lower than 3,600, that would have been haircut. But the government said, I'm going to pay that. But the new ones that you bring, I'm going to give you a new price. So what is haircut here? I understand, because they gave Ghanaians a very painful haircut. And that has become a stain on them. And therefore, they want equalization. That is why they've come out with this force equivalence. That, you two have given haircut. We will never forget the kind of haircut you gave Ghanaians. I mean, that painful haircut you gave to Ghanaians, that resulted in many people losing their lives. Don't try and equalize anything. You see, the more they say it, the more it hurts the sensibility of Ghanaians. Those who lost their parents, who lost their family members because of your cruel haircut as a result of mismanagement or corruption in the economy. So let's get that one straight. 2, let me say this. See, the state of a nation is a function of the state of the following. 1, the state of the political parties, the state of corruption, the state of economy, the state of governance, rule of law, and in this case, let me add Galamsey. Now, if you look at all these things, you see, the state of political parties, no, we are also a political party now. You know, we have transitioned to political party, and we have become a very responsible political party. MPP remains irresponsible political party, irresponsible opposition, and then whenever they speak, this is what you detect: pain and bitterness. It's what you detect from whatever they say. Two, of course, their own leader in parliament.
You have to explain the
I will come.
Bit. I mean,
their own leader in parliament
to call a political party responsible.
Irresponsible. You see, to call a political party responsible is when you proffer solutions, you proffer alternative solutions and prescriptions to whatever the government is doing. But when you have to just oppose because you're in opposition, that makes you irresponsible. Tell me one prescription, one policy prescription MPP has put forward in support of what this government is doing. Even when the government is doing right, only MPP people see wrong thing being done. And that's quite worrying. And I'm saying that if you look at them, their own leader in parliament has said opposition is lonely and painful. So whenever they are expressing their bitterness and pain, you have to understand them. Two, you see, the only problem I have with this government, let me tell you this, the reason why I will never give this government 10 over 10 is that, Mr. President, you told us, and it was true, that this country had become a crime scene. Corruption became so pervasive in this country. And so you told us, and we believed you, that you're going to help us to recover all the stolen money the plunderers and looters have taken from this country. Mr. President, the reason why they are still speaking the way they are speaking is that none of them has been put behind bars, or no amount of money has been retrieved from them. Mr. President, those who lit the fire are walking easily and safely and arrogantly in the smoke. Mr. President, let's get them out. Let's get them out. Ora must not fail. Ora must not fail. That's the reason why I will not give you 10 over 10. Because I don't think we've done enough in respect of, prosecuting the thieves, the plunderers, the looters of this country. And if you do that, I can always give you 10 over 10. Now, let me come to the issue of the economy. I mean, it's quite also funny that MPP that left us at 23.8% inflation. It's now complaining that inflation is not having an effect. Come on, go to the markets. Our market women will tell you, even when this cocoa issue came up, you remember, some of them said, prices of commodities have gone down. Of course, rice, go to oil, and prices of the dollar also has come down. Why is it that if cocoa price comes down, people are complaining? People know that there has been effects as a result of the inflation. Inflation does not necessarily mean a reduction in price. It means the rate at which price increases is a slowdown. But even that one, it has affected some of the commodities you have on the market. So indeed, if you look at the macroeconomic environment and what this government has done, what was left or what was handed over to this government, if you look at what was handed over to this government and what this government has done to stabilize the macroeconomic environment, you can only give the government praise. You can only ask the government to do more. But you can't say that that is not an achievement or that is not something that should be praised. And I think the reason why we are having the kind of situation we're having in respect of the economy is that unlike the previous government that resorted to borrowing, reckless borrowing, senseless borrowing, and wasteful expenditure, creating holes, 1 million holes, apart from the kind of burdens that were brought down at that location. $97 million waste of our taxpayers' money. Look at even this policy, the most wasteful, useless policy, NAPCO, and the amount of money that was spent there. Dr. Bawumia brought NAPCO because as an economist, he thought that was the only way to solve our problem as a country. You have about 4 billion Ghana cedis to spend. Instead of them to invest in productive sector of the economy to expand the economy for people to get a job to do, you just go and give 700 a month to university graduates that after university, 700 a month, go and walk, go and just sit at the office, we'll give you 700 a month. And that's how you thought you could solve the problem of unemployment. So, yes, we've come a long way, given the kind of records MPP left. But we still have a long way to go. So on the issue of the economy, this government has done so well. Prudent management of our resources. I mean, look at how the governor of Bank of Ghana has fared in respect of the monetary policies management of this country. And look at the way Atuforcing is forcing in respect of the expenditure and the revenue bit of our country, the fiscal management of our resources. So clearly, this government has done so well as compared to what MPP left. And the issue of Galamsey, let me tell you, any genuine Ghanaian, any well-meaning Ghanaian will know that the effort that this government has put in place or has made in respect of Galamsey is commendable, except that we still have a long way to go. I mean, we had a period where the seat of government was deeply involved in Galamsey. According to Professor Frimpong-Boaten's own report, they are all ministers. A minister that was in charge of managing Galamsey or managing our environment said that the seat of government was neck deep involved in Galamsey. What are you saying about Galamsey? Look at what NIMOS is doing. Every day, follow what they are doing. They are doing fantastic work. As I said, we have a long way to go, but we've come very far, given where, in the issue of governance, thank God we are not having a president who is ordering chiefs to stand up or get up. This is look at the president's demeanor. Look at the kind of governance system we are having compared to the Nakufado's era, the Nakufado-Bawumia's era, and you see the difference. It's a very serious improvement. Rule of law, yes, I have a problem with our legal system. Still, I believe that if you're going to succeed in fighting against corruption, our judiciary should be able to play a very pivotal role. A period or that era of 6 years, 7 years, criminal cases running in court should end. We should succeed in this fight against corruption. Okay. And previous government, the appointees of previous government who are found to have plundered this state should not be given this free time to go to court 6 years, 7 years for whatever reason. I don't know. But as I said, great strides have been made in respect of the economy. I believe that solid foundation has been made for the implementation of 24-hour economy. As I said the last time, 24-hour economy should not be implemented as a response to the noise coming from MPP. We should do it as a national policy, take our time and do it well. And if we do it well, it will benefit the youth. Okay. It is better than NAPCO. Even one district, one factory. Let me make this point. Even one district, one factory, because it was brought by Mr. Alan Chamat, look at how they treated it. Look, one district, one factory. Today they don't talk about NAPCO. They talk about one district, one factory. But look at the way it was more treated. Okay. Because it came from Mr. Alan Chamat, only 450 million was spent on one district, one factory. But NAPCO, a very useless and wasteful policy like that, they spent close to 4 billion because it came from Dr. Bawumia. And this is what things we are talking about. So we are very serious. And I believe that anyone who says this government has not done well is just being disingenuous. And
finally, on the score, what would the score be?
Oh, sorry, I will give the government 8 over 10. 8 over 10. Yeah. I've told you the reason why I won't give the government 10 over 10. Yeah.
That's Abu Bakman there. He is with the United Party.
The 1%.
State of affairs.
Yeah.
The 1% is what?
No, 1% is because of the fact that we have not dealt with the thieves. The thieves. We have to deal with them. Another percentage is that we still have a long way to go in respect of Galamsey. But the 8, in terms of governance, in terms of the economy, let's give the government what is due the government. We still have a long way to go, though.
It's still our extensive build-up to the State of the Nation address that will be taking place a bit later on at 10 a.m. Mr. Puku, I'll come to you. Don't worry. I'll give. Yes, go ahead.
You should let people know that he doesn't represent the NDC. The NDC representative is here.
He's here.
Just in case people confuse. Because when we submit, you might confuse him to represent the NDC.
But it's not. I mean, right when he landed, I indicated that he speaks for the United Party. I don't think.
No, I think people should know that.
But if you do that, we'll get
I take a step. You see, it's been their strategy. Whenever we speak, they say we are NDC annex. They've been giving us.
The way you sounded.
No. Of course. So I should sound like you. So if I sounded like you, then I would have been what?
But Bila should just go home and sleep.
I'm saying that if I sounded like you, I would have been what?
But bro, please, sorry to interject.
No, but I'm saying that if I sounded like I would have been what? I would have been MPP annex. So let's say things as they are. You mismanage this country through corruption and wasteful expenditure, and someone is correcting your ills, and instead of you to applaud the government, you are rather castigating the government when even through unnecessary press conferences and even demonstration through your party members as cocoa farmers.
It's still new day here on TV3. I mean, we expect this once a while. I mean, it does happen. Disagreements here and there. But let me bring in the NDC representative now. Abraham Amaliba is with the National Democratic Congress. He's Director General of the National Road Safety Authority. He's been around for a while. He was here before Mr. Puku started speaking as well, so he heard him as well. He's also heard from Ebo, and the question we are asking is that the president last year told us that when he addresses the nation again, we'll see evidence of progress. And we are trying to answer the question of whether the evidence of progress abound as he had assured us. And that's the question I'll ask AB as well. Can you see the evidence of the progress?
Let me start by saying good morning. Kojo Poku, learn to pronounce my name. It's Amaliba.
Amaliba, sorry, my brother.
And not whatever you pronounce it. Just as how I don't pronounce your name wrongly, learn my northern name because it's part of Ghana. You can pronounce a foreigner's name very well, but your own countryman's name, you feel lazy to learn how to pronounce it. Look, if something is good, it's good. And we have all got senses. And when you see good, you know. You see bad, you know. You don't need to be an NDC person to speak good of a good government that comes from the NDC. So don't attach a bow to NDC. He's just being fair. And we can all see it. And we can all see it. Kojo Poku sits here and laments. And I am now very sure that the title or accolade that the MPP are confidence tricksters is true. And why am I saying this? You virtually brought this country to its knees. This country was at the verge of collapsing. Indeed, for the first time, we had a sitting president begging the military. Have you guys forgotten? Not to take over power in this country, military. There were Ghanaians who were excited and waiting that the military would take over the reins of this government because of bad management. Some Ghanaians even resorted to insulting the military as being foolish. Why are they not taking over? That is where we got to. That's how low we got to. The sad thing is, when you are having a discussion and those who contributed to your pain are now speaking as if they were angels when they were in power. Electricity hikes. Who recklessly took a decision to go to the IMF? Are these not a condition of the IMF? These electricity hikes. Didn't the NDC come to meet these conditions under the IMF? But look, sitting on my right-hand side, blaming the one who came and inherited your mess. Is this something we can reconcile? We can't. We can't. You see, when I come onto this program, truth is what I pursue. This is a letter from the Automobile Dealers Union, Ghana. A press release was on the 15th of February 2026, just last week. The title is Automobile Dealers Union of Ghana announces 15% reduction in vehicle prices following exchange rate stability and the abolition of COVID-19 levy. Then you come and sit here and tell the people of this country that vehicles, following the reduction or following the exchange rate reduction, vehicles are still up there. The prices are still up there. This is Automobile Dealers Association announcing to the whole world that they have reduced prices by 15%. You come and sit here and spew lies to the whole people of this country. And when you were trying to restrain him, he was all over the place. This attitude of thinking that let's throw mud at the government and that one will stick or two will stick would not work. Ask those who buy cement, and they will tell you that cement prices have come down, enabling them to continue with their constructions. So you tell such a person that the economy is not good based on what you say is a cut in cocoa prices, when the farmers themselves have indicated that they understand the situation. Because it's what you get that you give. Then you go and mobilize your party branch or zip for polling station executives to go out there and demonstrate as cocoa farmers. You have been exposed by them. Some have shown the money that you asked them to take and come out and parade the streets. Is that the kind of opposition we are looking for? Aren't you behaving like an irresponsible opposition that has lost its way and now thinks that it should throw mud at the government and think that it will stick? Why? When the president spoke last year, haven't we seen, after 1 year, improvements in our living conditions? If you have sellers in the market who are adamant to reduce their prices, that is not the doing of the government of the day. It is for entire Ghanaians to then come heavily on the sellers and tell them, and I do that. When I go to buy something and they price me, I say, Abba, na mo dollar na aba from, adia na mo kojino aba from, ade na mo reduce it. I tell them that. So you don't come into a platform such as this, where every Ghanaian attests to the fact that upon the advent of this administration and led by President Mahama, we have seen remarkable improvements in our living conditions. Governance is at its all-time high because you see a government that engages. Then you talk about one work, 3 people, and say that you've not seen the work. Was it not just last week that Parliament passed a bill to establish the 24-hour Institute Authority? Was it not just last week? And so I think that if we listen to the MPP, it's a case of déjà vu. Déjà vu in the sense that they are still really in pain, having lost the last elections. They are in self-denial. They have not yet gone through all the processes of healing. So by the time they get to the last stage of healing, which is accommodation, this country would have gone past their way of thinking. And that will affect them in the coming elections.
Okay.
They have indicated that people did not go out to vote for Baumia. They should continue tickling themselves in that direction. They should continue doing that and forget to do proper analysis of policies and give out alternatives to the people of this country. They should leave that one and continue tickling themselves that people did not go out to vote. When Baumia got, how much did he get in their election? 50-something%. That one too, people didn't go out there in that elections, in their internal elections. Are they also going to say that their own party branch, police executive, did not go out to vote? You have a bad product. And Ghanaians can see through. And that's why they voted the way they voted. And stop tickling yourself that people did not go out to vote.
1 year, what would your score be?
I saw Ishmael Norman give the president 7.5. And I think that his score is a bit lower. I'll give him 8 because we are of the view that the president has more to do. So 8 will be a good score.
Let me bring in Mr. Jantua at this point in time. And Mr. Jantua, the same question. Are we seeing evidence of progress in the last 1 year?
Good morning.
Good morning.
And let me state to the listening of everybody and everybody watching us. I'm a CPP man through and through. I am genetically CPP. But when something is good, you've got to talk about it. It's like saying cookie is beautiful. Everybody is saying it's beautiful. Then somebody comes and says, but look at the shoe she's wearing. They are not talking about the beauty of her. I'm giving you an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy. You're not talking about the beauty of the lady. It's the shoe she's wearing. That you are saying, but look at the shoe she's wearing.
These submissions,
now you see,
is pregnant with some.
Now you see, that is up to you. Now you see.
These submissions cannot go.
When you were talking, I was quiet.
It cannot just go like that.
I was talking, I was quiet.
It is pregnant.
It is a kind of analogy I use. People understand what I'm saying. It's a kind of analogy. People understand what I am saying. That is why they boycotted your station.
Which station?
That is why. MPP. They boycotted TV3. That's why they boycotted. Because really and truly, as to what to say now, they have nothing to say. And really, this Sankofa type of politics, I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in that Sankofa kind of politics. I want to know, going forward, my party says forward ever, backwards never. Going forward, what's going to happen? When President Mahama came, look at the decrease of inflation within the duration. With their own 1 year, when President Akufo-Addo came, that 1 year, did we see a fast decrease of inflation at the time? President Mahama, their haircut, the Sakura haircut that these people gave Ghanaians, hasn't this government been able to pay the interest and all that of the DGPE people? Debt, 721 billion debt they came to meet. Hasn't the finance minister tried to do it? And let's face it. Things won't just turn around just like that in a year. It won't. Because we had reckless management. And look, sometimes I ask myself, did President Akufo-Addo know what his finance minister was doing? Did he know? Was he aware of some of things? Or his finance minister was giving him different figures and was doing something different? Was that what the situation was? Because I find it difficult to understand how we stooped so low and the economy went so low. I find it very difficult. But for me, what we need to look at is going forward. And one of the major questions that needs to be asked is, when we finally come out of IMF, how are we going to handle the economy? Why? Because we've seen, we've gone to IMF how many times? 18. Am I right or wrong?
That's 17, 18.
17. So this is the 18th. This is the 18th time. Anytime we come out of IMF, things start going basa. It happened with the MPP. They now borrowed. All things were going basa. The president needs to tell us how the economy will be handled after IMF. Because you see, at any given time when IMF is in, things go well. But President Mahama has been able to stick to the promises he gave us. How many ministers do we have?
Less than 60. He promised 60.
Did he tell us that he would give us 60 or he told us to give us 80? Has he stuck to it? There's so many things he's been able to stick. Even when he started talking about this, this authority that we talked about right now.
The 24-hour.
The 24-hour. I remember when it came out, they were poo-pooing it. People were poo-pooing it, left, right, center. Has it not grasped meaning today with an authority that would help push it? And let's face it, we will talk about the pitfalls when there are pitfalls, and we will give credit when there's credit. Look, one thing the MPP unfortunately couldn't do, the policies that they brought out were fantastic. One business, one what do you call it, one factory. The other one, one village, one dam. Their agricultural policy, read the document. Fantastic. What went wrong in implementation? What went wrong? Because after a while, they were not asking for 10% before they even give you one district, one factory. Do all sorts of things for personal interest to take hold. And they are telling us what? Look, one of the challenges President Mahama has is that he seems to have a vision going forward. He seems to want to leave a good legacy. However, if his lieutenants around him cannot link into that vision, then he's in trouble. Then he's in trouble. It is not showing this 1 year. Everybody seems to be working. But we have another 3 years to go. And it will be good to see by the end of the 3rd year, if he hasn't been able to move us into the kind of area his vision wants to take this country, then we would have said he hasn't done well. But looking at where he is sitting today and where he's standing today, you can see that he's even getting involved in what? In local matters. The women, the tomato sellers who went to Burkina and came back, what did he do? Has he not gone to visit them? Is he not trying to make sure that some of the things that can hold this country strong he's doing? Is he not looking at how we can begin to grow our own tomatoes? Because we can grow tomatoes in this country. There's nothing in this country we can't do. It's a question of strong leadership. And unfortunately, the MPP couldn't give us strong leadership at the time. Couldn't. President Akufo-Addo couldn't give us strong leadership at the time. Because when President Akufo-Addo came in 2016, 2017, that was the expectation of Ghanaians. Because of the way he had handled opposition all that time. People were looking at him to be that kind of leader, if for nothing at all, would be next door to Kwame Nkrumah. Was he able to achieve it? He wasn't. He wasn't able to achieve it. And rather, it went the opposite direction. Opposite direction. Taking loans upon loans. Look, this cocoa, problem? Isn't it stooped in the syndicated loan something? Isn't it steeped in it? Because anytime we needed money for cocoa, we went for syndicated loan. It was covering up the cracks. Now that we can't go, the cracks are being exposed. They're being exposed. And you see, Kojo will say, oh, it wasn't only the MPP, but you were in power for 8 solid years. Even if it was 4 years, we probably understand. 8 solid years, you should be able to transform an economy. Were they able to? Can we say they were able to? The reason why I think they weren't able to is because Ghanaians voted them out. Ghanaians were fed up of them. So I understand when they boycott your station. Because really, they don't have much to say. Now they are grasping. Look, inflation has gone down, hasn't it? Petrol prices are manageable, isn't it? The dollar is manageable. What President Mahama needs to do is to what? Decrease imports and replace it with exports. And how do you replace it with exports? By adding value to your raw materials. Hasn't he said it? He said cocoa, you should add value. Oil, we should add value. Everything should add value. And he's trying his possible best to make it happen. Did he not, what do you call it, this new factory in Takrady, the glass factory, has he not brought it in? Will we not say our limestone and all these things, we are going back to it? You see, it's a question of also being able to sustain these things. We've got to be able to sustain it. But it's all got to do with leadership. I know you ask me, what percentage will I give President Mahama within this 1 year? I'll give him 8 over 10 because of what I've seen. Okay. The one thing that I feel he's not done well in is galamsey. Is galamsey, because so far as I'm concerned, we have the army in the barracks. This is a war. We are fighting. The army, he should let the army go in full speed. Apart from that, those who are financing galamsey, not the MPP, not the NDC, have been able to track those people down. We need to be able to track them down to cut the source of funding for galamsey. Okay. And then to end it all, I still believe that we should put a moratorium on small-scale mining. Why? To restructure it better. To restructure it better. Because if we restructure it better, everybody will want to go into it because there's gold everywhere in Ghana. If we are not restructuring it and we are leaving it the way it is, then we are just what? Chasing our tails, going round in circles. It needs to be restructured, President Mahama. It needs to be restructured. If it's not restructured, we are wasting money. NIMOS will do whatever they want to do. People will still do it. Ban it for a moratorium, restructure it, and let's have a good business in our gold industry. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I want to appeal to the spare parts dealers. Just as how their counterparts, the vehicle, those who sell the vehicles, have reduced prices. I want to appeal this morning to the Abosu Okai spare parts dealers. Don't be seen as anti-Ghana. Prices must come down because your dollar, which is used to import the parts, have come down. COVID levies have been removed. They've also come down. For God's sake, when Nana Akufo-Addo won, and without even putting in place one policy, you solidarize with him and reduce prices. In this one, we're not saying that solidarize with the government, but respond to the conditions. And I think that when you do that, we all will be better off. Emulate your counterparts who sell the cars. And that's the message I have for them in the morning.
Mr. Poku, you spoke first. Any reaction to some of the matters that your colleagues around the table have raised?
Yes, because you see, right now, there's something called arrogance of power. When you're in power, everything anybody says is seen as an opposition cry. Right now, when anybody talks about anything, a person is MPP. The NDC wants us to believe that there is no cocoa farmer who is upset that 1,032 cities has been taken.
On the flip side, those who are saying good things, you say they are NDC as well.
No, but I'm not saying that. I was joking about it. My brother took it personal. For me, I thought that if you are, it's okay. But I'm saying that if you are in opposition and there's going to be a state of the nation, and we are supposed to look at the government who has been in power for 1 year. Let's look at what they or the government has done for us to talk about. Everybody wants to make it look like an indictment on the NDC, as if today the SONA is about what NPP did in the last 8 years. That's what we've made this thing into. Everybody wants to talk about what NDC, the MPP did or did not do in the last 8 years. Meanwhile, why we are here is to look at the government that has been in place for 1 year, and let's talk about what they have done. But no, nobody's talking about that.
We have spoken about that. We have spoken about what the government has done.
That's fine.
Don't skew the argument.
That's fine. But you see, that's fine. I'm not listening. But you see, when the youth complain about jobs, they're MPP. Now, cocoa farmers, I'm going back to the cocoa issue. You see, everybody wants to make it look like they can be more Catholic than the Pope. You can't. The fact that we sit here and read report or publication by Car Dealers Association does not make the cost of a car any cheaper. We cannot tell what is blue is black to Ghanaians. Look, those that go to buy cars, watching us, know whether cars are cheaper or expensive. So I'm not even going to belittle that conversation. Look, those who are buying electricity knows that the electricity bill is high. You can't tell them otherwise. The issue that we need to discuss.
Now who caused some?
My brother.
Now who caused the hike?
You talked about IMF.
Now who caused some?
You talked about IMF. You coming to meet IMF conditionality. So my brother wants to tell me that if it wasn't for IMF, right, and there is a condition that needs review of tariffs upwards, if it wasn't for IMF, they wouldn't do it. That's what he's saying. He's saying that they inherited IMF conditionality, which now makes them increases electricity. Let's assume that is true. What you are now implying is that if it wasn't for IMF, you would now make the debt in the energy sector accumulate, because when there is a need to increase prices, you will not increase it because of politics. You said it, I did not.
Why is this convoluted?
He said it. Wasn't that his first statement? Hold on. His first statement, and he can correct me, is that prices of electricity are high because MPP went to IMF and these rises as a result of IMF conditionality. That's what he said.
But hold on.
It's false. It's not true. It's not true.
Yes, but I mean, he made that point. But the extrapolation that automatically, or that you can logically assume that to mean that if not for the IMF conditions, it will mean that they would let the debts accumulate.
But it's not true. Listen, PULC's mandate is to review quarterly our tariffs. And then every 3-4 years, there's a major review. In the last 1 year, PULC have adjusted tariffs every quarter, and they've adjusted it upwards. There is 20.7 increase in the quarterly adjustment, and about 10 point something adjustment in the one that we did end of year. What I am saying is that if anybody, and I've heard this argument on multiple stations, that is because we went to IMF, the MPP went to IMF, that's why.
In fact, to be fair to the facts, the IMF does not say an upward adjustment. It uses the word quarterly adjment.
But that did not come about because of IMF. That is something PLC does anyway.
Let me just land. We'll have the time to engage on all the issues. The IMF documents here, which I have in front of me here, the identified priorities for IMF capacity development activities. It just makes the point that reviewing the PRC methodology. So yes, it's what PRC does, but they are saying that they are reviewing that for quarterly adjustment of electricity tariffs to reduce discretion and ensure that observed macroeconomic developments are fully and timely reflected in the tariff adjustment. So that is what we've been trying to, that's what we're supposed to do. I've heard people say that it automatically means upward. It doesn't say upward or downwards. It just says that it should be reviewed to reflect how the macroeconomic developments are playing out. You can go ahead and learn from
So now, have you seen the report that says that Ghanaians were made to pay 1.5 billion Ghana cedis more last year than they were supposed to? You've seen that report. Okay. Was that also because of IMF? You see, let's stop this. The PLC's work is PLC's work. I take that energy sector, civil society work very serious. So is my brother, Mr. Jantwa. Let's not sit on any platform. A lot of people are trying to say that electricity prices are high today because of MPP took Ghana to IMF. It's not true. And electricity prices would have been high regardless of IMF or not, because a prudent government that wants to reduce the energy sector indebtedness will now pass on the full cost. What has happened in the past, which has caused energy sector indebtedness, is when they are supposed to do a review and you're supposed to adjust it by a certain percentage, then the government will say that, oh no, don't, because Ghanaians are suffering, then the indebtedness is there. But government doesn't have money to also subsidize the sector. So for me, my reaction to what they've said is that it's simple. I cannot sit here and tell Ghanaians that blue is black or red is pink. Ghanaians know better.
Okay. AB, you wanted to have some reaction to what the point Mr. Poku was making?
No, he was making some convoluted arguments, and I think he has been corrected.
Okay. Any reaction?
Yeah, I think, you see, let's say things as they are. Nana Akufo-Addo himself, remember 2024, after he had sat down aloof for his own cousin Bawumia and the governor destroyed this economy.
Hold on. Bawumia is Nanado's cousin now.
Oh, his own cousin.
He said his own cousin.
Oh, I said his own cousin, his own cousin, Baumia and governor.
His cousin.
Oh, no, Mr. Poku, hold on.
Is Baumia and Akufo's cousin now? Correct him. He's convoluted. My brother used the word convoluted. He just made a convoluted statement. Is Baumia now the Nado's cousin?
Is he?
Correct yourself, please.
I mean, this is simple.
No, correct yourself.
This is simple grammar.
Please
right?
correct. No, it's not. Correct yourself.
So let me repeat it. I said Nado, after he had sat down aloof for his own cousin, Bawumia, and the governor destroyed the economy, he admitted that he has failed. You remember?
He said that.
He said the next government will come and fix the problem. Yeah. So the Nado himself knew he had messed up because he slept on a job for his cousin Kenofrata, who has now run away. Dr. Bawumia and the governor destroyed the economy. So if you say we've made some gains, some strides, it is worth saying. Because we have come from a place of, if you like, bleak management or mismanagement of the economy to a place of economic stability in respect of the macroeconomic environment. And even look at what is even happening in the agriculture sector. My own worry is that as a nation, we need to look at how we can position the whole country to be competitive. Whether we like it or not, we are in a very competitive global environment. How do we position the country to be competitive in terms of investment, in terms of tourism, even in terms of human, how do you call it? I wrote a point here. Human resource development. I mean, that is how we should be looking at things moving forward as a nation. How do we position this country to the extent that if anyone wants to invest in Africa, the person will choose Ghana over Kenya? If anyone wants to visit Africa as a tourist, he will choose Ghana over Kenya or Uganda or any other country. If anyone wants to recruit people from Africa, the person will come to Ghana instead of any other African country. That should be the way forward. How we can position our country, Ghana, to be more competitive, the private sector to be more competitive. And as I've always said, the major issue we need to address in this economy, and even at the risk of sounding repetitive, is the issue of cost of production and cost of doing business. If you're able to significantly reduce cost of production and cost of doing business, I believe we'll be able to attract more investment, and even our private sector will be competitive to be able to compete with other African countries and even beyond Africa. And that will be good for this economy. But as I said, let me say this, cocoa farmers, they understand, you see, cocoa farmers, they understand the politics of and economics of cocoa more than even the politicians. So they understand everything. They are not, you see, people think, now these days, we have professors who are cocoa farmers. We have doctors who are cocoa farmers. So they understand the nitty-gritty, the nuances of the sector. So it's not as if someone will just come and say that prices are, you promise to pay a certain amount of money when you're in opposition. Now pay it. When the reality is that that cannot be paid. And if that is paid, it's going to be a problem for the country. And what are they saying? MPP, I said, I've heard three of them speak on this issue. I mean, Anta, his solution is that, one, you should allow the city to depreciate so that we can earn more from export. He says we should go and borrow money to bail them out. Remember, when they needed only 3 billion to bail banks out, they didn't do that. They spent 25 billion to collapse the banks. Now they are talking about bailout. I've heard this guy, this man who was a spokesperson for Cocoa Board and the MPP, Fifi Boafu. He says that producing 50% of our cocoa locally is not going to solve our problem. Look at that. And I've also heard Kojo Oponkroma. He also repeat. I think Kojo Poku in Safwa got his haircut idea from Kojo Oponkroma, two Kojos. Kojo Oponkroma has also said that this is haircut. Kojo, I'm telling you, go and read what is haircut, and you see that government has not given cocoa farmers haircut at all. It is price reduction, it's never haircut.
Akabele.
Yes, you can go ahead.
One last thing. If Tor was converted into tank farms, would we have a Tor today? Isn't Tor making profits today? Kojo, answer me, yes or no?
No, they are not.
They are not.
No, they are not. Tor is not making any profit. You don't have a Tor conversation. Okay. We can have a Tor conversation.
Okay.
It's not making any profit.
Your party wanted to change that place into a tank farm for a foreign company. Wanted to change the tank farm. At least, if for nothing at all.
There is no.
They are not reeling. They are not reeling.
That is not an MPP policy.
No,
yes, but it's not.
He was a minister in your government.
Never a government policy, please.
Forget government policy.
Government policy.
He was minister of energy.
Yes, but it was the government policy.
He was the minister of energy.
It was not
and
that is what he
told. That is what he told the people of Ghana.
Please, let's stop this thing.
Please told the people of Ghana.
It was cabinet decision. Where is the cabinet decision? Stop that.
You had all the chance and everything to turn this economy around. In 8 years, you couldn't. So don't come and tell us what you're telling us. If you had turned the economy around, you'll still be in government. But you weren't able to do it. So if somebody is trying his utmost to give some comfortability to Ghanaians, let's give him the push. Really, it will be at the end of President Mahama's 4 years, that is when we will see whether he's done extremely well, whether he's done well, whether he has forced all of us by not being able to stick to his promises. But as we sit today, walk the streets of Ghana today, Ghanaians will say, kakra kakra, eyeba.
Interesting there. It's still live here on New Day on TV3. This is our coverage of the second State of the Nation address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And Mr. Jantwa just ended his submission. Those of you earlier on, you were asking me questions. Where is Cookie? Where is Cookie? Following the comments made by Mr. Jantwa.
They don't know Cookie.
Just right across.
That's a beautiful Cookie.
And her shoes are nice. People say it's not nice. Her shoes are nice.
As my brother says, he's pregnant.
Thank you.
Cookie, interesting conversation around the table there. We did indicate that the first part we're going to do a bit of a summary of everything, get their scorecards. We're not going to do sector-specific ones. And you want to take us a bit back in time, Cookie?
Exactly. I want to take you back and remind you about what President Mahama said last year during the State of the Nation address about energy. Let's take a listen.
It's of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat. And unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I have been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the Free Zones Enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area.
Interesting moments in the studio this morning. Yes, gentlemen, please keep it down and quiet for us. We'll come back to you. But yes, we're still talking about the energy sector. And like we said early on, very rife in recent times is how people are complaining about the unexplained exhaustion of credits, electricity credits when you buy them. Yesterday, we had a lot of callers here on TV3 New Day explaining to us how much they used to buy in the past, or maybe like a year ago, and how much they are paying now. But we've been joined here also on Zoom by Joe Jackson. He's not new to the station at all, CEO of Dalex Finance and a financial analyst as well. Good morning, Joe Jackson.
Good morning. Good to hear from you this morning.
Good stuff. We hope that you are doing well. Today is a very critical day in the history of our dear country, Ghana. We are talking about the energy sector. Of course, we are talking about pockets as well. But to you, from where you sit personally, what is the state of Ghana's energy sector for you at the moment?
It's a mixed bag. First of all, we've had relative stability in the provision of energy for the last months, for more than the last few months. And that is good. But the cost is high. And the cost is very high and seems to be increasing. And the challenge is that we seem to be paying for the inefficiencies of the agencies, ECG, GridCo, and the like. That's awful. And these are tough times. And in the midst of all the macroeconomic improvements that we'll be talking about, the rates have come down for the CD, dollar, the inflation has come down, interest rates have come down. For the common man, he's saying, but I pay too much for electricity and I can't afford it. You go to industry and I say the cost of generating power for my factories are too high. So here we are. Things seem to have improved, but yet electricity is a particular pain point.
Right.
Energy is a particular pain point. And we sit in a place where we're saying, please come out and fix ECG. Come out and fix Gridco. Come out and make sure that let's reform. Let's renew. If there's any place we need that reset agenda to work, it's in these state-owned enterprises.
Mr. Jackson, now credibility is at stake here. A lot of people from the complaints, we can tell that are questioning the credibility of ECG and the credibility of government when it comes to the tariffs that we are paying at the moment. What do you want President Mahama to talk about, especially in the area of credibility regarding our energy crisis at the moment?
Well, first of all, I don't call it. I don't call it credibility. I give it a different term. It's inefficiency. We are unhappy because we are paying for their inefficiencies. We are unhappy because we are paying for what we perceive as corruption in the past. I think the key word should be reform. And not just reform in terms of a slogan, but clear KPIs as to how we're going to reform these agencies and make them become far more productive, far more efficient. So that even if I'm paying, I know that I'm not paying for somebody's corruption or somebody's inefficiency or somebody's sleepiness.
Right. Mr. Jackson, we'll be coming back to you with a lot more questions, as well as our panelists here in studio. But Joseph, if you remember sometime last year, some of these energy or power providers were threatening to shut down because we owed them so much that we couldn't pay at the time. Is this what this explainer is about?
Yes, I mean, we have these two slides just to put the energy conversation within context. And a lot of the times when we talk about the energy sector, what the ordinary man is able to relate to has to do with the prices, one. And secondly, or maybe firstly, actually, is whether the lights are on. So those are mostly the two yardsticks that we use to judge the state of the energy sector. But for those who monitor the sector closely, they always try to look at the financials because that gives us a sense of whether there is the possibility of us ending up in darkness or not. And the president told us last year that the energy sector debt stood at 70 billion cedis. Then he made reference to a financing shortfall of $2.2 billion. Then the threat that you alluded to of the power instability due to the fuel and IPP issues. So we're struggling to find money as a result of the financing shortfall to get the necessary fuel. Then again, the IPPs, we owe them. So all of this plays into the mix in the determination of the tariff adjustment. And early on during the discussion, I read what the IMF had said about what government was going to do with regards to the tariff. They said a quarterly review that the PRC always does, but it says it should not be too discretionary. It should reflect the macroeconomic developments. Those developments include our debt obligations. It includes the cost that we are using to generate the power and to deliver the power into our homes. And so this financial puts it within the perspective of what is accounting for some of the challenges that we are facing. The final one is the plan that the government announced. And we'll end on this note, then cross over and engage our guest on the other side as well. It talked about the enforcing the revenue systems, and this is very crucial. Earlier on, I was making a point about the cash waterfall mechanism, which is what we've been operating for some time now. Basically, a revenue sharing model. We classify our IPPs. They are level A, level B. Whatever revenue prepaid you buy, we also pay for their electricity tariffs. What happens is that whatever amounts that we generate in a month, there's a formula that we are supposed to distribute to ensure that all players get a certain
Get the
proportion of
due.
it. Now, the concern over the period was that the previous government, especially the last part of the last administration, there were challenges that were not going according to the cash waterfall mechanism. So far, the last two reports, and I'll share a bit of the recent reports, is that is being adhered to. The president did say that they're going to enforce the revenue systems.
Okay.
Again, they are going to increase gas use because increasingly the suggestion is being made that provides relatively cheaper in cost in terms of acquiring the fuel. And the final one has to do with the interest in renewable energy, which is another area that has been very difficult and very topical because renewable energy is very expensive. And people believe that if we focus on investing more in there, we could bring the prices down. And so that is it in terms of the energy sector challenge that we experienced. We have two energy analysts at the other side.
I see them.
You take us to Parliament and I'll cross over quickly.
Exactly. Kojo is right there. Kojo, you should be smiling because this one is for you. We are coming. This is your corner, so you have a lot to explain to us. But in the meantime, let's head back to Parliament. We have visuals of proceedings as we get ready to listen to the President on the state of the nation. All right, so we're seeing live visuals now in Parliament. Well, not too many people or not too many MPs at the moment, but we see them trickling in, and definitely trust TV3. All our men will be on ground. Christian Yale, Alfred Okanse, I'm sure Noble Crosby Annan will be bringing us proceedings as well. Please make sure that you're tuned in to TV3. We are the best for it, and you can trust us to bring you an extensive coverage on the state of the nation. But back to you, Joseph Akable, and the gentlemen in studio.
Thank you very much, Cookie. I'm quickly at the other side now. Let me bring in Mr. Jantua at this point in time. And Mr. Jantua, earlier on, Mr. Poku stayed a bit on the energy space and he talked about the cost of electricity as we are seeing now. And there's a question on my mind. A lot of the time when you talk to the players in the sector, the ECG, even the water company, they would always make the point that the tariffs as it stands are not reflective of the cost. In fact, every year they almost ask for 100%, 200% increase. And here we are talking about the adjustments that are taking place that are too high, yet it's not even reflective in their opinion of their cost. Would you say that things have improved in terms of the challenge that the energy sector faces and where we are now? Have things improved?
Things in terms of doomsday or what?
I mean,
things in terms of lack of water or abundant water? I believe we should pay realistic prices. It's been my stance all along.
At the current prices,
we should
are they
pay realistic prices that would cover our cost.
Okay.
Because in terms of revenue, we are not getting the kind of revenue the revenue we are used to generate electricity and produce water. We are not getting it. And I keep saying, you cannot blame government 100%. The people have a huge role to play where electricity is concerned, where water is concerned. One of the challenges that once upon a time wasn't too pressurized on water was Galamsey. Galamsey has created a huge challenge for us where water is concerned. And it's got to do with, two things. The people doing Galamsey and government being able to control it. Two odd poles. Who is supposed to move? And for me, it's up to government to make sure that Galamsey ends. Because water is life. And if we have to do what? Buy expensive chemicals to purify the water, definitely there will be a cost to it. Definitely. But so far as I'm concerned, the generation mix is such that sometimes it becomes very, very difficult to handle. Look, I said, and I've been saying it for years, we've got to get to a point where we can move certain parts of the generation mix into residential and move residential into business. And what do I mean? Go to countries around the world, Israel being one of those. Every building in Israel has a solar panel. Every building. If it's not for electricity, it's for hot water. And we should take the bull by the horns and tell construction companies and make it a policy that from this day on, can you imagine if year 2000, when all this solar thing was coming on board, we had the policy where we said every new house that is built should have a solar panel. Where would we be today? We would be able to move conventional power into industry.
What's the current inflation again?
Into industry, where people would have control of the electricity, where they will not be stealing and waste. But have we been able to do it? So in as much as we're looking at a generation mix that can help industry and help the people of Ghana, that mix is expensive. And we've got to be able to pay for it. And if you go to areas where people are stealing electricity and people in ECG themselves help in that stealing of electricity, how do you then talk about a tariff that is reasonable? Very, very difficult to do.
I mean, but to the ordinary Ghanaian, I mean, that would mean that they would have to pay a bit more. Even what they are paying now that you say is not realistic. There are complaints all over on social media everywhere that it's expensive. You heard Mr. Jackson also make the same point.
Cost of production. Just look at the cost. ECG should bring out their cost. What is our cost? Let the people see what the cost is. And let's see where the wastage is. And let's see where things that are untoward are being used with the revenue that they are getting. Let the people be part and parcel of it for them to understand. How many people go into a room, switch a light off, leaving the room and flick it off? How many people during the day switch lights on? I'll give you a typical example of street lights. The government is trying their utmost to put street lights on. What is happening? They are being stolen. Is that not cost? Is that not cost? Even if we say we are paying for street lights in our electricity bills, and government is trying to put lights on the streets, and people are stealing them, doesn't that make the cost exponential? So we as Ghanaians have a role to play. How many times would you find a car parked by an electricity pole in one of these ladder type trucks, and Ghanaians will go and ask, please, what are you doing here? Do you have a permit to do what you're doing? And most of those people who do that are stealing the lights, are stealing the solar equipment. I was with the deputy minister this week, and one thing he said to me was that we have put lights on stretches, on some parts of stretches of road. The day we put it on, 2 days later, they've stolen it. Is it not taxpayers' money? Is it not putting cost up? So we have a role to play as Ghanaians. Because if we do not play the right role, then cost will keep going up. But we have to pay realistic prices. That realistic prices now comes into the economy. How are we creating jobs for people to be able to earn a salary? How many times do people's salary go up every year? Because cost always goes up. And if cost always goes up, can the people afford the cost? These dynamics should be looked at for us to be able to say, okay, the realistic price is X. People can be able to afford it.
Okay. Let me come over to you, Mr. Poku, staying on the energy sector still. Outside of the tariff concern that you highlighted on, what would be the other issues that you look at if you are to assess the management of the energy sector, a sector that you are very, very familiar with?
Well, looking at the numbers, I think Ghanaians should expect a reduction in the first quarter review. There will be a reduction. I'll pick it with everybody at PURC if there isn't a reduction, because the rates that were used in the fourth quarter, right, as we have seen that it has caused an over collection of 1.5 billion. Now, inflation is at 3.8, right? When the last quarter review was done, inflation used was 12, okay? They used 12% as inflation in the last quarter, fourth quarter review by PURC. They used inflation to be 12.43%. Now inflation is 3.8. Dollar to the cedi is now 10.4. The last review, fourth quarter review of PURC, they used 12.37, okay? So those are the two major indicators when you are looking at quarterly review. And if the price of gas stays the same, which I don't see how, maybe, I don't know what the Ministry of Energy is doing in terms of negotiation. If those two factors are key, dollar to the cedi and inflation. So if inflation has come down from 12% to 3.8, and the dollar is 12 and it's now 10, I guarantee Ghanaians that the next first quarter review of 2026, we should see a reduction in the cost of electricity. But that said, what are the other challenges that we have? We have a situation where there's a lot of localized problems now. Transformers is the big issue now. You know, when the NDC came in and talked a lot about the procurement practices of ECG, and they're trying to curb it, stopping them from procuring certain things, what it has now affected is that ECG warehouse doesn't have transformers. And I hear there is over 200 requests, 200 transformers requests across the country, right? And people have to wait because these are not things that you can just go and pick off the shelf locally. You have to import them. So there is that localized problems across the country where individuals, localities are having challenges because of transformers. And that will linger for a bit now because of the unavailable. Look, we are experiencing a certain growth in this country. And that is why I get worried. That's why I said that when the NDC now come in and say they inherited the West economy, I said, look, all those things are just propaganda. The country is growing. The country has grown to the point where a lot of areas, the transformers are full. You heard there's a statement attributed to the PRO for ECG that people have bought a lot of gadgets, and because of that, that is why, yes, the country is growing. But because the NDC wants to do propaganda and says that, oh, the West economy, how can a country that has grown from 3.2 to 5.8, 6.1 be a bad economy that you inherited? So look, projection, like my brother Mr. Jackson said, there's been a relative stability in terms of the power outages. Yes, light goes off here and there, but in most, my investigation shows that mostly is localized problem and is to do with transformers. People's transformers overloading. So it's tripping and it's giving low voltage. So that is something that in this year is going to be a big challenge across the country, overloading transformers, because people are now growing, right? The other side of the conversation is the other auxiliary agencies within the sector. BOST, MPA, TOR, my brother talked about. Some of us are noticing some worrying trends in some of these institutions, but as a civil society space, we will now point it out as and when time comes around. But overall, I mean, that's the only space that I'll give it 8. If you look at the energy sector, I'll give it 8, yes. Because for me, overall, there's that stability. The increment when it has to be done has been done. Though they want to say that, oh, it was MPP that took it to IMF, which is not true, right? But, and one of the things I keep saying on platforms is that there's a minister who listens. John Jinapor listens. I mean, he's the man that I will text with something, and he'll reply and say, could you then, let's delve deep into it and see if it works. Not all ministers are like that. So what you see in the sector is as a result of a certain minister who's probably doing better than others, right? So that, I always give him that credit. But overall, what Ghanaians are suffering from is that expensive electricity that I hope that in the first quarter, they will get a reduction in the, what do you call it? A reduction in some relief, because it's overbearing. So we hope to get some relief in the first quarter review.
They say if you ask the expert an expert question, you get an expert answer. Let me cross over to Joe Jackson now. Joe Jackson is still with us, CEO of the Lex Finance, a financial and economic analyst. Okay, we'll try and reconnect to him and narrow in a bit.
But you remember in the early days of this administration, there was this issue of this energy matters. I remember
what you said, yes.
I said that Jinapor,
you said it's a steady
Abraham Alba said it. He will fix it. But you see, I disagree with Janto who says that we should go for realistic prices. In a country, we have the rich and the poor. Nobody is poor by choice. Nobody sees riches and go and line up behind poverty. But the state, and now I'm talking about good governance now, the state has a responsibility to protect the vulnerable in society. That is why we cannot pass on everything. Every state, in the well-developed state, this principle is there. The whole world all over. So socio-economic well-being of the people must also be protected. So those who are talking about pushing everything to the customer, it will never happen. It won't happen. And so that's why some institutions, they are not making profit, but they still exist because their role is to provide social protection for the citizenry. So,
but Abi, we should
we
try as much
cannot
as possible.
we can't transfer to everybody like that. No.
Wait.
So in energy, you don't want to transfer.
We can't transfer. We can't transfer. We can't transfer.
Cocoa, you want to transfer.
We can't transfer.
Wait,
For the cocoa farmer, you transfer.
Gradually, we should be able to move people out of that poverty gap. To make them it possible.
I just told you.
For us to be able to look at the cost of electricity.
We agree, but I'm telling you, and I just told you, circumstances make people poor.
Are we not stealing?
Nobody. No. But
are we not stealing?
When I give you an answer, then you jump there.
Isn't it part of
let me. Stealing is about police matters. I'm saying that.
Police matters.
Nobody.
I thought.
Tell me that this my statement is wrong. Then I'll stop. I'll get up and go.
I thought
that nobody is voluntarily poor. Circumstances makes that person poor.
Yes.
And so the circumstances, no matter how a country becomes rich, there are still pockets of people who are poor. So let's also rope them in. Governing a state is not to disintegrate, bring everybody on board. And so some of these socio-economic interventions are meant to ensure that even the vulnerable is taken care of.
But in that case, the government who is responsible has to now cushion and, in the word, subsidize. Because the sector has to be able, like Mr. John is saying, the sector has to do full cost recovery. Because you are getting the private sector to generate electricity. Yes, I agree with my brother. Some people need to be cushioned because that's why we have the lifeline tariff and all those things. But the government should be able to do what? Find money to now make up for the shortfall. Because if not, then that's you have the energy sector indebtedness. It's going to exist and it's going to continue.
So the problem with you is that you are conflicted. You say you are civil society and you are speaking for another government. That is your problem.
I thought Mr. Jackson is back on the line. I'll come back to you. Mr. Jackson is back on the line, and Mr. Jackson, I want us to zoom in and focus a bit more specifically on the economy this time around. And if we look at the numbers, so far, and the context within which we are having the conversation is to assess the president, whether there is evidence of progress. When he wrapped up his address last year, he said that when he speaks again on the platform of the State of the Nation address, we'll see evidence of progress. There are those who look at the numbers and they say that if you pick something like the exchange rates, if you go back as far back as March, just when he had finished speaking, we're doing around 15.7. We've come down all the way. We are in the region of the 10.5, some 10.7, around that region in terms of the dollar and the cedi. If you pick inflation, especially December 2024, 23.8%, we are currently doing around 3.5% as well. If you look at the total debt stock as a percentage of GDP, what the economists would say the debt to GDP ratio, we're doing around 54.3%. It has come all the way down to 45.5%. I mean, there was a bit of a decline if you pick September to October and compare to November of 2025. But the numbers generally, people will say it looks good. But in terms of over the period also, we are increasingly seeing people complain that it is not reflective in their lives. The first question will be, are the numbers a reflection of the progress that is being made, if we are to say progress is being made?
Listen, first of all, I want to say hello to all my friends and colleagues who are on your panel.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, the economy has gone. Yes, Efo, good to hear from you. The economy has gone through stabilization. Nobody can doubt the improvements that we've seen in the macro numbers. That is so abundantly clear that we can take that and say that statistics show it, and you can't debate that. But the true question now is this: can this stabilization be translated into shared prosperity? In truth, that is what Ghanaians will be looking out for and should be listening for today. Tell me all the good news, but also show me in practical ways how this good news I will be able to feel it and share in it. You see, from the perspective of the private sector and the ordinary Ghanaian, three things matter: credibility, productivity, and clarity. And listen, this fiscal discipline that we've seen, the restraint we've seen, the benefits that we've had. I want to say something. The gains in macro stability, they are fragile. And fiscal discipline should not be cyclical. It must be made institutional. And we must avoid this binge bust syndrome. You see, I'm not asking for more austerity. I'm asking for more predictability. Some of the things should be clear. We don't want any new surprise taxes. Let us be clear, absolutely clear, where our medium-term debt strategy is going. And protect capital expenditure so that it can unlock the productivity. And as for the SOEs, please reform them. We've got to remember, macroeconomic stability is not the destination. It is only the foundation, and prosperity must be built on it. Listen, Ghanaians don't live on GDP numbers. They live in prices, wages, opportunity. So those are some of the things that worry us. And listen, at this moment, capital is still expensive. And growth will be timid. But we must face those issues. Those are some of the things we want to listen to. How am I going to share in it? And as for cost of living, logistics, storage, energy, irrigation, until food prices stabilize structurally, macroeconomic theory will just be theory. And I could go on and on and on. But that's the whole point. For us, how do I share in prosperity? That's what we'll be listening for today.
Another issue that we've talked about in the last couple of months, we understand that there will be a request for an extension of the IMF program by some 6 months, as against exiting it within a timeline that was agreed upon. Do you still think that we should opt for that extension?
To the extent that that big stick keeps us disciplined, I'll say, yay, let's extend by 6 months. Let's keep that big stick till. Listen, the big stick means that restraint is not just motivation, but there is some serious punishment if we are not restrained, if we don't keep fiscal responsibility. Given our past history of not being able to keep that restraint as soon as the IMF exits, given that we need to strengthen and fix into our expenditure patterns a direct correlation with revenue, I'll say 6 months is not bad. 6 months, good. Let's stick with it for another 6 months. You see, one of the things we need to do, reassure the markets. One of the things we need to do, get the government back into borrowing through bonds and not through T-bills. And if all those things are going to happen, a 6-month extension will just have a calming effect on the market because everybody is scared. What happens when we exit? Let's calm it. Let's show that the restraint is not just because there's a big stick, but it is because we truly believe in it. And then let's move forward. So I'm all for the extension.
Okay. Let me come back to the studio and I'll return to you, Mr. Jackson. And about the same thing, the last question that I was asking him about the extension. I mean, everyone generally believes that because they are around, we are within our means. But we can't keep on extending it forever. At some point, they would have to go.
Yeah, you see, if the extension will give us time, some space to prepare ourselves towards the exit, then that will be okay for us. But if you take the extension and you don't do anything, we just business as usual, then it's not going to inure to our advantage in any way. You see, IMF conditionality can only help you to stabilize your economy. But as to how you're going to expand your economy, to increase production, to increase job creation, and all the things that will come with it, will depend on what you do. So it is important, even as we are asking for, or we are contemplating as to whether we should go for extension, we should prepare ourselves in the next 6 months. How are we going to position this economy in such a way that the private sector, which will be the driver of the economy, will be able to, breathe well. Mr. Jackson spoke about the issue of cost of capital. Even though, if you look at this year, if you look at 1 year that this government has been in power, we've had a significant reduction in the cost of capital. I mean, if you look at the fact that it used to be between 35 to 40%, and now it is moving around 22 to 18%. I think it is good, but it still doesn't make us competitive. Because if you look at what is happening in our neighboring countries, and even China and other parts of the world, we are still not competitive in terms of the cost of capital. So I believe that the 6 months that you're going to have, if you're going to still be there for the sake of being forced to be disciplined, we can use the 6 months also to be able to prepare and position ourselves. And this country can only be moved forward by the private sector. And so every decision that we take, whether it is energy decision, whether it is capital decision, whatever tax decision, we should take the decision in a way that would benefit or give a certain leverage to the private sector to be able to expand and grow. It's only when the private sector grows that you can employ people. As for the public sector, it is choked. It's only until somebody dies or somebody goes on retirement, there's no way someone is going to get a job to do. So let's prepare ourselves very well in positioning the private sector to be competitive out there. I mean, we're going to have Africa Continental. In fact, we have Africa Continental Free Trade Area. If it comes on board fully, we need to be competitive even within Africa to be able to get the market share. Other than that, I'm telling you, we will still be struggling. And I agree with Mr. Jackson that stability, the macroeconomic stability, is just it's a precursor. I mean, it's a foundation on which we need to build this economy's growth and all other things. But let's keep our foot on the stability pedal. Let's not remove our foot on the macroeconomic stability pedal while we try to accelerate reasonably and carefully to ensure that we don't throw the stability also in a state of you keep the stability while you try to also grow. So yes, if the IMF will help us to keep the stability, let's go for the 6 months. But then let's see what we can do ourselves. That is why, if you look at our GDP, for example, we have proposed 10 industrial, possibilities, things that we can do to expand this economy. And I know, if you look at, as I said, that's why I'm saying we are responsible opposition. If you look at the 24-hour economy, I said it last week. If you put side by side the GDP, you can see that the government gleaned something from it in the preparation of the document, the 24-hour document. And it's good for the economy. It's good for the country that we share ideas to move this country forward. That is why I expect that MPP will also be sharing ideas, not only
brother, carry your own burden. Stop this MPP business.
Not be only opposing for opposing sake. So that's the point I'm making. That we are doing our part. No, we are doing our part.
What party is it anyway? Which party is that?
United Party.
Which one is that?
Yeah, the UP Plus, the responsible opposition party. That is the party I belong.
Yes, Avi.
I see that when it comes to matters bordering on economics and energy, you are hesitant to call me to talk.
No,
but
I'm always going to come to you. I was always going to come to you.
I may not be that technical, but I am streetwise. Look, IMF, if IMF goes, are we going to go back to our former selves by engaging in free expenditure and all those things? I say no. I say no because after forcing himself, those of us who have encountered him, himself is like an IMF. He's very, very critical when it comes to public expenditure. And he will tell you in open meetings that if you finish spending this money and this project is not completed, I'm not going to give you money again.
Okay.
He does that a lot.
Okay.
So it depends on who is for the time being heading that sector of the economy.
Okay. Just hold on for me. I'll come back to you shortly. We have to cross over to Parliament, and Nashoko is on the other side. Hello.
All right.
So let's cross over to Parliament now. Nashoko will join us shortly as well. Christian Yale is in Parliament for us. Chris, what is happening now?
So I just arrived. This is where the president will be received. But the Honorable Michael Ochibefi is with me right now. Briefly, let me first ask you, government has been in office for the past 1 year. What has been your own impression of how far they've come?
I think they have done their best so far, so good. It's not bad. Just that they can do better. So we are trusting God that they will be able to do better than what they have done. We're expecting a lot, but they give a lot of hope to Ghana and Ghanaians. So we are expecting that they will be able to do their best to shape the economy and make sure that Ghana come back on track.
In fact, there have been a number of concerns, security concerns, agriculture concerns with the cocoa sector crisis and all of that. How do you expect the president to outline measures or strategies to deal with some of these issues?
The first point that I want him to look at critically is not even the security, but the 24-hour economy policy. This is a policy that the government advertised during the campaign. It's the flagship policy of government. And so we're expecting that when they assume office, they were going to work on the 24-hour economy to get it done properly. Now, they are only dressing the window. What is important is that they have to operationalize the action. But they are dressing the window. They are still looking at setting up a secretariat, recruiting people to start the work. That is not what we're expecting. The formula they gave was 133, immediately we come. So we expect the president to still show commitment to that policy. Then also with regards to agriculture, especially with cocoa, which is a very important crop for Ghana. This gives us a lot of money. And I guess we all know that the cocoa farmers are not happy in this country. Cocoa used to be sold per bag at 3,600. Now, the president who promised them to increase the cocoa price from 3,100 to 6,500 has now even reduced the price.
But they'll tell you that they are paying about 90% of the FOB price to the farmer.
That is absolutely not necessary as far as we're concerned. We don't care. We don't care about it. You knew all these implications and you promised. So as far as the promise has been made, we're expecting that they will work out and come out. Well, that's what we're expecting. You told them that you do this for them. So you have come back to power. We don't care about whether you are paying the FOB price a percentage. No, that's not necessary. As far as we are concerned, we want government to pay them either 3,600 or increase it to 6,500. That's what we're expecting. Right. We don't care about how they will go about. No, that's not necessary. Okay. What is necessary is they should pay them. And the last one, they should also look at the security situation. ECOWAS is one of the key ECOWAS protocol is the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, ETLS, that protects ECOWAS members who want to trade amongst themselves. So Ghana should not be an exception that you trade and your nationals will be killed, just like that. At least the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should engage its partners there to be able to sort this out, so that we will be able to have peace, proper peace in this country.
Thank you so much. That is the Honorable Michael Ochrebefi speaking to us. He has his own issues, and I'm sure that after the president is done delivering that address, we'll get to look at how he responds to some of these concerns. I have with me the Honorable Joseph Kwame Kuma Kintampo North. You are from the majority side. You heard your colleagues speak about all the things that they are expecting. But before I even come to you, I could see that some members from the diplomatic corps, these are people coming from the British High Commission or the British Council. Yes, and there's a commissioner who is just arriving with one of the aides there as well, Duke, whom I know. And so it just tells you that the guests, the dignitaries, continue to arrive in their numbers and in their own fashion. But Joseph, you heard your colleague talk about some of the things they expect and what does not matter to them. How would you react to some of the things he said, Evie?
Let me take this opportunity to thank your audience and to say that talk is cheap, because talk is indeed cheap. Why am I saying so? It doesn't lie in the mouth of the MPP or the MPPs to sort of tell Ghanaians that what is happening is not good. Why am I saying so? This very economy, we know His Excellency John Mahama is aware that both assets and liabilities have been inherited. What did they leave in the coffers for the cocoa farmers? It is a syndicated loan that you took. And the beans, the cocoa beans that the nation was supposed to supply to the people, they couldn't. You couldn't meet the 1 million tons target. You only produced 500,000. This country bequeathed under John Mahama's first term 1 million tons of cocoa to Nanado.
So fast forward.
And so fast forward, if you reduce the production to 500,000 tons, it means we owe the syndicated loan. So you want, upon owing them, and government is trying to pay, they should go for another loan. Look, John Mahama is mindful. We will not be coerced in rushing for additional loans to let Ghana go into a ditch. That is the simple issue.
But what are your own expectations for the president? Or if I should ask you, what is the state of the nation to you in government? What have you been able to do? And what do you expect the president to say, the issues that he should touch on?
The issues the president should touch on is the continuity of the free senior high. It's about the continuity, the ability to continue with the free senior high system and to sponsor it as it deserves. And the president had given it a mandate by now committing it to Get Fund. And Get Fund is taking full control of free senior high. Same, the president should invest more in basic education, which was left to almost rot. And by combined action, the president has authorized that 20% of GACF common fund be allocated to the school infrastructure, and every constituency is getting 2 classroom unit block. It doesn't matter whether it's MPP stronghold or whatever. So that in 2 years, if it continues this way, government will be able to build 1,040 school infrastructure. That is the commitment we want.
Thank you.
Free senior high has been given a boost through Get Fund allocation. Because Get Fund is now fully in charge of free senior high. This is the sort of commitment Ghanaian want.
Sure, Joseph, I'll talk to you more after he's done. So thank you. But let me try to engage the Takrady MP, the Honourable Kwabena Ochredaku-Mensah. You are in opposition, minority. You've had your own concerns over the period, a number of issues that you've tabled over and over again. What commitment are you expecting the president to make today in that State of the Nation's address?
First, we want him to be truthful. and tell cocoa farmers that he's going to reverse the cocoa price reduction because he promised 6,000 of cocoa proceeds for farmers. So if that whole sector that have supported this country for the first time in the history of this country is reducing their prices, clearly that's a disservice, a very big disservice to our cocoa farmers. And you know, Western region, we plant a lot of cocoa. About 40% of Ghana's cocoa come from Western region. And that is very, very sad for us, and want him to reverse it in this State of the Nation address. Secondly, if you look at the cost of living, it keeps going up. One of the cost of living that cuts across the whole country is electricity. As we speak, we have been told that fuel prices have come down, and therefore we expect generating prices for electricity to come down. Unfortunately, they are up. So there's a disconnect, and we want him to correct it. We believe that these two key issues are issues that he has to critically look at.
But when you talk about the cocoa issues, they will tell you, for instance, that the farmer currently, as it stands, is getting about 90% of the FOB price. Also, with the raft of measures that they have announced, they believe that even if it disadvantages the farmers today, it is for the bigger picture ahead. Isn't that the way to go?
True. The prices we are getting today is through the mismanagement of the NDC government and Cocoa Board. It is not through the fault of the farmer or the price on the international market. All over the world, prices always goes up and come down. But the good management is able to stabilize the pricing when they are announced. So for them not to be able to achieve that price that the cocoa farmer was looking for clearly shows mismanagement, and they should be able to bring it back. In the olden days when prices fell on the international market, government used buffers to support the stabilization of their prices. So if government cannot do that today, it's clear incompetence, and President Mahama is expected to reverse those numbers. And for the 19%, if you mismanage it and you get a low price, any price you give the farmer, you can give it any percentage. Yes, so I believe that needs to be done.
Thank you so much. So that is the Takrady MP, Kobi Ochiridaku-Mensah, with his own view of how things should go. I have with me the MP for Jomoro, Evalue at Jomoro Jira. Noku, so first of all, what is the state of the nation to you? What do you make of your government's performance so far?
I think so far it's been good. We inherited a messy economy, and with the structures put in place, you can attest that sustainability, economic sustainability has been achieved. The city is performing. Cost of living has come down. The salary of the poor man, of the teacher, can afford more. So it's good so far. I'm happy with the structures going on, i.e. the energy structures. I mean, the government has come to understand that there is no way we can industrialize relying on fossil fuel. And that is why the government is coming about with the second phase of the Ghana gas power plants and solar energy and others. It's been good so far. So today's message, I believe, is one of continuity, the 24-hour economy, which is the hope of the youth. It's going to bring so much jobs, and also with the integration with regards to the minerals we have, because the government has come to understand that in order for us to benefit, we must add value to our minerals. The value will bring about jobs, because I always make the case that bauxite in its raw form is nothing, but when refined into aluminium, adds value. So I believe it's going to be of hope, and then also policies to ensure that the light keeps on. The cocoa wahala like this, I believe that we have to face fact, and that we must respond to the world market price, because it doesn't make sense to go and borrow money, then you come, you give it to the farmers, even when hedging doesn't work. So I think we've done good so far, and I believe today's message from the president will be one of assurance of reformation and sustained growth. So far, so good.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So that is a member of parliament for Evalue at Jomoro Jura, Noku, speaking to me. Very briefly, I am going to engage some more personalities to get their thoughts and what they do expect of the president. But I see Hassan Ayariga. Hassan, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. If I may, you may want to join me here. But what do you expect from the president today?
A lot. I mean, the honeymoon is over, and this is time for work. So I expect the president to tell us the last 1 year what he has done for the country in terms of jobs, in terms of the economy, and many others. So I expect the president to tell us the state of the nation depending on goods and services in the market. When the dollar is down, but the prices of goods and services are still high. What are we saying about that? Are we saying that, of course, yes, prices of goods are high, but yet the dollar is low, the cedi is low. So what are the link between these two things? Because people are struggling, even though the economy is looking good, but yet people are depressed.
But wouldn't you agree that these are everyday issues, and as it were, there's a government that has barely had a year in office, they need some time to stabilize the sectors as they want to do?
I know the economy was difficult when the president took over, but then 1 year is enough time to stabilize the economy. Because when you cut down expenditure, you cut down importation, and you begin to produce as a country, I'm good, I'm well, you will be able to do much. But if you continue to live in that kind of a country where we are always importing everything, then the economy will be in a difficult situation. Thank you.
Okay, so that is his own view. He is of the view that a year is enough for any government to be able to stabilize things. But as it were, there are more guests arriving. Just some few minutes of your time. Yes. What do you expect today as the president delivers the State of the Nation's address?
Well, I expect the president to tell Ghanaians the good news that his government brought to the good people of this country. The economic stabilization,
Yes. Okay, so he'd want to quickly touch his face because of the sweat, but as it were, many guests are arriving today to perform that role of partaking in the State of the Nation's address. So maybe you want to start afresh for me. What are your expectations?
Well, my expectation is very simple. The president will continue to deliver good news to the people of this country. The president will keep on fulfilling the promises that he gave to the good people of this country. The president will tell the story of a good economy. The president will tell the people how the city has stabilized. The president will tell the good people of this country how he is improving the infrastructure of the country, how roads are being constructed under the big push. The president will tell the good people of this country how services are extended to the farmers to the extent that today productivity has gone very high. People are rather complaining of glut in the market.
But your critics will say that all of these things you mentioned, productivity has gone high, economy doing well, have not translated yet into the day-to-day living of the ordinary Ghanaian.
I used to buy about 2,500 Ghana cedis fuel to fill my tank. Today, I spend just around 1,500 to fill my tank. If that has not translated into my pocket, then I don't understand. Because today, my car, which I used to buy about 2,500, today I buy about 1,500 and my tank is full. And so that translates into the pocket of the people. And I believe that if you go to the market women themselves will tell you about the reduction in prices of items as a result of the good management of the economy. So definitely, the people themselves will tell you how the economy is doing.
So for instance, your government promised cocoa farmers 6,000 cedis per bag, 70% increment. That has not happened. We've seen even a reduction from 3,625 to somewhere 2,000 thereabout. How would you justify some of this to your critics who think that you have not delivered much of the promises, especially the 24-hour economy?
Well, at the time we were promising that amount, the price of cocoa on the international market was around over 9,000 to 10,000 Ghana cedis. And the president promised the good people of this country that he will pay 70% FOB to the farmers. When the price was increased from 3,000 to 3,100, it was 70% of FOB. When there was price appreciation in October, cocoa price was increased by another 400 Ghana cedis per bag. So the president has kept faith with the good people of this country. What we don't have control over is the externalities. And so when the external price of cocoa goes down, there is no way that we will be able to, pay them. So what we are paying them, even at this time, at the time that we announced the new producer price at 2,580, it was 90% of FOB. Today, as I speak to you now, with the price coming, the national world market price coming to about 3,000 plus, we are almost paying the farmers 100% of FOB. So the promise to pay 6,000 was based on the price then, which was more than.
But some will say you promised without expecting this turnout.
Well, I say we don't have control over externalities. So as far as the world market price is concerned, when it tumbles, we cannot have control over it because we are not the only producers of cocoa. Nigeria produces, Cote d'Ivoire produces, Ecuador produces, several other countries around the world produce, Brazil and others. And so we are not the only producing country. So we cannot have monopoly over deciding what the international price of cocoa is.
Thank you so much. So that is Mr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo giving his own expectations and his thoughts over some of the issues that are bedeviling the country right now and what Ghanaians would expect the president to do, the commitments they expect the president to make in his State of the Nation's address. Now, the army, the police, and other security officers are gearing up to welcome the president. And so it is expected that any moment from now would have the president come in and then the State of the Nation address would gradually kickstart. But more and more members of parliament are arriving. I want to see if I can engage the former youth and sports minister, but he wouldn't want to talk right now. And so we'll still try to get more of the dignitaries who are arriving. But that is a cultural display right on there to usher in the guests. You also see that there's been a special barricade here. It presupposes that after the president has been welcomed and the salute, also inspected the parade, that is where he's going to walk together with guests to enter into the Chamber of Parliament to undertake that constitutional duty. And so very shortly, those ones would happen. But again, I would want to tell you, Blay and team, that the security protocol here for the State of the Nation address is one that is very, very tight because, as was announced yesterday by the majority leader, even members of parliament would have to be screened before they get access into the chamber. And now, media as well as other guests would have to get accreditation bearing their names before they are able to enter the chamber. And so that is the situation. Once a guest arrives, there is an usher to usher them inside the chamber. So that is it. And as it were, there are a number of restrictions all over. The usual place that you'd have the media report from, media have been asked not to be at those places. And so that is it. But as it were, the expectations are varied. When you talk to members of parliament, just as I've engaged a few a while ago, they all have different expectations based on which divide they are coming from and based on which ideology they believe in and based on what they are expecting of the government or the president over the last 1 year and going into the next 1 year. So that is it. But I'll try to get you one more interview quickly, and then we could probably wind down for now and transition into the chamber. And so that is what I'm trying to do right now, to get to just one more interview. I see the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice Dominic Ayini arriving. Maybe we can just pick few words from him. Just some few words from the Honorable Attorney General. Just some few words from him. So AG, today is a big day. You occupy such a crucial role as the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. First of all, what do you expect the President to say today?
specifically outline to the Ghanaian people, account to them for this. Lay out the good work that he has done, in respect of the economy, in terms of the provision of infrastructure, in terms of social services, of course, and then our record as a government, that has, performed creditably well for the last, 1 year.
But one issue, especially from your colleagues on the other side, has been the removal of the former Chief Justice, the appointment of a new one, which they say was unconstitutional, also because she had other pending cases in court. You should have waited for those to settle before. How would you react to them, and what kind of judicial reforms are we looking forward to?
Well, in terms of the removal of the Chief Justice, as you rightly pointed out, she was removed. She was removed in accordance with law under Article 146 of the Constitution. And we think that the process was constitutional. There was no interference by His Excellency the President, nor by his Attorney General. This was, a process that was complied with as far as the Constitution is concerned. And so I would not want to comment further on that, given the fact that there are, pending matters, in the domestic courts as well as the ECOWAS court. Yes.
Your government has received refugees this past year, but there's concerns about...
And so we are still getting more thought from the Attorney General, Minister for Justice.
The use of bail conditions to unnecessary...
So one issue about bail conditions, that it has been onerous.
I have said time without number that bail conditions are what they are. They are dependent on the circumstances of the arrest and the circumstances of the investigation, the criminal conduct that is involved, and so on. Okay, so when bail conditions are set, they are set in order to be commensurate with the level of the crime. So if you have situations where, billions of Ghana cedis have been stolen or allegedly pilfered by former public officials, all right, the bail conditions should be set in such a manner that when, they jump bail, okay, there will be a basis for general or for the law enforcement authorities to fall on this in the bail sum involved. It should be commensurate with the offense.
All right, so that is the Leonard Attorney General. I have with me the former General Secretary of the NPP, John Boadu. It's been a while. Talk to us. You have witnessed the NDC in administration over the last 1 year, and we are almost wearing the same color as well. What have you made of their performance so far? First off,
I think that so far, in terms of economic indicators, many of them, or most of them, are pointing to the right direction. Only that it is not connecting to productivity that will create employment for our people. You clearly will see that as a result of the strengthened CD, it is having effect on our local production for exports. That's why you are seeing the challenges with the cocoa sector, you are seeing the challenges with the cashew farmers, you are seeing challenges with maize farmers. There's a need to recalibrate what we want as a people. If it's about we want just import-led economy, obviously it will hurt employment, it will help job activity and all that. So that's how we are seeing now.
But one of the things many would say is that when you look at even the first year of NDC, they are seeming to do better. How would you react to such assertions based on all the indicators that you have seen for yourself?
If you recall, see, economic indicators are not just something that come out of the blue. If you recall, around 2022, when we had difficulties in especially our currency to the dollar, for instance, that led to a depreciation of the $7-8 to a dollar to around 16. When the gold for reserve was put in place as a program by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government, you realize that there was a sharp decline or strengthened CD from 17, almost 16 to around 13 point, or even it came to around 12. That is what is following, because you can see that they've also continued with that program. So it is not something that just came out of the blue. It is a continuation, because if you recall, we are still under the IMF program that the New Patriotic Party government is implementing. So that's exactly where we are.
But briefly, what are your expectations for today?
Well, I expect that to see more investment in the productive sector. We want to see more investment in industries that are affected by the strengthened cedi. That is causing a lot of joblessness in our economy. I think that is important we hear something positive from that.
John Boydu is a former General Secretary of the NDC. We now have the General Secretary of the NDC, John Boydu, former Secretary of NPP. Let's engage the current General Secretary of the NDC.
I think we are on the same wavelength. It's about making sure that we keep faith with the country. We made promises to the country regarding a reset agenda, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we remain true to that commitment. We promise that we're going to raise the bar. So as it is, when we work things, we try to let everybody appreciate that, yeah, these are the promises that we've made. And these are the promises the country is going to be holding us to. So we need to keep to that promise. So I think it's about the same. We have the same intentions. Sometimes the strategies may differ, but it's the same intentions we have.
Okay. Now, one of the issues has been that one of the things you promised was a 24-hour economy. They say, your critics, that you've not been able to implement it, and also it is overly ambitious.
First and foremost, about not having done it already, what is worth doing is worth doing well. So you have to make sure you go through the processes that will ensure that the foundations are in place before you can start implementing. And that has been happening. The 24-hour economy is an economic strategy. It's not just politics. If we wanted to just do like 1v1D as our friends were doing, without any, should I call it, deep thinking into it, or the 1D, 1F that they came and basically just went and took companies and put billboards there, we can easily do that for political convenience. But we want to do something that will be actually very enduring. And this largely has to do with putting in place the incentive system that will allow the private sector to come on board. So that's the strategy. So I can tell you, I'm monitoring very closely, and I can tell you that very soon the country will see something very beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that is the General Secretary of the governing National Democratic Congress. Let me try as much as possible to get the Chief of Staff to just say a few words. So Chief of Staff, what kind of commitment are we seeing your government making today going into the next year?
Well, bottom line is that you see the president has been delivering, and we are very optimistic that he's going to keep to his promise that he made to the nation. Just be rest assured.
We should be rest assured, but there are issues around you not being able to implement 24-hour economy as of yet. Your critics say you promised cocoa farmers 70% adjustment, yet you've not been able to do that. How do you respond to them?
You see, as a government, you don't rush into implementing policies. And if you follow the 24-hour program, we've taken it to Parliament, it's now become an authority, and they are going to roll out according to the plan of the president. Be rest assured.
You've reduced cocoa prices. How would you assure cocoa farmers that that is in their interest based on what you've done so far? All right, and so the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, he wouldn't want to say much for now, but let me still try to engage more members of Parliament. You are live on TV3 Ghana. In fact, let's come here because others are also joining in right now. But your colleagues promised a lot. They said a lot. 24-hour economy, increasing farm gate prices of cocoa and whatnot. How do you assess them so far?
You started by saying that they promised a lot. That is enough. The question is whether it's been implemented, whether the Ghanaian people are feeling it. It is without a doubt, we need to credit them for the relative stability of the Ghanaian cedi. The question is whether it is impacting the ordinary Ghanaian. The ordinary Ghanaian is saying that it is not impacting them. Last year, the president was here. He said that the unemployment rate was 2 million. 2 million Ghanaians were unemployed.
till date, the unemployment is increasing. The only people who are getting employed are few NDC members of the NDC who are being employed in some state-owned agencies. Our graduates continue to be unemployed, and there appears not to be any hope, because within the last year or so that the NDC government has been in place, there haven't been groundbreaking policies that will create the necessary jobs to absorb our teeming youth.
When we say that the issue of unemployment has been there for ages, your government attempted, yet we still have them numbers, a lot of backlogs across sectors, health, and all of them. So how would you react to that, and what government has intended to do?
Why the NDC promised Ghanaians a reset. A reset is not the same. A reset simply means that you want to change the status quo and make it better. The question is whether the system is better or has become more of the same. The answer is that it has become more of the same. It is more of the same of Galamsey. It is more of the same, right? And indeed worsened cost of electricity, cost of water, right? So things are not getting, it's not improving in a manner which Ghanaians expected. And so yes, there have been some improvements in the system, particularly the exchange rate, but the ordinary Ghanaian is not feeling it. It has not translated into jobs, it has not translated into the cheaper cost of living, and it has not translated into stability in other areas of the economy. The Galamsey's menace hasn't improved, right? The 24-hour economy has now become a statute which is yet to even function.
They brought a bill to establish the authority. Isn't it the beginning of it?
Did they tell you that they were going to establish an authority before the 24-hour economy kicks in? They told you that once they come into power, 1 job, 3 shifts. Is that what you heard? So reset has been redefined. The word reset in the dictionary has been redefined by the NDC government. It has become more of the same. So the situation has worsened.
All right, but so what are your expectations going into this SONA?
I expect the president to, whilst acknowledging the some of the good performances, also acknowledge that in many respects the promises they made to Ghanaians, they are yet to accomplish them, and to also tell us, for instance, what he's going to do going forward. We expect you see, when you are given such huge numbers, when Ghanaians give you over 180 parliamentary seats, it is a bold mandate to do groundbreaking things to transform the country. Are you seeing it? What are the policies? I'm not seeing them. No major policy implementation to reform the system. And so it is really more of the same from the past, right, rather than the reset. And so the reset has indeed been redefined.
All right, thank you. That is Nana Ajay Bafwe, Member of Parliament for Menchia South. Right now I see that the parade or the cadet group are marching on, but I have my colleagues here with me, Alfredo Kanse, I have Eric Mawenegbeta, Sixtus Don Unlo. They are all here to support this coverage. And so, like you see in your shot over there is the parade marching on. What it means is that any moment from now, the first gentleman of the land is going to arrive. President John Dramani Mahama would arrive to deliver the State of the Nation address to the Ghanaian people. A lot of expectations, security, health, jobs, and whatnot. Alfred, let me just pick your thought briefly. With all of these and all the interviews you've had, you've been here and listened to them. What are your own picks?
Well, Christian, and good morning to our viewers and listeners once again. Clearly, the economy is number one on the list for the many members of parliament we've been speaking to, and indeed the members of the general public as well that we've been talking to, who have thronged this particular venue, the Parliament of Ghana, where the president will be fulfilling his constitutional mandate of presenting the State of the Nation. And rightly so. It's all about the bread and butter issues. It's all about the economy. And the economy will be the topmost because it is what people wake up and think about. So, for instance, you hear people talk a lot about the cocoa situation because this is one that has been trending and being talked about at least over the last 1 month. So the president is expected to make a decisive statement on that because over time, you know, he's not spoken extensively on this cocoa situation. All he said is that he's a cocoa farmer, he understands the plight of the cocoa farmers and so on. But in terms of the reform that have been put in place and what is expected, it's one that we will be expecting the president to talk about as well. And the matters related to, for instance, inflation, you hear some of them say, well, it has not been reflective. It is for the president to let people understand the real meaning and impact of inflation on goods and services, and also, for instance, on the cost of credit, because the Bank of Ghana has been pursuing this inflation targeting. So inflation going down would influence, for instance, the cost of credit. That is the interest rates that the banks charge on credit. Private sector will be interested on that as well. You know, private sector and informal sector has been accused of not reducing the price of goods and services even though inflation has gone down. They have also been pointing to the tariffs that have gone up, electricity 28%, water 15%, and say that is what has also increased the cost of production for them. They would also be looking at how this state of nation will address those particular concerns. If you look as well at the Bank of Ghana, it has been quite clear that when it comes to this cost of the stability we're enjoying now, the governor of the central bank has been quite clear that this stability has come at a cost. And the Bank of Ghana is not going to bear that cost alone going forward, right? So what that means is that there has to be a change in policy. There has to be a change in policy going forward, and we would want to hear from the president exactly what the next phase of the economic recovery will be, because we've achieved stability now, but then again the president has also underscored the fact that stability is indeed not enough. We would have to build on this stability for that kind of trajectory that he wants to achieve, resetting the economy. So a lot would have to be heard going forward.
But Alfred, talking about a lot to be heard, one thing that we've seen government introduce even over this week has been the National Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Policy, one that the minority will tell you that, you know, they introduced under the actual administration, the domestic gold for reserve policy. That government expects would help to rake in much import cover. You understand these matters even more. How do you think, in the totality of it, would help to show up the strength of the economy?
Well, if you look at what the minister said, it's quite clear what the economic recovery we are seeing now, the stability in the city especially, has been as a result, the central focus has been on gold board. And it is what we are seeing now in terms of the impact and the influence that gold board has had on the economic recovery that we are seeing now. That gives the finance minister the confidence that indeed this objective of achieving 15 months import cover by 2028 is achievable. You remember that this objective is in phases. See, all things being equal, the finance minister saying by end of year, this financial year, we're going to see an 8 months import cover. Yes. That's for for this particular year, and then it'll be graduated into 2027 and then 2028. The confidence that the finance minister has in achieving this is directly hinged on the operations of gold board, and that's why at least we've seen for the year 2025 export revenue from gold exceeded over $20 billion. This is the first time we've had it in quite a while now. Now, that tells you that if gold prices remain high on the world market, all things being equal, this objective that the finance minister had, by extension government has, can be achieved. There are many who have projected that the price of gold will be stable on the world market. Others have their own concerns about the volatility of this pricing of especially the commodities that we don't have control over: gold, cocoa, and oil. 80% of our export revenue comes from these three commodities: gold, cocoa, and oil. We've seen oil bring in a little over $2.3 billion. Cocoa brought in a little about $3 billion thereabout. What that tells you is that with what is happening on the world market regarding the pricing of cocoa, especially, and how this is impacting on the local economy, it tells you clearly that there has to be a diversification of our export revenue in terms of our approach and then also the outlook. That is what we want to hear as well from the president going forward. For the people who are in the market, this has to make meaning to them. And that's why they're also looking at how this will trickle down to make sure that at least their cost of doing business would also reduce. Education is another place to look at. There's been a lot.
With all the issues of indiscipline and attacks we've seen over the last few weeks. Alfred, thank you. And just like I mentioned, we are here, the parade is set and ready. Very shortly, would have the president come and be received. The regular custom of taking the salute, and then the national anthem would go. Then you would have him walk up there into the chamber. Alfredo Kanse is here, Komla Kluche, as well as Eric Mawinegbeta. They are. We've seen the parade set, a beautiful one indeed, just like you see in your shot. You've been here for the past 1 hour or more. We've spoken to a number of dignitaries, had their views and what they expect going into the State of the Nation address. Take it over from here and let us understand really what it means, why the president would have to inspect the parade even before he climbs up there to get into the chamber.
Christian, thank you very much. That's my colleague Christian Yali, who's been here all throughout the morning up until now, and we're continuing for you. And quite a bevy of individuals in terms of expertise from us here at Media General, and you can hear the security as well backing orders, seeking to the best of their ability ensure a certain level of sanctity, awaiting the arrival of the president, the first gentleman of the land, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, who is expected to, with immediate effect, inspect this parade, will stand, and as well, the national anthem will blast loud. Then he will make his way into Parliament. Just any moment from now, really. The expectation as to that. Komla Kluche is presidential affairs correspondent as well. That's why I told you that we have it all in terms of expert delivery and coverage. This day, as the president delivers his second State of the Nation address, Sixto Stongulo as well with the legal perspective. But let's talk presidency and protocol with Kluche right now in terms of the order of procession from here on in before he makes his way into the chamber.
So, before the arrival of His Excellency, the President will be that of his vice, Professor Nana Jeno Pokwajiman. She will come and take the salute ahead of her boss's arrival. She will be ushered in as well. And then the President would be the last. As we speak now, no other vehicle is allowed to come in. The speaker is already in, we're told, the CJ as well, and all that. But that's, I mean, with the rest of the protocol, it has to be the vice and then the president, and he will take the salute, go around and then inspect the guard. This, I am told, is the guard of honor, which has been mounted by the Ghana Navy, and they have been on national duty even at the Jubilee House. You know, they do it for a period of time, and so it's them who are mounted. Absolutely, yes. So, I mean, beautiful ceremonial dress they are wearing, but I mean, like I was hearing Christian Yale say a while ago, it's the norm. He's the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and if he's coming to address the nation, he's addressing the nation one as the president and commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. All the forces look up to him, and so they give him all the protocols, they give him all the security there is that must be accorded him. It's the reason why, I mean, in instances like this, it's been in the past, or as long as it will be, that they have had the guard of honor being mounted, and he goes around to inspect it. It's also one of the because it's a ceremonial event. This is a ceremonial event, so it comes along with it. And so I think that there's no qualms at all with respect to the guard of honor being mounted.
Right then, Komla Kluche with the details then in terms of the protocol. Check if you're still having the mic is working. And helping us understand the itinerary in terms of the inspection of the guard of honor here at this particular point in time. And from there, then we will begin to make our way into the chamber. The House will undertake a few housekeeping rules in terms of order paper business and what have you. And then the floor will be readied for Mahama to as well deliver that all-important State of the Nation address, which for many is very important. You've been hearing lots of talk about expectations in relation to jobs, fight against galamsey, what have you. All of that and more is very important for the good people of this country in terms of soldiering forward as a nation. A lot of people who've been tuning in from across all of Media General platforms been sharing different perspectives in terms of expectation as well. In all of the reactions we've been picking through, jobs remain central, the fight against calamity remains central, matters of the economy, because if you follow the news keenly, you realize that this year as well, we exit the IMF program, and it will be contingent on the present administration to make necessary plans to ensure that the country and its economy stays afloat. Remember, the president has said this is the last time we'll be headed towards the IMF. A lot of people have met that with a lot of skepticism. There will take announcements today from the president, because a year ago when he was here, he made that emphatic statement that he will fix the economy, and from all intent and purposes and what the macroeconomic projections look like, a bit of a positive light, but they've continued to reiterate there's a need for continuous enforcement and guarding of everything that we've witnessed as well in terms of the expectation going forward. Komla, yes, you're in the presidency, so I'll come to you anyways as to what you've been picking from the corridors of power as to what the really may be that will be the president.
Well, I think one of the issues that the Ghanaians, especially people who followed keenly the campaign, supporters of the NDC alike, have been expecting that to do with the 24-hour economy. It was just about last week or so that the president signed the bill into law. Minority has had their own issues with the bill, but lately when the president speaks, he talks about a promise. He made a promise and then he delivers it, and so I would not be surprised him speaking largely on this, but many people would want to see what the direction is. I remember when he met the private about 4 days ago, he made the point forcefully that the necessary environment will have to be created, and he tasked the 24-hour economy secretariat led by Guzi Tano to create the environment for them. They need to now move from, trying to put the framework into order now strictly into action. Implementation is what exactly it is. Mind you, on the issue of the 24-hour economy, he promised that there will be special discounts on electricity. Yes, the incentives on electricity, and also there will be security. We need to know what it is as we speak. But largely, the president we have seen has focused a lot more on the economy. I mean, in the past 1 year. And so I will not be surprised if he spends almost about 60 to 70% of his time talking about the economy, because mind you, he said when the economy is good, it forms the basis of every other thing. We've seen the work that the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, and then the governor of the Bank of Ghana, as well as those who manage the economy, have been doing. Largely, I think the president would dwell a lot more on the economy. But, I mean, governance is beyond the economy. We need to hear from him as well, especially on the promises that he has made, the specific things he said he was going to deliver. Now is the second year. The second year is no longer about, trying to pull a blame game. Mind you, even in the first State of the Nation address, he did talk about where we came from as a country, what he inherited, and what the solutions are. Now people who begin to find out the solutions he proffered, how viable have they been? How has it been able to work to inure to the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian? And so that's what a lot of people would be looking out for. So I will not be surprised that he will speak a lot more on the economy. But the expectation also would be the issue of the cocoa farmers. I've seen the minority MPs where they are done in black. It tells you
what you can expect.
The cocoa farmers will come out forcefully, and they would register that forcefully.
And sirens are blaring from quite some distance. It will suggest that perhaps the Vice President is on her way. Will be the first to inspect this Guard of Honor, which has been made ready. We're live on TV3, live on 3FM 92.7 as well. Indications were picking that the Vice President will be here pretty shortly, and then we will get into Parliament. But it's an important point Komla Kluche makes as to the color code in terms of dressing by the minority MPs and the heckling and all summary part of parliamentary business. And the motorcades are here. The motorcades are here, and the police and the security officials are enforcing strictly security arrangement. But Her Excellency now Pokwa Jiman has just made her way to Parliament. Beautiful fountain and water view. As a Guard of Honor by the Navy, which is here.
Interesting conversation from Parliament there. Christian Yale, Alfredo Kanse, Komla Kluche bringing us the very latest by way of the pictures, the videos, seeing all the Guard of Honor, everything that is taking place. Right. Nasha is right here.
Yes, Nah, welcome this
lovely
morning.
To join you this morning. It's a big day for us.
It is.
As a country. And I was listening to you and Cookie earlier, as well as our panel live in studio, talking about some of the highlights from last year.
In fact, they've been talking about it while we were
yes.
Yes, and they're still arguing.
Yes, and the conversation still continued in studio. If you're just joining us, you're welcome. This is our live production, live feed of the coverage of the State of the Nation's address, which is happening today, this morning, on the floor of Parliament. It is a constitutional requirement. The President is mandated to address Parliament on behalf of the nation, to present to all of us the state of the nation, the state of affairs in terms of the economy, infrastructure, education, health, and so on. And the expectations of the President are countless. But particularly for the State of the Nation's address, we've had the opportunity to review some of the promises and statements which the President made exactly a year ago today when he addressed Parliament. And heavy among them has been the conversation about the energy sector. And it happens, interestingly, around the same time that Ghanaians have started putting out concerns and complaints about electricity. And how we're not sure if it's an increase in electricity tariffs or is a reduction in the what is the correct expression for electricity? The quantity also that we get when we buy.
Right.
But we're bringing you live a live feed from Parliament now, and we have already seen that some of the members of Parliament, ministers of state, have all arrived. We saw earlier some traditional drumming and dancing to welcome some of the members of Parliament. In your video now, we see, is that the Speaker of Parliament? So, yes. All right. Well,
no. So I see that a Guard of Honor has been mounted at the moment. So it means that probably in no time the President will be arriving. But you know, we're talking about the energy sector. I've been monitoring social media, and you know how it is for Ghanaians. It's always bread and butter.
Bread and butter matters.
And I've seen people asking a few questions, and I just want to run them by you also. So probably we talk about it before we cross over again. One of the questions that I saw is that are Ghanaians actually feeling the economic relief, or is this low inflation number only cosmetic. That was the first one that I saw. And this one is really important. And it's asking that what has happened to real wages, purchasing power, and household consumption in the last year? I don't know how much you were receiving last year when the State of the Nation address was given by the president. How much are you still earning right now? Has there been any increment? And this one pertains to the youth, and I think it's very important. The question is the economy growing fast enough to create jobs for young people?
Exactly.
And I think our concentration should shift a little bit to the young people, because if everybody's saying inflation is low now, 3.5 and all of that, is it creating the opportunity for young people to get jobs in the country? And I think it's one of the reasons or one of the points that I would want to hear from the president today. We form a majority of the population, and if we are not getting jobs right now, it's a problem.
Absolutely, and I think it's one area that we would expect the president's address to touch on, especially because at the time he took over, he said the economy was in crisis, and the expectation of many was that the first step would be to attempt to stabilize the economy. We know that the numbers are generally looking good. The experts, everyone, at least there's a convergence around those facts. Those facts are sacred. We can disagree with the interpretation of those facts and the impact and everything, but the numbers are obvious. I think the bigger part of the conversation from this State of the Nation address will be a clear roadmap towards ensuring that they translate in the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian. Because the point will be made, and the politicians would always tell you that they don't eat the numbers. Those numbers are relevant to ensure that our lives get better. So the roadmap would have to be announced by the president. And this will be an important scorecard. And I was making a point earlier on that the importance of this address is that the first time he spoke, he had just taken over a little over a month. So basically, he was giving us the scorecard of the previous presidents. This time around, 1 year on, we'll have to also see his own scorecard with regards to some of the yardsticks. And I'm sure the president's handlers, in putting together the speech, would obviously look at the issues that he addressed last year to try and compare it to the state of affairs currently, just to convince us that things have improved, because you cannot simply say that the nation is in crisis a year on, give the yardstick for your conclusion that they are in crisis, and now not tell us where things are. And so we can expect some update on some of the numbers that already the agencies have been putting out, the Statistical Service, the Bank of Ghana, through the summary of financial and economic data. They'll be putting all those numbers there. In the last couple of weeks, the unfortunate incident, the security situation now involving Burkina Faso as well, the Ghanaian traders. We would expect some updates over there. Unfortunately, the tomato trade is very significant to not just persons who are in the northern part of the country. We know that persons who trade the Bono areas, they also go all the way up. It, in fact, comes all the way to Ashanti region and comes down south as well. And some are already raising questions about why should we be even importing tomatoes in the first place? I mean, those are all questions that
we
would
talk
ask.
about our reliance on our neighbors for tomatoes, in Ghana, pepper farmers are also complaining about their peppers and their yields going bad because they are not able to store them. So they have high yields, they are not able to store them, and they don't have the proper road infrastructure to move the peppers from the farms to the marketplaces. But
I think it's a big problem with the farm produce. And last month I was in Somenya. I just got out of the hotel. I was just driving. I just saw mangoes.
All over.
Yeah, not even at the roadside, just in the house. A lot of them. And they were very, very cheap as well. Very cheap.
Always the
I mean, the price she mentioned, I didn't even bother. I got almost 20-something, the big ones, 20 for just about 100 cedis.
I'll tell you a similar story, a quickie, just a moment.
Yes.
So last weekend I was in Asochari and I happened to go to a mango farm.
Right.
And this farmer was literally saying, take it.
Yeah,
Yeah, so he gave me about 50. So Mr. Joseph from Asochari, I agreed to you this morning. He gave me about 50 mangoes. And what was the reason? They have high yield, but the means of transporting the mangoes to the markets is a problem.
Or even processing them into juices
or
and all
even
of that.
storing them is a problem. So he was literally just giving us away. So our commentary on agriculture, and I hope that the president addresses this, is one of the key areas that especially our farming folk are looking forward to hearing about.
And you know, this morning we are talking about farming, we are talking about tomatoes, our women getting killed through that terrorist attack, we are talking about peppers and all of that. What are we also talking about when it comes to the Women's Bank that was promised. I mean, an allocation of 401 billion cedis was made for it, but what's the status as at now? The other day, I was in the company of some women when there was a media engagement for women in media and women in government. And if I remember clearly, the vice president was saying that because if you start it anyhow, there may be damages or challenges along the way, and would have to take our time to start. But many women are asking that when is this women's bank going to be established? Because remember that it was supposed to be established so that women can take very low interest loans to help them with their businesses and all of that. So I think it's one key point that I'm waiting to hear from the president. Yes, about when it comes to the SONA. I guess he's the one, or maybe the vice president. But we'll see when the person gets out of the car.
The visuals from the floor of Parliament. It appears one side of the house is clad in black, and the other side of the house is clad in white and lighter colors.
You know the white.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why the other side is in black.
I think Christian, one of the interviews Christian had with the MP, the MP. Menchia South, Napo's former constituency, Nana JY was making a point that they do not think that, okay, that should be the president. The number plate is the coat of arms, so that should be the president who is arriving. He will alight and go over to the platform, the little platform on the other side. Then the national anthem will be played and he's going to be ushered into Parliament. And so those are live pictures coming from Parliament now. And the MP was making a point that as far as they are concerned, they do not think that Ghana is in a better place.
They do not think so.
They do not think so. They think that the country is worse off. That's His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the fugu that got the African attention in Zambia. The Zambians need to watch closely once again. It's not what
a blouse.
It's not a blouse. It's showcasing our Ghanaian culture. He's just arrived and he's moved to the platform. We will cross over in a bit and pick a bit of the sights and sounds from there. But that means that we can expect the address to start any moment from now. Very important constitutional mandates. Like
but talk about punctuality. I think this one is good because we were promised 10 a.m. and it's only 7 minutes past 10. So I think this is laudable. This is beautiful.
But you were speaking about inflation earlier and the responses that people on social media have given you in respect of the expectation that the prices of goods and services will go down. So I happened to chance on an article about such expectations. That, okay,
now you may want to hold on because I think the national anthem is about to be played.
Three officers, 96 rank and file, with the Air Force Regimental Band in attendance, ready for inspection. Flight Lieutenant Obil Paukwesi Grant reporting, Your Excellency.
ago, the president is currently inspecting a guard of honor, and that has been mounted right in front of Parliament House. He's being led by the officers there. That should be the Chief of Defence Staff right behind him there. The IGP should be following closely as well. That is in the shot now. He's doing the ceremonial inspection before he goes into the chamber for the parliamentary session to begin. I mean, this is a parliamentary session, actually. In fact, the constitutional requirement is that he addresses Parliament. And we know that Parliament, by law, are the representatives of the people. So by extension, he is also going to address us on the state of the nation. And that is the importance of this mandate. He's supposed to do it at the start of a session of Parliament and also before the dissolution. And so that is how come we realized that the latter part of last year, Nana Adam Kufuor, the former president, addressed us before he exited. Then His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, when he also took over, also did deliver the very first one. And shortly we expect him to go into the chamber and address. Mostly when he's done with the address, they allow the leaders to make some very brief comments. Then afterwards, the House will be adjourned for the debate that will take place on the content of the State of the Nation address. And that is a very interesting debate that normally takes place. Both sides of the House, as expected, they will not agree on some of these matters that have come up. And there are lots of teething issues that we've been projecting. He'll be touching on in the course of this all-important address there. But the inspection is still ongoing. He's been accompanied by the IGP and the Chief of Defence Staff. Nice, interesting pictures from Parliament. Once he's done, normally he's going to go up the staircase. He goes up the staircase, then he'll be met by the Speaker of Parliament, the majority and the minority leader. Then he's ushered into the chamber proper for the parliamentary session to formally take off there. Beautiful scenes from Parliament now.
And he's wearing the fugu, the now well-acclaimed fugu, northern smock made here in Ghana, that we have all now very recently been reminded to re-embrace. And yes, as he goes in, he's going to address Parliament and by extension the nation on how we are faring in terms of the economy, finances, education, the health sector, road infrastructure, and health infrastructure. Key among the matters relating to health infrastructure is the continuance of that Agenda 111 project, which was promised and initiated by the former NPP government. And so that's one of the things that we're looking forward to hearing from, especially.
In fact, last year, when he addressed the nation, he did touch on it, and he expressed concerns about the fact that it did not appear there was a sustainable funding model in place. And at the time he spoke, he said that per their records, not a single one was functioning. We'd expect an update on that. Where are we currently?
And especially following that very avoidable, preventable death of the 29-year-old engineer who could not access any of our major medical facilities because, according to the doctors, there was no bed. Now, the Deputy Minister of Health on the floor of Parliament yesterday, a couple of days ago, was speaking about this matter, the fact that the no-bed syndrome contributed to the death of this young man, the 29-year-old engineer. And she made reference to the NPP government's inability to provide completed projects, not even one completed project.
That
following
generated
the Agenda 111.
A bit of debate on the floor. The Speaker of Parliament didn't seem to agree with her making that point. And I think one of the takeaway videos that have been trending, Professor Titus Bayu, the former General Secretary of the GMA, the MP for Lambusi, also delivered an interesting perspective to it. He is actually the board chairman for the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and he made a point about the fact that there are people in Parliament who, when their relatives are unwell, they go over to Kolebu, they do not get a bed. But when they call him and he places a call, they manage to get a bed. So he was making a point that it cannot be that there are no beds.
But the point also that the Speaker of Parliament sought to exude from the Deputy Health Minister was whether or not a bed is needed to treat an emergency case. And I remember he asked her that question continuously, and she admitted that the ambulance itself is a bed.
It's a bed, yes.
And so such emergency cases could have been properly handled and treated even in the ambulance. And so in addition to the Agenda 111 projects, which we're hoping the President will speak on, they also spoke about refurbishing of the ambulances that we currently have, so that the ambulances can serve properly as beds for doctors to treat emergency cases.
Joseph, what do we see now?
Yeah, so the Marshal is leading the parliamentary team. You see the clerk of parliament in front of the minority leader, Alexander Fenyomakin. There's the majority leader as well. They're going to take the president into the waiting room. There's this book that they normally bring out for him to sign in there. Then once he signs, he'll be ushered into the chamber proper for the parliamentary procedure to begin. You see the CDS and the IGP going in as well. So very shortly, we are getting very closer to the big moment where we are all going to hear from the president speak on all the important matters of national concern. I think Galamsey is also another issue that has been topical. Around the table, it seems to be one of the areas that there were concerns here. But live visuals from the Chamber of Parliament, you can see over there now, and Cookie, the Chief Justice, the Chief Justice, His Lordship, Justice Paul Bafuboni, seated there on the right-hand side of the powerful seats that the president sits on there. Then there is the seat for the vice president as well. Some members of parliament in your shot. I see that should be the trades minister,
Elizabeth
Jari,
seated as well. That's the minority side in all black. The other side there in all black. A number of MPs you can see in your shot there.
Do you see a time in our parliament where both sides would agree to the actual state of the nation?
I don't think that would ever happen.
They would agree when they are discussing emoluments.
That time they would agree.
In respect of the state of the nation, in respect of the budget reading and so on.
I don't think so.
Do you see a time where we will be mature in our politicking enough to be able to be on the same page on the state of the nation? Because we're looking at one house. One side is clad in all black, the other side in white and lighter colors, both communicating their state of mind in respect of the state of the nation. So on the MPP side, things are dark and gloomy. On the NDC side,
things are bright
and white.
and white. I don't think so, though, but because if we're pursuing excellence, everybody has a different opinion, and what you think is right for me may not be right. So I don't think a day like that would ever come. But we look forward to it. Maybe one day when the Ghanaian dream is finally realized, then both sides of the divide probably will be clad in the same outfit. But
Joseph, what happens in that room that the president, the chief of defense staff, and the IGP entered?
So there's a book. In fact, when I was earlier making the point that there's actually a rehearsal that is done.
Yes, you did mention.
Yes, so they go through all of that. There's a book that he signs when he comes in and when he leaves as
What
well.
does it signify? As in time check in, check out?
Yes, it's more like an official indication that
he has arrived.
He's been there.
Because historically, when you go into their archives and you pick the records, you see all the other presidents come in and sign it.
Okay.
Because mind you, it's a constitutional mandate.
Requirement.
This is an issue where in the event he does not deliver the message at the beginning of the session, someone could take it up and say that, well, you've breached the constitution.
Yes.
So what will be the official record that he's actually appeared and attended the parliament?
Right.
Even the oath, even the presidential oath, even though we all watch him swear the oath, he still signs
to say
as
that,
well.
signify that
he's
indeed.
Speaking of the history of the State of the Nation's address and how it's conducted, now we know that it's a constitutional requirement, so it's been on our books since 1992.
Yep.
However, the very first time it was actually delivered was in 2001 by President John Ajay Kufuor. So in the book, I'm sure that it will begin from 2001 and not from 1992 under the presidency of Jerry John
That's Professor Titus Bayo in the shot once again. A bit of an open shot just to give you a sense of it. So you would have in your shot, if you are watching the TV, on your left side, but ideally it's the speaker's right-hand side. That is where the majority MPs are seated. Then you would have the minority on the left-hand side of the speaker, from where you're watching the TV on the right-hand side, all clad in black. They've explained through some of their representatives that they do not believe that Ghana is in a better place than Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo His Excellency left to the current president. I see Communications Minister Sam George, flanked by Clotte,
yes.
MP, Dr.
Zaneto
Rollins also.
Akablay, so we saw in the room, the Speaker of Parliament followed the President to the room, but then the Chief Justice is seated and waiting. Is there a reason? Yeah, is there a reason the Chief Justice doesn't join them in the room?
It's not clear at this stage. In the past, I've seen the other ones when Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Konu was around. There have been instances that she also did go in with them. I'm not too sure why that is not the case. My assumption would be that he would have signed and also gone over already, but he is seated waiting for them to come as well.
I'm just asking for the lay people on the streets. This is parliamentary business. Yes. So why do we have the need to have all these chief justices and everybody?
In fact, in all our major national events that take place, we always have it appear this way. In fact, if you remember during the swearing-in ceremony, which is an extension of parliamentary business as well, in that instance, do you have all the key actors? In fact, not just the Chief Justice, the Justices of the Superior Courts are present, but starting from the Supreme Court, they are all seated as well. Then, ordinarily on the normal day when you see the president anywhere, he will have his ADC behind him. This time around, his ADCs are the IGP and the CDS, representing the various forces that fall within his control as the civilian figurehead that leads it. Then you see the powerful seat in the middle, there, where the president will be sitting, the speaker will also be seated.
I also noticed the difference in furniture. So all the 4 seats up there are different. The one the president will sit on is obvious, the golden one in the middle. So I assume that the speaker of parliament...
Yes, then the speaker, then the vice president will be after.
But the vice president has not been seen in our visuals this morning.
Yeah, not yet. Yes. We would have to check with the team in parliament
but
and see whether she's
from what we're used to, the president is the last to arrive.
Yes.
And so if we don't see the vice president, we don't assume that should arrive after the president, I'm sure. So we'll probably be missing her this morning.
Well, in our short...
Potentially too, she may have arrived already. We would have to check with the team in parliament to confirm that.
Yeah. But I just saw something that draws my mind to what the Speaker of Parliament has also been talking about, the reconstruction of a permanent space for parliamentary business. I can tell that in the shot that went by, one of the parliamentarians is fanning herself. I can imagine how hot the place is, which I think is calling for a better space for these parliamentarians to conduct parliamentary, maybe newer conditions.
While we ask for more hospitals and infrastructure, I can only imagine the kind of pushback that a new chamber would,
the chief of staff, the chief of staff in your shots now, Julius Deborah, the First Lady, Lordina Mahama also over there as well. But the conversation about the permanent space for Parliament, I mean, it's one that, you see, the people of Ghana, if you've followed the conversation in the last 24, 48 hours about whether licenses should be provided by the DVLA outside of the country, that should give us a sense of the mood of Ghanaians generally. And you recall when the previous administration had also had discussions about a possible new chamber, there was a whole drop that chamber debate that took place. I mean, the old Parliament House is where currently SHRAJ sits, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. That's where they sit. Before the OAU event that Nkrumah had the Job 600 put up, then now the State House being used as Parliament and all of that. The question that one would ask is that, do we necessarily need one now? Not too long ago,
not at this time.
Just less than 2 years ago actually, they refurbished the current chamber. There was a massive refurbishment. They complained about the seats, the microphones, the screens to accommodate e-voting. All of those matters were dealt with not too long ago. And so I do not know whether this is the right moment for such a discussion to take place. But now, your guests are on the other side as well. You'll be... Okay, so shortly we would engage our guests who have been with us all morning so far, and they've been with us.
System that we practice. At the moment, Ghana practices a hybrid system of the British parliamentary system and the American presidential system. And this system mandates the president, the executive president, to draw majority of his members. Oh, and that's our first deputy speaker, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, who is also the MP for Akachi. We have the Honorable Samu Kujito and Honorable Agalga also in our shots at the moment. And as you can all see, everyone is waiting eagerly. And the second deputy speaker, the Honorable Andrew Esiama, also smiling beautifully. I don't know what the joke is, but they seem to all be in very good spirits, waiting for His Excellency, their former colleague, to come to the chamber to give us the message on the state of the nation. And I must indicate that his oratory proud, a communicator's communicator, what effective messaging is about. Members in the minority wearing black, members in the majority wearing white. The beauty of diversity of ideas. And that's the Honorable Roxin Dafia Mekpo Eche and Honorable Ricketts also just in the short. Generally, honorable members seem to be in very good spirit this morning, and it is our hope that this good spirit and conviviality. Oh, this is our one and only former leader, Minister of Finance, Honorable Kesil Atuforsin. He was in the House not so long ago. Members of Parliament are now doing what members of Parliament do best. Agreeing to disagree in very friendly terms. The House of Parliament is a house where dissenting voices are allowed. The Honorable Samson Ahi Inashort, another really experienced member of Parliament with many years of experience. Oh. So the tradition in Parliament is that when the Right Honourable Speaker receives the President, he will conduct him to his lobby where they will confer and hopefully take a few memorable photos before they come to the chamber to conduct business. The President is no stranger to the House, Honourable Collins Dauda. He has been here forever, just like some of us. He's an old member of Parliament, and he has an Honourable Patricia Epiege, also an old member of Parliament, deputy minority leader, breaking the glass ceilings for other females to follow. A very hard-working deputy leader, compliments her leader beautifully. One of the ways that we express culture in Ghana is through drums and drumming. And so when the President gets to come and speak to us, we bring out our Ghanaian President John Ajekum Kufuor in our shots at the moment. The President, referred to generally as the gentle giant, he usually would come to our events anytime we invite him. He has contributed to the Fourth Republican democracy, and like all the presidents that's gone before him, Ghana is lucky to have had presidents like him. Ghana is fortunate to have President John Dramani Mahama, and that's our Attorney General in our shot, the Honorable Ayini, and Honorable Bejira also in our shot, wearing his boo-boo and waiting for the President to come. One of the things that members of Parliament would do if they want to distract their opposing side or opposite side is to usually break into songs and, generally disrupts people's the Honorable Zanetta Ajiman Rawlings, daughter of former President Rawlings, first president of the Fourth Republic, is also in the chamber. And the Jinapo brothers are also representing. I can't get over the Right Honorable Speaker's beautiful cloth that we're witnessing today. Really, really, really nice. Mr. Speaker is conducting, the Right Honorable Speaker, conducting His Excellency, the President, to the chamber. And this is an activity that is usually very well curated, as is today. People in the procession are carefully selected, and you can only be there if you are allowed to, or if you are part of either the President's entourage or the Right Honorable Speaker's entourage. Oh, this is sombering. A sombering thought just occurred to me. On an occasion like this, we would have had the late former president, and like I said, the talking drums. We speak to our elders through appellations and drums. And so the Phantom From is doing the talking as we welcome His Excellency John.
Bridge of the parliamentary proceedings today is the State of the Nation address. The drums are being played now very shortly. His Excellency will be ushered into the chamber for the parliamentary session to begin. He'll be accompanied into the chamber by the Speaker of Parliament, the leader of the minority side and the majority side. You can see them in your shot now. Alexander Fenyomakin, Mahama Yariga, with the Speaker in close proximity. Earlier, when we were talking about the Vice President, she's in as well. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. The President is also in now, currently exchanging pleasantries with the former Speaker of Parliament, Edward Doa Jaho. He will exchange some pleasantries. Okay, he's gone up now, going closer to his seat. They will take the anthem, he will take his seat, then the full parliamentary session will take off now, and he will address the nation as he is required to do under the law.
And then it will get down to business. He will be welcomed by his host, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, and then he will proceed to give us his message on how our state is faring.
Honorable members, honorable members, this is the Chamber of Parliament. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the President of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August-September. His Excellency, the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic to deliver on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to this august House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, permit me to recognize the presence in this chamber the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we are blessed with the presence of not only His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, but also his spouse, the First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We also have the presence of the Vice President, the First Lady in Ghana to be a Vice President. Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. We have His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Kwadwo Bafuboni. Honorable members, he did not come alone. He came with his spouse, who, as you all know, is the Director General of the Prisons Service. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I'm talking about Mrs. Patience Bafuboni. Surely we have the presence of your lordships, justices of the Superior Court with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State and the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Edward Do Ajaho. we have the presence of the former president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I have a formal communication from His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He expresses his gratitude to the invitation for him to be here. Unfortunately, for good reason, he is not able to attend this occasion.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Honorable members, he, however, extends his best wishes to you and to His Excellency the President on this occasion. Honorable members, honorable members, we also have the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Sechi Hughes. I know that a lot of you are young, so you may not recollect some of these people. Honorable members, we also have a number of the members of the Council of State who are here today. We have also the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. Honorable members, we have with us the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Mike Aaron Okoye. We have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and we have the acting National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Dankwa Smith Bute. Honorable members, we have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fifi Fievi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. For sure, we have, as usual, our brothers and sisters in the diplomatic corps. Many of them are here with us, and they are distinguishedly seated at the public gallery. We also have the heads of the various security services. We have our revered traditional leaders, religious leaders, and the former clerks to Parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome all of them to the House. Now, I have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now. Honorable members, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of this august House, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the good people of Ghana, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and let me proceed on the protocol so well established by the Speaker
and say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a profound honor and a constitutional duty to appear before this august House to deliver a message on the state of the nation as required by Article 67 of our Constitution. I do this with the perspective and through decades of public service, including my time in this very chamber as a member of Parliament representing Bole Bamboy, and my previous term of office as President of the Republic from 2012 to 2017. My journey in public service, like that of our nation, has not followed a straight path. It has been marked by periods of steady progress and then by setbacks and by determined recovery. Mr. Speaker, that pattern of resilience mirrors the national experience of our nation. And today I stand before you to speak to another such defining moment, a moment in which our nation is on the rebound of national renewal and of restored hope. This moment is being shaped by hard choices, institutional resolve, and a renewed commitment to stability and national purpose. Mr. Speaker, in just a few days, on 6th March 2026, our dear nation Ghana will celebrate 69 years of independence on the theme, Building Prosperity, Restoring Hope. This theme is not merely ceremonial, it is the blueprint that guides our administration's vision and actions. It reflects where we have been, it acknowledges the difficulties we have endured, and confidently declares the direction in which we are headed. At the heart of this vision are two complementary and mutually reinforcing agendas. One, the Resetting Ghana agenda, and two, the Accra Reset. The Resetting Ghana agenda is our national commitment to restore economic stability, rebuild public trust in our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. It is about turning the page on years of mismanagement and confronting our challenges with honesty, and charting a new course anchored in fiscal discipline, transparency, and sustainable development. The Accra Reset, on the other hand, is our continental commitment. It recognizes that Ghana's prosperity cannot be separated from Africa's progress. It calls for a fundamental shift in how African nations relate to one another and to the world, from dependence to self-reliance, from fragmentation to integration, and from reactive postures to strategic leadership. Mr. Speaker, these two agendas are deeply interlinked because we cannot build lasting prosperity at home without contributing to stability and growth across our continent. Equally, we cannot lead effectively on the continental stage if our own house is not in order. Together, these frameworks demonstrate our determination to restore hope, not merely as a promise, but as a lived reality of Ghanaians and Africans alike. As we build on the foundation laid in 2025, the first year of my return to the presidency, we do so with clarity of purpose, unity of action, and confidence in our ability to deliver a future worthy of our people's sacrifice and their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, this moment of national renewal unfolds against the backdrop of a world in profound flux. The global order we once knew is being rapidly reshaped, and the so-called rule-based international system endures only as long as it protects the advantages of those who designed it. Once emerging nations like ours begin to operate within those same rules to rebalance power, the very architects of that order prove willing to relax their commitments. Ghana, like many nations, has learned this hard truth. We cannot respond to this new reality with fragmentation, hesitation, or continued dependence. History has long taught us that resilience and prosperity will not be handed to us. They must be built deliberately through cooperation, self-belief, and strategic alignment. This era ahead demands that Africa must move from a posture of dependence to one of collective self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in this spirit that Ghana has sought to play a convening and catalytic role on the continent. In the middle of last year, our capital, Accra, hosted African heads of state, policymakers,
and development partners for a landmark health sovereignty summit. Together, we charted a new roadmap for healthcare financing and collaboration among African nations. And that message was clear. Africa must take ownership of its health security, pool its resources, deepen collaboration, and design financing solutions that reflect our realities rather than external prescriptions. Strong economies require healthy populations, and health sovereignty is inseparable from economic sovereignty. The same logic applies to trade, industry, and economic growth. Africa's future lies in dismantling our artificial borders, removing bottlenecks that stifle commerce, and fully activating a common market that allows our goods, services, and capital and ideas to move freely across the continent. No single African country, no matter how well endowed, can thrive alone in this new global environment. Rather, when we work together, our combined markets, our youthful populations, our natural resources, and our creativity will constitute one of the greatest economic opportunities of this century. Africa must summon the courage to shape its own destiny, building genuine sovereignty across Africa. The Global South requires a deliberate and disciplined plan, one that begins with unlocking the immense human and creative potential of our young people, strengthening regional value chains to add value to what we produce, mobilizing domestic capital to finance our own development, and speaking with a single, coordinated, and confident voice in global affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is how Africa can move from promise to power, from participation to leadership, and from dependence to self-reliance. The path forward is clear. Africa must rise with confidence, unity, and purpose. And Ghana stands ready not only to rebuild at home, but also to work hand in hand with our African brothers and sisters to shape a future that is defined by shared strength, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we are resolved here in Ghana to operate with our eyes open, to protect our sovereignty, and to design policies that place our people first. We'll continue to engage with the world, but on terms that reflect our interests. We will uphold global norms, but we will not outsource our judgment. And we will build resilience at home so that shifts in external power do not translate into hardship for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, when I last came before this House, I spoke candidly about the depth of the challenges we had inherited across all facets of our nation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere was this national malaise more evident than in the economic sector. We inherited an economy in severe crisis, burdened by unsustainable debt, high inflation, a rapidly depreciating currency, and an escalating cost of living crisis that had left our citizens reeling from unimaginable hardship caused by years of general imprudence and reckless management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was clear from the outset that recovery would not come easily. But I was also clear that I'll stop at nothing to turn this situation around and bring relief to Ghanaians. I promised then that just as I have confronted and overcome crisis in the past, I'll reset our economy and return us to a path of growth, progress, and development. Mr. Speaker, I told this August House then, when I appeared before you last year, that we would have to take tough, prudent, and necessary decisions to restore stability and credibility. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you with confidence, Ghana is back. Ghana is working again. And Ghana is open for business. The fundamentals are improving, and the path to sustained acceleration is very clear to everyone. From the outset, we resolved to choose discipline over waste, reform over excuses,
and stability over speculation. As a responsible government, our first order of business was to halt the economic hemorrhaging and restore order to our public finances. We tightened expenditure and commitment controls. We improved payables reporting and conducted a comprehensive audit of 2024 commitments to restore credibility and discipline. Mr. Speaker, these measures have begun to deliver some of the most remarkable economic outcomes in decades. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the celebration of our 69th independence anniversary, we do so not only with pride in our past, but also with renewed hope for our future. We are building prosperity through sound policy, responsible governance, and inclusive growth. We are restoring hope by delivering on our promises and proving that good leadership makes a measurable difference in our people's lives. The Resetting Ghana agenda is working. The Accra Reset is gaining momentum. And together they are laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our nation is on the runway. It is in takeoff mode. And you are all advised to fasten your seat belts. Mr. Speaker, the journey continues and the direction is set and the hope is real. Our theme today of building prosperity, restoring hope is not merely aspirational. It reflects the tangible transformation we have delivered for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown significantly. In 2025, Ghana's GDP is expected to reach $113 billion, an increase from $83 billion at the end of 2024. This has placed Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, average GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2025 is reported at 6.1%. But growth means nothing without discipline. Our primary surplus reached 2.6% of GDP, far exceeding our target of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we closed our fiscal deficit at 3.1%, well below the projected 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, this is not prudent governance. It is promise-keeping, and it has benefited households and businesses because we have borrowed less and spent more responsibly. Interest rates have fallen, confidence has returned, private businesses are breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of December 2022 will go down as one of the darkest days in Ghana's economic history. On that day, Ghana declared its inability to honor its debt obligations. We declared a debt default and placed a moratorium on both domestic and foreign debt repayments. Following this, we entered a protracted and complex debt restructuring process. Ghana's debt became a shackle on our economic progress, dragging our nation down into hardship and despair. Looking at Ghana's restructured debt profile, it is clear that those who negotiated on our behalf were only intent on kicking the can down the road. With the largest debt repayments scheduled, interestingly, between 2025 and 2028. Mr. Speaker, we confronted this crisis with action, not rhetoric. We established sinking funds, we restructured obligations, and we pursued bilateral agreements. Mr. Speaker, the result, public debt fell by 82.1 billion Ghana cedis and took our debt to GDP from 61.8% to 45.3%. Mr. Speaker, This is one of the sharpest reductions of debt in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, just this year, after the New Year celebration on January 2nd, when people were still recovering from hangovers, we settled a US 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule. We settled a US dollar 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule, completing the US 1.4 billion in debt service that was meant for 2025. Mr. Speaker, and the world noticed, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's all upgraded Ghana's credit ratings, the first triple upgrade in many years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility is restored. Ghana is rising. The heaviest burden we inherited was the very high inflation rate, which was silently eroding every household's purchasing power. It peaked at 54.1% at the end of 2022, and it declined to 23.5% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we treated this with urgency. Through fiscal consolidation, currency stabilization, and disciplined monetary policy, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8% over 13 consecutive months by January 2026. Mr. Speaker, and very interesting, food inflation, which had been the main driver of the upward pressure on inflation, fell by 26.6 percentage points. Inflation for locally produced goods fell by 22.6 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These translate into the reality of a parent being able to put food on the table for their children. It translates into the reality of businesses thriving and creating opportunities for Ghana's young people. Mr. Speaker, petrol prices dropped from 15.2 Ghana cedis to 10.7 cedis per liter. And only recently, it dipped below the 10 cedi mark to 9.97. Diesel fell from 15.4 to 11.3. And this brought relief to our nation's 3.7 million car owners and the tens of millions of Ghanaians who depend on transport daily. Mr. Speaker, to the interesting part, exchange rate volatility has long been at the heart of hardship in Ghanaian households. We made currency stability a priority, and Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. And I'm pleased to report to this House that the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar and by 30.9% against the British pound and by 24% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic turnaround is broad-based and comprehensive. All sectors of the Ghanaian economy have witnessed remarkable improvement in our first year in office. And most importantly, Ghana's economy has surpassed the 100 billion mark for the first time. And as I said, it is projected to place Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $8.9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling. We have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability. Just last Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Minister for Finance presented the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy to this House. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to strengthen our country's external resilience by increasing our international reserves to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028, supporting long-term structural transformation while safeguarding macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it is forecast that gold prices will remain high over the next 3 years. And so this presents us with a unique opportunity to build an economic war chest to withstand any global economic shocks, to secure our macroeconomic stability, and improve the standards of living of our citizens, and build a lasting prosperity for future generations. This is what the GANRAP policy seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we abolished nuisance taxes that were levied on Ghanaians between 2017 and 2024. These included the e-levy, the betting tax, the emission tax, the COVID levy, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we have reformed VAT comprehensively. One, by abolishing the 1% COVID-19 levy, decoupling Get Fund and NHIL from VAT, reducing the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%, raising the VAT threshold to 750,000 Ghana cedis to exclude petty businesses, and extending zero rating on textiles up to 2028. Mr. Speaker, these fiscal reforms have effectively put 6 billion Ghana cedis back into the pockets of Ghanaians. Interest rates have fallen from above 30% to currently between 18 and 20%, freeing up credits for businesses and households. And according to the Ghana Statistical Services, over 1 million Ghanaians have found employment between Q1 and Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, and 950,000 Ghanaians have escaped multidimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our external position has strengthened significantly. By December 2025, our current account recorded a surplus of 9.1 billion, representing 8.1% of our GDP. This is a remarkable increase from 1.5 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024. These achievements have been driven by robust gold, cocoa, and non-traditional exports, and increased remittance inflows, This improvement demonstrates that our economy is gaining strength and resilience again on the global stage. We've moved decisively from planning to action on our flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. This was officially launched in 2025, and this transformative initiative is designed, 1, to unlock round-the-clock economic activity, 2, deepen our value chains across key sectors, 3, boost productivity and support export growth, and 4, create quality jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this August House. On 6 February 2026, this House passed the 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill. This has established the regulatory framework and the legal mandate that was necessary for full implementation. Last week, at the Cabinet meeting held, I had the honor of signing this historic legislation into law. All is now set for takeoff. This is the boldest economic transformation initiative in Ghana's recent history. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, 110 million has been allocated to begin the setting up and implementation of the 24-Hour Economy Authority. These resources will enable businesses to operate beyond traditional business hours. They will attract investment through strategic partnerships with the Development Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and will strengthen the foundations for sustained growth and job creation, especially for our young people. This is about building prosperity and restoring our people's hope through concrete action. Mr. Speaker, a nation that does not learn from past mistakes cannot get out of the cycle of problems that impose hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Mr. Speaker, the difference between economic hardship and avoiding the same is the exercise of sound economic judgment. And I'm determined to take decisions that ensure our collective well-being and avoid the suffering of all our citizens. These are difficult decisions to take, but Mr. Speaker, I had to take them. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing legislation to this House to tighten our procurement processes by banning sole source contracts, except in exceptional circumstances. We'll also bring legislation to this House to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. This includes lands and state enterprises. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday, I caused the Minister of Finance to lay before this House the Value for Money Office Bill. This is a landmark measure, a fulfillment of yet another campaign promise to the good people of Ghana. And this is designed to decisively end waste inflated contracts, abandoned projects, and chronic cost overruns that have for far too long drained the public purse. All these measures are intended to improve public trust and accountability. Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse that had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis, strengthening the operational viability of key power producers. The 500 million World Bank partial risk guarantee, a critical risk mitigation instrument that was established in 2015 during my first term to safeguard the nearly 8 billion of private sector investment that was put into the offshore Cape Trade Points field, had been fully drawn down and exhausted due to prolonged non-payment for gas consumed. Mr. Speaker, at the distribution level, the Electricity Company of Ghana was plagued by high commercial and technical losses, collecting only 62% of the energy it purchased from generators and declaring less than 50% of its collection into the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the result was severe liquidity shortfalls and power challenges throughout 2024. In the petroleum sector, years of policy inconsistency, regulatory inefficiencies, a lack of transparency, prolonged licensing processes, and unresolved legal disputes over field unitization had eroded investor confidence. Consequently, crude oil production declined by approximately 32% between 2019 and 2024. It fell from 71.4 million barrels per day to 48.2 million barrels. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of December 31st, 2025, government has fully repaid and restored the entire 500 million World Bank guarantee, including interest. This has reinstated the facility in full and reaffirmed Ghana's standing as a credible and reliable partner on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I can also announce that we are paying for every gas we are consuming today. In addition, between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million. And so Ghana is now fully up to date with its gas consumption obligations to the Sankofa partners. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2026 budget has made adequate provision to ensure timely payments for all liquid natural gas that we consume going forward. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equity and fairness, the government has also held constructive engagements with Tullow Oil and the Jubilee Field partners, and we've reached a comprehensive roadmap to guarantee full payments for all gas that is consumed. This approach supports reliable nationwide electricity generation and accelerates industrial growth. Engagement with upstream partners has resulted in increased gas production, guided by a clear national vision to rapidly scale up domestic gas supply and reduce reliance on expensive liquid fuels. Mr. Speaker, beyond clearing inherited arrears, a robust framework has also been established to strengthen monitor implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. Another major milestone was the operationalization of the ECG's single holding account, which is overseen jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions and the PURC. This intervention has significantly reduced revenue leakages, and it has enhanced ECG's capacity to meet its payment obligations. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagement with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debt restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Mr. Speaker, under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. It is worrying that the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to experience high power losses, with reports indicating that around 25% of generated power is lost. To address this phenomenon and anchor the gains we have made, adopting private sector participation, particularly in billing and collection, is the most effective way to significantly reduce these losses. Cabinet has approved the multiple lease method for concessions in the distribution utilities, and work is ongoing to implement this critical reform. Mr. Speaker, the Bui Power Authority has completed an additional 50 megawatts of solar power. In the distributed solar sector, 30 megawatts was achieved through rooftop installations, bringing our total installed capacity to 250 megawatts of solar, and this represents 5% of renewable energy in our entire generation mix. A few months ago, I broke ground for a 200 megawatt solar power project at the Dawa Industrial Zone, with the first 100 megawatts scheduled for completion in December 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions is constructing 35 mini-grids to serve 47 islands and lakeside communities in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. The ministry will also supply 12,000 new smart net meters from the end of the first quarter of this year, 2026. And under the off-grid solar home system for public institutions, delivery of materials for the first phase of 350 systems has commenced. It means that public institutions are going to be fitted with solar to reduce their power consumption. Mr. Speaker, as part of the last mile electrification effort to achieve 99.98% universal access by 2030, the ministry has mainstreamed mini-grids into the National Electrification Scheme. Consequently, a feasibility study for the Afram Plains North District was completed for 100 communities to receive solar power, bringing the total number of islands and lakeside communities in the Afram Plains North and South to 150 that are ready for mini-grid solar electrification. I'm pleased to announce that the African Development Bank has committed to providing $100 million to fund the construction of renewable energy-based mini-grids for these communities. Mr. Speaker, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Jubilee and Tenfield partners to commit another $2 billion to additional investment in the Jubilee field. This will include drilling up to 20 new wells, the first wells being drilled in more than 9 years. Mr. Speaker, there's a second memorandum of intent with the OCTP partners, that's ENI and Vitol, to commit $1.5 billion of additional investment in the OCTP field in the Cape 3 Points Block 4 contract area, among others. This agreement will significantly increase Ghana's oil and gas production, thereby enhancing energy security, domestic demand, and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we're on course to revitalize the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company through a strategic partnership with the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, and the Ghana Commercial Bank. This will boost production, ensure a steady supply of safe LPG cylinders, and strengthen local manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema Oil Refinery is back. The new management of the refinery has successfully completed extensive turnaround maintenance. And I'm pleased to inform you that this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our countrymen and women that the energy sector reforms continue unabated. I remain fully committed to turning around the sector, strengthening its foundations, and ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security for our nation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to our national renewal. Since January 2025, this administration has embarked on a decisive reset of Ghana's agricultural sector under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, with the Feed Ghana program serving as the flagship vehicle for implementation. Our objective is clear: to restore food sovereignty, stabilize food prices, reduce import dependence, increase decent jobs, especially for youth, and reposition agric as a strategic growth sector under our 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2025, food inflation stood at 28.3%, following an unprecedented peak of 61% in January 2023. This situation placed severe pressure on households and undermined national stability. Today, food inflation has declined significantly to 4.9%, and this has provided relief to Ghanaian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we have committed 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock Company to mop up excess produce, to stabilize prices, and build a strategic national food buffer against emergencies, marking the first time Ghana has deliberately built a food reserve for national resilience. Over 413 institutions, from basic schools through to tertiary institutions, have been registered and are actively participating in the Feed Ghana program. Institutional farming is currently being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Prison Service, the National Service Authority, basic and second cycle schools, public universities, and faith-based organizations, including churches and mosques. A key pillar of the Feed Ghana program is the home gardening initiative. Across the country, families are being encouraged to grow vegetables at home and in their communities to reduce food expenditure, improve household nutrition, and enhance food availability. The Feed Ghana program is also firmly anchored on irrigation for wealth creation. Government is deliberately shifting our agriculture from rain-fed dependence to irrigation-based farming to support year-round production and also strengthen our climate resilience. And so over the past months, processes have begun for the following interventions: the construction of 2 new mega dams, the rehabilitation of 8 existing irrigation dams, and the construction of 250 solar-powered boreholes for farming communities and schools across the Northern Belt and Brong-Ahafo regions. In addition, major irrigation schemes, including the Via, Weta, Tanoso, Bong, Ashaman, and Aveime, are undergoing rehabilitation, while new inland valleys covering over 1,300 hectares are being developed to expand rice production. Under the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, we've launched a 20 million agro-input distribution project to strengthen food and nutrition security across the Northern Savannah Ecological Zone. This project is being implemented in 12 districts across 6 regions, with a target of 50,000 farming households, including 30,000 women and youth. It will support the production of key staples such as maize, rice, soya bean, cowpea, granules, while promoting year-round vegetable cultivation through solar-powered micro-irrigation schemes for farmers groups and selected schools. The project is also supporting backyard and commercial poultry production, as well as the distribution of fertilizer and certified seeds to participating districts. This will help strengthen the poultry value chain. We're working to fulfill the promise of establishing farmer service centers across the country to modernize agriculture. Procurement processes are underway for a total of 660 tractors, 400 combine harvesters, and other agricultural equipment and implements. The first 11 farmer service centers will begin construction this year and will provide affordable access to land preparation, harvesting, storage, input supply, extension services, and equipment leasing, especially for smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to cut short for the first farmer service center in the Afram Plains. Mr. Speaker, agricultural extension remains the backbone of productivity, and to address the current gap between farmers and extension officers, 540 motorbikes have been procured to improve extension coverage. 150 of those bikes have already been distributed, and we're employing 400 Feed Ghana district coordinators nationwide, while 10,000 young Ghanaians are being enrolled under a 4-year National Service Agripreneurial Program with annual absorption into permanent employment. So far, 3,000 youth have been posted by the National Service Authority under the Agripreneur Program. This intervention is strengthening frontline service delivery and creating employment opportunities for young people. We're also placing farmer cooperatives at the center of our agricultural transformation plan. As of October 2025, 70,000 community commodity-focused farmers cooperatives had been established nationwide. And they are serving as platforms to access inputs, mechanization services, climate advisories, aggregation, and fair market negotiation. Government is actively linking farmers to agro-industrial investments to stabilize prices, create jobs, and accelerate Ghana's journey towards food security. A major highlight of this effort is the 154 million Ghana-Italy irrigated commercial farming project to establish a 10,000-hectare irrigation model farm to produce rice, maize, soya, and tomatoes. All produce from this project will be sold locally. This intervention is strategic and designed to fast-track progress towards food security, ensure a reliable supply of raw materials for agro-processing, and reduce Ghana's dependence on food imports. Mr. Speaker, other key initiatives under the Value Addition and Agro-Industrial Drive include rice processing facilities in the Upper East and Upper West regions, poultry feed production facilities in Ashanti, cashew and onion processing facilities in Bono East. In addition, a 40-ton per day soya processing plant is being established in northern Ghana to support soya bean farmers and reduce their feed costs. The share industry is also being revived through secured export contracts and measures to protect raw material supplies. Mr. Speaker, to reduce Ghana's 300 to 400 million annual poultry import bill, Ghana has launched a comprehensive poultry farm-to-table project. These comprise 50 anchor or commercial farmers producing 4 million birds, 500 SMEs producing 3 million birds, and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard poultry program that is targeting 3 million birds nationwide, with emphasis on women and young children. Mr. Speaker, the Nkokon Kitinkiti program is underway as I speak. And the target is to reach 60,000 households. Even before I launched the Nkokon Kitinkiti program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently opened a poultry processing factory in Bichim to support expected production growth in the poultry sector. Mr. Speaker, education is important and it remains pivotal to our national transformation agenda. In this regard, the year 2025 was both eventful and momentous for Ghana's education sector. I'm pleased to report that all the flagship initiatives and commitments that were contained in our Reset Agenda Manifesto have been faithfully honored during the year under review. The No Fee Stress initiative was successfully launched in Koforidua, and as I speak has benefited over 152,000 young people, first-year students in public tertiary universities. The number of beneficiaries this year is projected to reach 220,000 first-year students. In collaboration with the Student Loan Trust Fund, I have good news for law students. Law students in Ghana will also be now able to access the student loan scheme to pursue their legal education. Mr. Speaker, the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has also been launched and is now fully benefiting all eligible persons with disabilities enrolled in our tertiary institutions nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 academic year saw a stable, uninterrupted supply of quality food to all our schools under the free senior high school program. Mr. Speaker, to further deepen coordination, accountability, and effectiveness in the education sector, this Honorable House passed several important pieces of legislation. These include: 1, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Bill 2025, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, the Change of University Names Bill 2025, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025. To enhance private sector participation in the tertiary education sector, new legislation will be introduced in this House to ease regulatory bottlenecks and remove the requirement to charter, making it optional. Mr. Speaker, basic education remains the critical entry point into our education system. It is at this level that children acquire foundational literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, upon which all future learning depends. Government understands the importance of the basic sector and is therefore undertaking a major policy shift to rebalance our education investments in favor of basic education. As part of this shift, the standards-based curriculum for kindergarten to primary 6 is currently under review to incorporate robotics, coding, and the responsible integration of generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as part of the ongoing curriculum review, artificial intelligence education will be introduced at an age appropriate and developmentally sensitive, with a strong emphasis on ethical use, digital responsibility, critical thinking, and human values. Mr. Speaker, in response to the persisting challenge of schools under trees, this government has programmed a bold and decisive intervention for the 2026 financial year. This includes the construction of 200 kindergarten blocks, 200 new primary school blocks, 200 new junior high schools nationwide. And I'm further pleased to inform this House, adequate allocation has been done in the 2026 budget. I'm further pleased to inform this House that the government has fully cleared all outstanding capitation grant arrears owed to the public basic schools, as well as clearing all outstanding arrears of BEC exam registration subsidies due to the West African Exams Council. For previous years, the legacy debts to West African Examinations Council have all been cleared. Mr. Speaker, education for learners with special needs is not only a moral right, but also a sound, pragmatic investment. And it promotes equity and strengthens social cohesion. In recognition of this, the amended Get Fund Act has established a dedicated, sustainable funding framework to implement free education for learners with special needs, beginning in the 2026 academic year. Government has also increased the daily feeding grant for students in public special schools from 8 cedis per day to 15 cedis per day. This significant increment reflects our resolve to address the unique nutritional and health needs of learners with disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we'll construct a modern state-of-the-art special needs school in Ho in the Volta region, and we'll rehabilitate and upgrade the existing special needs schools in Okropong, Ekwapim, in fulfillment of our pledge also to provide free sanitary pads to schoolgirls as part of efforts to improve menstrual hygiene and reduce absenteeism among female learners. A total of 12.2 million packets of sanitary pads were distributed to girls in public schools across the country in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we allocated in this year's budget 292.4 million Ghana cedis to sustain the free sanitary pad initiative. This commitment aims to remove gender-specific barriers to education and ensure that no girl's education is interrupted due to challenges related to her menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to decongest senior high schools and increase access and ensure parity in educational opportunities, government is going to convert and upgrade 30 Category C secondary schools to Category B, and convert and upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A. In addition, facilities in Category A schools are going to be upgraded and expanded to be able to take in more children. Technical and vocational education and training remain a critical pillar of our strategy to address youth unemployment and accelerate skills development. Government will construct 6 brand new regional TVET centers of excellence across the country to equip our young people with practical, industry-relevant skills aligned with the demands of the evolving job market. We're also undertaking a review of the national curriculum to align with the OECD Future of Education and Skills Framework. This will make TVET education more adaptive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to higher education and support balanced regional growth and meet the rising demand for quality tertiary education, we've entered international partnerships to establish 2 new public universities, one in Kentapor in the Bono East region, another in Jasikan in the Oti region. I'm happy to announce also that a grant has been sourced from China to establish a new public university in Damango in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, technical universities play a critical role in closing the skills gap and reducing youth unemployment by delivering high-quality, industry-aligned and practice-oriented training within a broader policy framework that stimulates labor demand. In this regard, government is going to establish 3 new technical universities to strengthen skills development, enhance innovation, and support national industrialization efforts. Mr. Speaker, the Teachers Housing Initiative is a joint effort involving district assemblies, Common Fund, Get Fund, NATS, and JESOPs. And the aim is to build 50,000 housing units for teachers. This initiative is called the Teacher Dabre, maybe a Teacher Beda. This partnership demonstrates our collective dedication to enhancing teachers' living conditions and boosting the retention of teachers, especially in rural and remote areas, and ensuring that teachers can live, work, and retire with dignity and security. Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing equitable access and expanding infrastructure, we're investing in human capital and laying the foundation for a Ghana where every child can learn, grow, and succeed. Mr. Speaker, our health system. By January 2025, our health system was under severe strain. Aging and deteriorating equipment, stalled hospital projects amounting to 15 billion Ghana cedis in liabilities, and growing workforce pressures had weakened service delivery. Over the past year, donor support to our health sector declined sharply from 19% of our total health budget to just 2.2% today, creating an annual financing gap of more than 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The withdrawal of support from programs previously financed by partners such as the USAID exposed the vulnerability in essential supplies and services, particularly in remote and underserved communities. Faced with these realities, my government chose to act decisively. In 2026, direct government funding for health will account for about 72% of our total health spending. This is up from 56.8% in 2023. Core health allocations have risen to GHS 23.3 billion, and with national health insurance resources included, total health financing now stands at 34.7 billion Ghana cedis. This reflects our clear commitment to domestic financing and health sovereignty. At the same time, we have faced the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Today, non-communicable diseases account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major cause of household poverty. To address this, the government established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise called Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nationwide financing mechanism dedicated to chronic and non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Levy has been uncapped. Claims payments are now timely, with facilities no longer waiting more than 6 months, as happened in the past, for payment to be made. We're also finalizing measures to increase provider tariffs by over 100% to reflect the realistic cost of health treatment. As a result of the increased trust, NHIS enrollment has risen from 57% at the start of 2025 to 66% today. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's health workforce density has risen from 16.6% per 10,000 people in 2025 to nearly 42 per 10,000 today, while public sector health employment has doubled to approximately 200,000 workers. And yet, significant challenges remain. At the beginning of 2025, when we took over, 103,000 trained health workers were still awaiting placement, employment, or enrollment onto the payroll. Over the past year, 13,500 nurses and midwives, along with hundreds of doctors and pharmacists, have been absorbed into the public payroll. Nursing trainee allowances have been regularized and restored. Application fees have been reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training has been extended. Service conditions are being implemented to boost morale and retention. Looking ahead, government will expand recruitment and take necessary action to add more health workers onto the payroll. We will also correct the maldistribution of health workers through targeted incentives for health workers who agree to serve in underserved areas. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to our gallant health workers to accept postings to our underserved areas, seeing as it is a national call to duty, while we work to ensure that they have an enabling environment to do their work. Mr. Speaker, we will also scale up specialist and advanced nursing training to match the country's changing disease profile. New post-basic nursing programs in cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and oncology will be introduced. While the two existing ones, emergency and critical care nurses, will be scaled up. At least 30 nursing training institutions will transition to competency-based degree curriculums, supported by new scholarship opportunities for PhD-level training for nurses and allied health professionals. Mr. Speaker, on health infrastructure, my government remains firm in its commitment not to abandon unfinished projects. We'll continue to retool facilities, strengthen emergency and disease surveillance systems, and ensure that health infrastructure is properly aligned with staffing, equipment, and financing. In 2026 budget, provision has been made to commence regional hospitals in Oti, Savannah, and the Western North regions. This will expand access to quality care. Aligned with the reset agenda, we're making strategic investments in local pharmaceutical and vaccine production. The government has allocated 50 million in seed funding to the National Vaccine Institute. And in 2025, a local manufacturer secured market authorization to produce snake venom antiserum right here in Ghana. We're also finalizing steps to implement an advanced market commitment to prioritize locally manufactured vaccines and pharmaceuticals in public procurement. Production of the tetanus diphtheria vaccine is expected to commence this year through a partnership with an Indonesian pharmaceutical firm. Disease control remains our priority in our country's immunization financing. We will strengthen immunization financing. In 2025, the vaccine budget for children and pregnant women was increased by 46%, exceeding the 171 million Ghana cedis. And this enabled Ghana to fully and promptly finance all its vaccines and reduce the risk of preventable outbreaks. In 2025, we also introduced the HPV vaccine to protect young women and girls against cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's HIV prevalence rate is estimated at 1.6%. And as I speak with you, there are about 350,000 of our countrymen and women living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, although prevalence is low, some population segments and regions have significantly higher incidence than the national average. The Ghana AIDS Commission has been tasked with ensuring the availability of testing and antiretrovirals. This year, government will fully roll out a free primary health care program, removing all cost barriers at the primary level where it is most needed, while strengthening prevention, screening, and health promotion, especially for non-communicable diseases. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund will be scaled up, and access to advanced cardiac care, including cardiac catheterization services at Tamale, Kolebu, and Komfo-Anokye Hospital, will be expanded to reduce overseas referrals and position Ghana as a center for specialized care in the sub-region, in line with our medical tourism objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is expected to issue guidelines to eliminate the unacceptable no-bed syndrome. Patients facing medical emergencies must be received and given help, if even under makeshift conditions. You don't need to have a comfortable bed to save a patient. No patient must be turned away from any health facility they report to. Mr. Speaker, but in the meantime, government will expand capacity by implementing the Rich Hospital Phase 2 project to increase the number of beds at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. We will also continue and complete the Police Hospital project, and also continue and complete the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the Ashanti region, we will complete the Sewa Regional Hospital, we will complete the Aferi Military Hospital, and we will complete the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's Block. Mr. Speaker, we remain on course to build a stronger, more resilient, and more self-reliant health system for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, roads are a very important sector. We inherited a burden of significant financial obligations and structural pressures in the road sector that had accumulated over the years. As of December 2024, outstanding payments on road projects financed through the consolidated fund stood at 21 billion Ghana cedis. These were certified works executed by contractors across the country for which payment had not been made. In addition, indebtedness to contractors that was lodged with the Ghana Road Fund Secretariat and awaiting payment amounted to 5.43 billion Ghana cedis. This figure excludes accruing interest charges, which continue to compound the state's financial exposure. Mr. Speaker, beyond these arrears, we inherited also contractual commitments, that is, signed contracts, totaling more than 104 billion Ghana cedis. These commitments represent signed contracts for road projects at various stages of execution, many of them without corresponding secured funding to guarantee timely completion. By the end of 2025, the Ministry of Finance and Roads had cleared arrears amounting to almost 10 billion Ghana cedis owed to road contractors. And we are steadily continuing to reduce the road sector debts. Mr. Speaker, the famous Big Push infrastructure program. This is my vision for a national infrastructure drive to restore critical national infrastructure. Naturally, the bulk of the money is dedicated to the road sector. We want to open economic corridors, create jobs, and reduce the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, work has started on 50 major road projects that cover a distance of 1,144 kilometers. The total estimated cost of these projects is 50 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, government is also completing 23 projects that were awarded by the previous administration but were not paid for. These projects amount to another 573 kilometers and are estimated to cost 15 billion cedis. So if you add that to the 1,500, it means about 2,000 kilometers of roads are currently undergoing rehabilitation as I speak. This is the biggest major investment in our road sector in the history of Ghana. Across all 16 regions, 73 projects are advancing with significant visible progress expected by the end of the year. Some of these include Tepamaban-Goso, the Kumasi Bypass Road, Swami Interchange and Local Roads, Sunyani Outer Ring Road, Sampa Jinijini Road, Techima Nkonsia Winchi Road, dualization of Winneba Cape Coast Road, Kwau Tafo Adosu Road, Dodowa Afienya Dawenya, Bintiri Nakwanduri, Tamale Outer Ring Road, Wenchi Sola, Sola Wa, Bole Chache, Bole Town Roads, Navrongo Tumu, Tumu Han Lora, Atimpoku Ho, Ho Denu, dualization of Accra Aflao, dualization of Cape Coast Akrade, Dadieso Akontombra, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, other feeder roads are Akosombo Jakiti Kudupe, Kudikope, Yeniam Junction Sedom, Apegusum Pakadan, Todome to Palime Gemini Road. Indeed, there are many others too numerous to mention. And as I said at the launch of the Big Push program, the whole of Ghana is going to become a construction site. And Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can already testify that serious road works are underway across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will be a 198.7 kilometer, 6-lane high-speed motorway. This expressway is designed to connect Ghana's two largest cities, Accra and Kumasi, and it will reduce the traveling time between Accra and Kumasi to approximately 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, this new alignment will have 8 interchanges and will be Ghana's first true expressway. And so government has established the Accra-Kumasi Expressway Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the concessionaire that will be mandated to design, to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the expressway. with the Ministry of Roads and Highways as the contracting authority. The project delivery is structured as a long-term concession of up to 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this expressway will be Ghana's first purpose-built expressway with limited access points, so goats and sheep cannot cross at any point. Mr. Speaker, it's designed for higher speed limits and modern safety infrastructure to reduce travel time and improve road safety. Preparatory activities including feasibility studies, the detailed designs and cost assessments are currently underway. This major road construction work aims to improve mobility, safety, and trade while connecting communities to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor. We aim to complete all unfinished segments of the Eastern Corridor Road by the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue and complete the 27.7 Accra-Tema Motorway and Extension Project. And this includes reconstructing the Accra-Tema Motorway into a 4-lane expressway with 3-lane service roads in both directions, and interchanges at Ashaman. Where you have the Ashaman underbridge, it will now be an interchange. There will be another interchange at Community 18 and Teshi Link. Mr. Speaker, it also involves remodeling the Tetekwashi interchange. Construction works are ongoing and progress is at 32%. Mr. Speaker, other important projects include the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, the Volivo Bridge over the Southern Volta River, the Dambai Bridge over the River Oti, and the Adoso Bridge over the River Afram at Eche Amanfrom. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads has received cabinet approval to reintroduce road tolls on our roads and our bridges. Mr. Speaker, this time using advanced technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and avoid leakages in revenue generation. Preparatory work is underway to ensure the reintroduction of tolling operations this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that an effective and efficient transport system is integral to any economic development plan. So to improve public transport services in the country, government is supporting Intercity SCC Coaches Limited, Metro Mass Transit Limited, and the private road transport operators to renew their fleets. Currently, a total of 300 buses have been procured to improve road transport. The initial batch of 100 buses is scheduled to arrive in the country by the end of the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of my pledge to re-establish a national airline, a 10-member task force established to oversee this initiative has submitted a business model and operational framework to guide the selection of a strategic partner for the new national airline. And this new national airline will take off soon, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, passenger traffic handled by the Ghana Airports Company increased to 3.625 million passengers in 2025. This was an increase from 3.4 million in 2024. In response to the rising passenger traffic and congestion at the Accra International Airport's new Terminal 3, we are remodeling Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility to serve both domestic and international flights. So when the remodeling of Terminal 2 is finished, all the domestic flights and some of the international flights will be moved to Terminal 2 so that we ease the congestion on Terminal 3. This will improve operational efficiency and enhance the overall passenger experience. Mr. Speaker, Accra's Terminal 3 remains amongst the best in Africa. A new concourse will link Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 so that passengers arriving in Terminal 2 and having to move to Terminal 3 won't have to come out and walk. They'll go through the concourse. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 is going to be supported by a new 7-story floor car park. It will also have an airport hotel, and retail amenities to service the passengers. Mr. Speaker, runway expansion and overlay is currently being undertaken to strengthen the Accra International Airport's runway. Mr. Speaker, we will also begin work on new regional airports in Sunyani, in Bolgatanga, and Wa. In Sunyani, the current location of the airport is not appropriate to extend the runway, and so we have to move and build a new airport at a different location. Bolgatanga, the site has been acquired and work will commence. Wa also, we have to move the airport from where it is because it almost intersects the road and the airport slopes upwards, making it inappropriate for air travel. Mr. Speaker, we are also reverting the airport in Accra, the international airport in Accra, to its original name, the Accra International Airport. Even though NLC Decree 129 was passed, no effort or nothing was done to effect the clause in the decree that said that the airport should be renamed after Kotoka. So in all international records in ICAO and IATA, that airport in Accra, the international airport, remains named Accra International Airport. Mr. Speaker, we are working to fully operationalize the Tema-Mpakadang rail line to maximize passenger and freight traffic between Tema and the north using the Volta Lake waterway. The Western and Eastern railway lines will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. These projects are aimed to support the efficient transport of container and bulk cargo to and from our ports, as well as to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals from mines in Usuta, Awaso, and Yinehing to the Takoradi port, while also providing passenger transport along the respective rail corridors. Mr. Speaker, as part of the 24-hour economy initiative, a new 24-hour operation has started at Tema Port, allowing access to port services around the clock. This development enables importers to clear their goods at any time, significantly easing congestion at the terminals like the transit terminals, the reefer terminal, and the Golden Jubilee terminal. The initiative brings together customs, banking, and other relevant agencies to enhance efficiency, low transaction costs, and boost Ghana's competitiveness as a major trade hub. Cabinet has reviewed the designs and feasibility study for the Keita Port and directed the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority to present an action plan and a roadmap for the realization of the project at the earliest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, as part of its expansion efforts, has established a new operational office at Adenta Bus Terminal in Accra. If you need any service in the night from DVLA, go to Adenta. There's an office open there day and night. Mr. Speaker, this modern facility operates around the clock, providing continuous service to improve accessibility and convenience for our motorists in Adenta municipality and the whole general Accra area. Mr. Speaker, communications is important, and under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, implemented through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, we extend voice and data connectivity to unserved and underserved communities. We've targeted the construction of 2,016 cell sites all over underserved and unserved communities. 1,561 of these 2,016 cell sites have been constructed, and of this number, 1,144 have been activated. Work is ongoing to activate the remaining 417 sites. Preparations are also well underway to commence construction of the remaining 455 sites. Mr. Speaker, under the School Connectivity Initiative, over 62,000 digital resources have been uploaded to the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, enabling seamless access across multiple devices, from PCs to laptops to tablets and smartphones, for more than 600,000 users, including teachers, students, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's research agenda to ensure Ghanaian youth acquire essential digital skills for the modern global economy, I launched the 1 Million Coders program in March 2025. This initiative aimed to train 1 million Ghanaians in key data areas, including data analytics, data protection, cybersecurity, the metaverse, and artificial intelligence over 4 years. Phase 1 of the program, that is the pilot phase, saw hundreds of trainees complete their training programs in person across 4 training centers that were established in Accra, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. Mr. Speaker, Phase 2, which will include virtual sessions, is set to commence this year, with expanded training centers and an increased number of beneficiaries. We project that 400,000 young Ghanaians will be trained this year, and this will build up to the numbers approaching 1 million. Mr. Speaker, the fight against corruption has remained a defining priority of my government and represents a central pillar of our commitment to good governance and accountability and the prudent management of public resources. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress through strengthened collaboration among law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence institutions, and prosecutors. These efforts have led to initiation of criminal proceedings and asset forfeiture proceedings against some individuals and entities implicated in financial crimes against the state. But yes, I agree with the sentiments of Ghanaians that we must press harder on this accelerator. As of December 2025, IOCO has recovered more than 600 million Ghana cedis. The office has investigated 462 cases, with 15 currently under prosecution. It has dismantled transnational carjacking syndicates and has recovered 29 luxury vehicles that were stolen. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute that corruption will not be tolerated, regardless of status or political affiliation. The Attorney General's office will continue to use both criminal prosecution and non-conviction-based assets recovery mechanisms to ensure that stolen public resources are returned for national development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that a large majority of Ghanaians are impatient to see those who abuse their public trust in office held to account. Mr. Speaker, there were periods when, under military regimes and unconstitutional governments, extrajudicial means could be used to exact retribution against persons perceived as corrupt or who had abused the mandate given to them by the people. Mr. Speaker, this may have appeared as swift justice, but many regrettable excesses were recorded. In 1992, we overwhelmingly adopted the 1992 Constitution to accept governance by the rule of law. On 7th January, when I swore the oath of office before the people of Ghana, I swore to uphold the 1992 Constitution. I may be as impatient as everyone else to see justice done, but painstaking investigations must be conducted, dockets must be prepared, charges must be filed, and the accused must have their day in court, including appealing, even on the smallest point of law, to higher courts. This process is necessary to protect us all against abuse or ill treatment of citizens, and to ensure that only those guilty of offenses against the state are punished. As President Mills of blessed memory said, he said, and I quote, "The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine." Mr. Speaker, let me reassert my determination to uphold the accountability of public office holders to the people of Ghana. We have laid the Public Officers Code of Conduct Bill before Parliament. This bill codifies the conduct of public officers and makes breaches thereof punishable. I wish at this juncture to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for establishing additional specialized high courts to address breaches identified in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution review process was conducted in a transparent and consultative manner, drawing on input from constitutional experts, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, religious leaders, political parties, and the general public. The review committee has submitted its comprehensive report containing detailed proposals to amend the Constitution to address identified weaknesses and make it more welfare enhancing. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's office is working closely with relevant stakeholders to translate the recommendations into implementable legal and constitutional proposals, which will be presented to this August House in accordance with constitutional procedures. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining continues to pose a grave threat to our environment, water bodies, public health, and national security. Mr. Speaker, prosecution of persons engaged in illegal mining has been intensified, with a renewed focus on dismantling organized criminal networks behind galamsey operations, rather than targeting only the little fish, low-level offenders. Mr. Speaker, in all these galamsey operations, there are big fish who never get caught. Mr. Speaker, in total, over 114 case dockets involving hundreds of accused persons are pending in various courts across the country, particularly in towns and villages that are prone to illegal mining. Specialized prosecutorial teams have been deployed to fast-track illegal mining cases, ensure the effective presentation of evidence, and pursue the confiscation and forfeiture of equipment and proceeds used in or derived from illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to gender and social protection, my government will continue to ensure gender equality and equity, promote the welfare and protection of children's rights, and empower the vulnerable, the aged, and persons with disability for sustainable national development. Work is well advanced on the Women's Development Bank, for which a total of 401 million Ghana cedis has been allocated in the 2026 budget. The coming months will see a full rollout of this monumental policy to empower Ghanaian women and women-owned businesses economically and financially. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has successfully honored all legacy leave payment cycles for 2025 and before, reaching 1.5 million people. It has also ensured the full implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program in over 12,000 public schools across all 261 districts of this country. Mr. Speaker, the number of beneficiary pupils under the school feeding program has increased from 3,801,491 for the 2023-2024 academic year to 4,231,059 for the 2024-25 academic year. This program is providing gainful employment to 34,000 caterers and cooks nationwide. Mr. Speaker, in the security sector, Ghana faces evolving security threats. Our troops, services, and agencies have, however, remained firmly committed to strengthening national peace and security, which underpin our democracy, development, and social cohesion. This commitment encompasses internal security operations, international peace support missions, strategic investment in restructuring and retooling, and improvement in troops' welfare, recruitment, and capacity development. Mr. Speaker, two recent incidents are evidence of the increasing dangers we face as a nation. The killing of 8 of our compatriots who had gone to a neighboring country to purchase tomatoes, and just yesterday, an attack on Ghanaian fishermen in our waters by pirates reinforce the need for us to retool and adequately equip our security services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for conducting a successful medical evacuation of our injured compatriots from Burkina Faso. I also commend the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force, the National Security Council Secretariat, the Chief of Staff's Operations Team, the MP for Ewutu Senya, the Chief Fisherman and people of Senya Breku for the combined effort that successfully rescued all the stranded 71 fishermen who had been attacked by pirates. I've asked the National Security Coordinator to assist the affected fishermen and replace the stolen outboard motors and fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces continues to play a key role in containing illegal small-scale mining through the deployment of river guards and support for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat and assistance to special courts for swift prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, during the year, the Ghana Armed Forces had 2,119 troops with requisite equipment deployed in various peacekeeping missions, reinforcing Ghana's reputation as a dependable and professional contributor to international peacekeeping operations. While Ghana continues to maintain an enviable reputation in international peacekeeping, we must note that many of these peacekeeping theaters where we have operated are winding down due to reduced budgets for UN peace support operations. And so as our troops return home, we must create opportunities for them to train, to remain active and stay engaged. Mr. Speaker, beyond peacekeeping operations, Ghana continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to international solidarity, humanitarian assistance, and South-South cooperation. In December 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Defense, deployed 54 personnel from our 14 Engineers Brigade to Jamaica to support that country with national reconstruction efforts following the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Melissa, which claimed over 40 lives. In recognition of the scale of the recovery effort and the good work our soldiers were doing in reconstructing the houses in Jamaica, government approved a request from the government of Jamaica asking us to extend the mandate of our soldiers there for another 90 days, which we approved. Mr. Speaker, to further improve operational readiness, the government will continue to invest in vital defense infrastructure and retooling. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezinlibo, situated along the Western Maritime Corridor, is ongoing. This facility aims to boost maritime surveillance and better protect offshore oil and gas installations. The Northern Border Security Project, initiated to counter terrorism and transnational crime, is advancing decisively. This project constitutes the first line of defense against any infiltration and extremist threats coming from the Sahel, and it would significantly strengthen the surveillance of our northern border. Plans are well advanced to establish 2 new military barracks in Ejumako in the central region and in Dambai in the Oti region to address emerging security concerns and strengthen the presence of the state in these areas. To further support retooling efforts, agreements have been signed to procure and deliver 4 brand new Eurocopter helicopters and 1 jet for the Ghana Air Force, aimed at replacing the aging fleet and modernizing our air capabilities. The Ghana Armed Forces is carrying out a thorough overhaul of previously grounded aircraft, which involves replacing essential components and bringing them back into service. This aims to quickly restore their operational readiness for the Ghana Armed Forces to enhance mobility and boost troop morale. It forms part of a broad underway to acquire 2 brand new offshore patrol vessels, armored personnel carriers, protective gear, ammunition, vehicles, and strategic drones and advanced communication systems to enhance the operational capability of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. We will also continue to prioritize human capital development within the armed forces. a progressive recruitment drive to increase the strength of the Ghana Armed Forces by 12,000 personnel over 4 years to support expansion and operational demands is ongoing. In line with the government's reset agenda, the recruitment process has been decentralized to regional capitals, with selected recruits reporting directly from their regions to training schools, marking a significant shift from the previous Accra-centered system. Mr. Speaker, on a very solemn note, I wish to express my condolences to the families of 6 of our young daughters who died during the stampede at the Elwak Stadium. May their memory be blessed and may they rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, following the revised gratuity regime that was introduced in 2020 under the stewardship of Honorable Nitu, extending service by 5 years, under Constitutional Instrument 129, arrears have accumulated. Nitu is my friend, don't worry. Arrears have accumulated, Mr. Speaker, because no budgetary provision was made over the 4 years that followed. Afenyo, when we all leave politics, I and Nitu are going to the same place in the north. You go to Winneba. Don't worry, we are brothers. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in over 1 billion Ghana cedis owed to approximately 3,000 personnel across all the different ranks. As part of our commitment to fairness and the resolution of long-standing legacy issues, the government will soon commence payment of gratuity arrears under CI 129. Honorable, by the current military high command, with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, a structured implementation plan has been agreed upon. This will bring This will bring closure to the issue that has been outstanding since 2020, and it will ensure that affected personnel receive their rightful entitlements. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service has also received 40 armored vehicles and 100 pickup trucks to enhance their operations. Other security agencies such as the Fire, Prisons, Immigration, BNI, and Narcotics Control Commission will also be retooled to enhance their efficiency. Mr. Speaker, let me take this moment to commend the IGP and his men for the recent major successes they are chalking in bringing dangerous criminals to justice. The trust of the Ghanaian people in their police service is rising again, and I urge you to keep up the standard. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's foreign policy remains a central instrument for advancing our national development, for safeguarding our sovereignty, and projecting our values on the global stage. At a time when the global environment is characterized by profound geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, and evolving security concerns within our sub-region, government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana's engagement with the world is purposeful, strategic, and responsive to the needs of our people. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stepped up efforts to align Ghana's external relations with our domestic development priorities. Mr. Speaker, in West Africa, Ghana continues to pursue a policy of good neighborliness, solidarity, and constructive cooperation with all countries in the sub-region. We remain firmly committed to the vision of a peaceful, stable, prosperous, and integrated West Africa, grounded in mutual respect, dialogue, and collective responsibility. Particularly following their withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Ghana believes that continued dialogue and cooperation are indispensable to regional stability, and that disengagement only deepens our collective vulnerabilities. At the continental level, Ghana continues to play an active, principled, and forward-looking role in advancing the African Union's strategic priorities. Today, Ghana currently holds the following prestigious positions. We are AU champions on reparations. We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also... We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also the AU champion for gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled by my election as the first vice chairperson of the African Union at the 39th ordinary session. At the 39th ordinary session of the AU Assemblies of Heads of State and Government held recently in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it is also gratifying to note that my colleague leaders in West Africa have declared me, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Opposition. They have declared me unopposed by the grace of God, sole candidate for the position of chairperson of the African Union when the rotating chairmanship returns to West Africa in 2027. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, during the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I raised Ghana's voice to call for a comprehensive reset of the United Nations to better reflect the current realities and particularly the role of Africa in global governance and fairness in international financial systems. In line with our multilateral commitments, Ghana announced plans to table a United Nations resolution that recognizes the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity, and promoting an agenda of acknowledgement, reparative justice, and cultural restitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll formally present this resolution, which has been endorsed and adopted by the African Union unanimously, to the UN in March of this year for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, passports have never been easier to acquire than under this regime. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has established 7 new passport application centers in Upper East, Oti, Ahafo regions, Bono East, Northeast, my own region, Savannah, and the Western North region. Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, all 16 regional capitals now host passport application centers, marking a major milestone in the decentralization of passport services. Mr. Speaker, to address systemic delays, the ministry implemented a 24-hour passport production operation at the head office. This enabled the clearance of an inherited backlog of over 40,000 passport applications. As a result of these reforms, Ghana's passport administration now operates with 0 backlog, guaranteeing passport delivery within 15 working days. If you like, try it. Apply for a new passport. Within 15 days, you will receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate travel and boost tourism and ease business mobility, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs implemented a 5-day visa processing service across. Significant progress has been made in the design and procurement phase of a national e-visa platform with a targeted rollout plan for 2026. This means This means if you apply for visa, you apply online and the visa is approved online. You don't need to go to the Ghana embassy to apply. Ghana has also secured new visa waiver agreements with 11 countries to facilitate people-to-people exchange. It means for those 11 countries countries, Ghanaians don't need passports to go there. You just jump on the plane and appear there, and they'll allow you in. Mr. Speaker, to highlight Ghana's ongoing commitments to international solidarity, we made humanitarian donations to Jamaica, Cuba, Sudan, and Palestine to support disaster relief and conflict-related crises. These donations amounted to millions of cedis and included food, medicine, clothing, cocoa products, blankets, and mattresses, and plastic buckets. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that remittances from our relatives abroad, the Ghanaian diaspora, reached a historic high of $7.8 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest annual inflow ever recorded in Ghana's history. This reflects not only confidence in the Ghanaian economy, but the enduring patriotism of our citizens living and working abroad. Mr. Speaker, these remittances they bring back home support households, they finance education, they build homes, they provide seed money for businesses, and best of all, they stabilize our foreign exchange position. In many respects, our diaspora has become one of the country's most reliable development partners. Without contracts, conditionalities, or fanfare, they are easily one of our most reliable development partners. We must intentionally ensure that citizenship, rather than place of residence, determines one's right to serve the Ghanaian Republic. Ghanaians worldwide who pledge allegiance to this country of theirs and make substantial contributions to its development should not be barred from active participation in public affairs, including the opportunity to hold public office, provided there are appropriate measures to ensure loyalty and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally in support of the bipartisan bill currently before this House, seeking to address this matter. And it is my hope that it will be passed expeditiously so that our compatriots. Development and empowerment are at the core of everything we're trying to achieve. We're implementing many policies to develop our youth capacity and to create as many jobs as possible to address the major unemployment problem. All our youth activities All our youth activities and job creation programs are ongoing. In 2025, 10,887 young people were trained in entrepreneurship programs and job creation under the Ejumara program. In 2026, an additional 10,000 young people will receive similar support under the program. The National Apprenticeship Program onboarded 14,000 young apprentices during the pilot phase, and they have started receiving their start-up kits after passing out successfully. Training is ongoing across the regions, and when completed, the trainees will be certified by the Commission for TVET to facilitate their access to employment. Mr. Speaker, this year the target for the National Apprenticeship Program has been increased from 10,000 to 100,000 young people, offering many more young people the opportunity to acquire the skills needed for sustainable development. And as I said, when they pass out, they are giving a certificate by TVET to show that they have passed out and have the skill in whatever they learned. In 2025, 86,000 young people were engaged through the Youth Employment Agency, various employment modules under this agency. This year, I've directed the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment as a matter of urgency to review all the youth employment modules under the YEA to reduce duplication and ensure value for money. Youth who are waiting for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to commence military training for 10,000 national service personnel in the 2025-2026 service year. And so our national service personnel will receive call-ups to report at various military centers for training. Mr. Speaker, this was a program initiated by our late Minister for Defense of blessed memory, Dr. Edward Omani Boama, who was desirous of seeing it to full execution. I therefore charge the National Service Authority and the Ghana Armed Forces to bring life into the exercise for the benefit of the personnel and the training of our young people. Mr. Speaker, my government has launched a wide range of initiatives aimed at transforming Ghana's trade and agribusiness and industrial sectors to boost our competitiveness in export markets, encourage value addition, and generate employment for Ghana's large youth population. My recent visits with the hard-working Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to inaugurate new factories and initiate expansion works on factories has convinced me that Ghana is on the right track for industrial transformation. The ministry has begun implementing policies in the areas of textile and garment manufacturing, pharmaceuticals and vaccine manufacturing, automotive and components manufacturing, and contract farming and agro-processing. As a first step, we are collaborating with private sector to establish 3 new garment factories in Eastern Region, Central Region, and Bono East Region. This will create an estimated 27,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government will fulfill its commitment to revive key state-owned enterprises. The ministry is in the process of sourcing strategic investors to operationalize the Volta Star Textiles Factory, the Commander Sugar Factory, the Pualugu Tomato Factory, the Zoarungu Meat Factory, and the Akosombo Textiles Limited. Ghana's non-traditional exports recorded a 27.04% growth in 2025, with total earnings of $4.87 billion, up from $3.83 billion in 2024. This reflects a very early impact of the Accelerated Export Development Program, launched only last year, and demonstrates the continued resilience and expanding contribution of the non-traditional export sector to Ghana's export economy. Mr. Speaker, mining remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economic development, making substantial contributions to employment creation, export earnings, and government revenue. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the mining and quarrying subsector accounted for 17.4% of the overall 33.8% of industry's share of gross domestic product in 2025. It emerged as the leading contributor within the industrial sector. The sector generated export earnings of approximately $15.25 billion, accounting for 65.37% of Ghana's total export receipts, out of a total of $23.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of value-added tax on mineral exploration activities is expected to significantly reduce upfront costs for investors, improve project economics, and stimulate increased greenfield and brownfield explorations across the country. The fight against galamsey remains complex and demands a multi-dimensional response that integrates strong enforcement, the application of technology, sound regulation, and active community participation. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Transport and Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance, has registered 1,808 pieces of earth-moving equipment at the port, of which 1,033 have been fitted with trackers and are being tracked. The protection of our water bodies and forest reserves is ongoing with the deployment of 1,634 blue water guards across Western North Savannah, Upper West, Bono, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, Volta, and Northern regions. This nationwide deployment aims to strengthen surveillance, improve rapid response, and enhance on-the-ground enforcement against illegal mining activities that threaten critical water bodies, forest ecosystems, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, NIMOS will maintain regular coordinated operations across all 21 identified hotspots to prevent re-entry of illegal miners into these reserves. While temporary deployments yielded positive results, they proved insufficient for sustained enforcement. Mr. Speaker, in the works housing and water subsector, these are vital pillars of Ghana's national development, shaping sustainable livelihoods through reliable water supply and affordable housing that enhance citizens' well-being. Sea defense works are ongoing. We've successfully completed works at Commander, Ningo Pram, and Elmina. Together, these 3 projects have protected approximately 15 kilometers of our coastline and safeguarded lives and livelihoods and property. In March 2025, I visited Solakope, Agaveji, and Amutinu in the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves had displaced thousands of residents. We made a firm commitment to address the devastation. Mr. Speaker, true to that promise, the contractor for the phase 2 of the Blekusu coastal protection works was awarded the contract, and in August last year, I officially cut short to commence the project. I'm pleased to inform this House that the project is currently 25% complete, and calm has already been restored along the coastline. Notwithstanding these actions, flooding remains a major infrastructural challenge in the country and a top priority for this government. A task force on flooding is in place and coordinating the national mitigation efforts against flooding. Ghana continues to grapple with housing deficits currently estimated at over 1.8 million units. Some significant strides have been made in the housing sector. In line with government's earlier commitments to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, we have successfully concluded the joint venture arrangements which we inherited for the completion of the Saglemi housing project. The Attorney General is reviewing all related documentation to finalize and commence the project. When these projects are finished, it will increase the number of housing stock available. The TDC in Ghana is also steadily advancing work on 800 housing units under the Akron Affordable Housing Project at Tema Community 26. To position TDC Ghana as a key player in Ghana's housing industry, I performed a sword cutting ceremony last year for what they call the Oxygen City Housing Project in Ho of all places. That project seeks to address Ghana's housing deficit by developing 1,000 affordable housing units. We've also continued with our resettlement housing efforts for the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, with 251 of the planned
demonstrate governments. supply expansion projects and seek to finalize all financing arrangements for other water supply projects in Tamale, Yendi, Techiman, and Takwa. Mr. Speaker, the Danish government has allocated grant support to improve water supply services in low-income and high-density areas in Wa and Bolgatanga, aiming to address water challenges and provide relief to vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, the following rural water supply projects are ongoing: Asankregwa, Sechuyuoso, Duadaso, Kwemandamfa, Goso, Dwabing, Aveime, and Edumbamso. To strictly follow the resetting agenda and secure sufficient funding, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 6.3 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. This amount covers 4 quarters of the 2025 fiscal year, and it has been allocated to all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to execute their activities outlined in the medium-term development plans and annual action plans. Mr. Speaker, out of the amount released, a total of 4.3 billion has been dispersed to all MMDAs. The 4th quarter installment is being processed and will be disbursed soon. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House will agree with me. All members of this House will agree with me that the flow of resources to the district assemblies is unprecedented. All your assemblies
are receiving more money than they've ever received in several years. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of government's commitment to strengthen local governance and decentralization, the ministry has, for the first time in the history of local governance, disbursed a total of 100 million Ghana cedis in monthly allowances to all assembly members. Unprecedented, assembly members have received their allowances. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has also finalized designs for the new 24-hour economy modern markets to be constructed in all metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, procurement processes are far advanced to commence the construction of these markets, and very soon in all your districts, honorable members, you will have a 24-hour market operational. Mr. Speaker, our tourism and creative arts sector has a lot to offer. Creatives using the new media are giving our nation greater prominence than we could have achieved through any first-class traditional media outlet. Our economy will not be built only by traditional sectors, but also by human creativity sectors that will absorb those people who will be displaced from the shop floor by the new AI technologies that are being rolled out. Ghana has become a favorite tourist destination because of our history, culture, our arts, our music, our fashion, and our food. Government has allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the film sector alone. This is going to the film sector to support Kuma Wood and Gullywood and all the woods. Mr. Speaker, another 20 million cedis has been given for the other creative sectors. I believe that this injection of money will bolster our creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the creative industry and the Ministry of Tourism that I'll be your personal ambassador for the promotion of tourism and the creative sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our new national efforts to bring events and conferences to Ghana, we are going to undertake the refurbishment of the Accra International Conference Center to restore it to its iconic past as the country's national and international events and conference venue. Mr. Speaker, the original contractors of the center, Enego Project Ghana Limited, have conducted a structural integrity assessment at the request of the Office of Chief of Staff and made recommendations for the facilities renovation and refurbishment. They will commence this work in the next few weeks. But, Mr. Speaker, the AICC is not enough for a country seeking to develop its creative sector and become West Africa's destination for meetings, conferences, musical concerts, and entertainment. So, working with the private sector, work will also commence this year on a befitting convention and creative event center to position Ghana as West Africa's leading hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions and creative events. Ghana will also begin this year the renovation of the State Banquet Hall, which has been closed for a couple of years. Mr. Speaker, this year we will strengthen Ghana's standing in the major global and continental sporting events. We will make our 5th FIFA World Cup appearance. And for us, this is an opportunity to boost national branding and the economy beyond just sports. Mr. Speaker, supporters and other people interested in going to support the team would have to submit a visa request to the American Embassy. We are being told that we must ensure that supporters who go return on the visas. It has taken a lot of work to restore Ghana's 5-year non-immigrant visas and take us off the ban list. It is my hope that this event will not send thousands of Ghanaians to America and get us back on the ban list. Mr. Speaker, the Black Queens will compete at the 2026 African Cup of Nations, Women's African Cup of Nations, building on their bronze medal finish in Morocco. At the youth level, Ghana will participate in the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar with a multidisciplinary team aimed at strengthening long-term elite pathways. We'll also compete at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, reinforcing Ghana's presence across the Commonwealth sporting landscape. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ghana Journalists Association, I've been deeply concerned about the abuses suffered by journalists at the hands of some of our errant security personnel. I've asked the leadership of the security agencies to take firm action and to reorient their men and women on the need to be accommodating to journalists who are only doing their job of keeping citizens informed. I've also been concerned about the state of our state-owned media, most of which have suffered from historical underfunding and grappling with deteriorating infrastructure and facilities. I recently toured these media houses to learn about their challenges at first hand, and we're currently putting together a revitalization plan to leverage their valuable assets and re-inject life into their operations. The reintroduction of the Media Development Fund is also being reconsidered to support the Ghanaian media. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, during my recent trip to Zambia, we saw what a united Ghana can achieve on the global stage. A simple mislabeling of our culture could have reduced us to a punchline. Instead, we moved with speed and confidence. We corrected the record. We turned what was supposed to be ridicule into reach. We turned confusion into connection. We taught what could have been a negative social media trend into a handshake of friendship with our Zambian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, for most people, that episode was just a fleeting social media frenzy. Yet it served a greater purpose. It showed a nation that understands its brand equity. It showed citizens aligned around a common identity. It showed a country that knows who we are and refuse to be defined by others. But let us be honest, unity in moments of cultural pride has proved easier than unity in moments of political disagreement. If we can mobilize that same collective resolve for our development agenda, we will see real progress. And that mobilization is possible because we are the descendants of a people who united against political subjugation. We resisted economic exploitation and we fought colonial oppression. Mr. Speaker, our pursuit of national development today demands that same unity of purpose. We must reject misrepresentation and distortion that detract from our collective progress. We must guard our development as firmly as we guard our cultural identity. We must act as one people with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, in public life, there is a simple maxim we're all very familiar with. And it says that the buck stops with the president. Mr. Speaker, I not only agree with this. Every day I hold office of president, I live by that statement that the buck stops with me. The ultimate responsibility for the direction of this nation rests with the office that I hold, and I'll never shirk that duty. But nation building is not merely a question of who provides the strategic direction and who bears the final responsibility. It is a long chain of efforts that carries intent into reality, from policy conception to laws enacted, to resources mobilized, to services delivered, to value created on farms, in workshops, in classrooms, in markets, and in enterprises across our land. Mr. Speaker, it is here that the strength of a people reveals itself. It is in the countless acts of competence, integrity, and industry by citizens of every calling whose work turns national purpose into lived reality. Mr. Speaker, while the bulk may stop with me, the work of nation building goes beyond that. Through the labor, enterprise, and civic spirit of millions of Ghanaians whose daily efforts give policy life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to carry the weight of final accountability. And I ask in equal measure that our citizens bring their full measure of energy, skills, and patriotism to the common task of advancing our country. That is how nations are built. That is how economies grow. No policy can substitute for civic duty. No program can replace the quiet discipline with which millions of Ghanaians sustain their families, serve their communities, and carry this republic forward each day. Mr. Speaker, we are sometimes tempted to judge our nation only by our failures and our difficulties. But the country is not defined solely by its difficulties. It is defined by the choices its people make in response to those difficulties. Repeatedly through our history, Ghanaians have chosen steadiness over despair, cooperation over division, and purpose over cynicism. That is the deeper strength on which our future rests. We faced testy moments before, and we have overcome them. We've gone periods of economic strain, transitions that have demanded much from our citizens and our public servants alike. And Mr. Speaker, there's an African proverb that says, however long the night is, the dawn will break. Mr. Speaker, the dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance but also action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning while others still speak of and look back at the darkness. For Ghana today, that dawn is not a promise we must recite. It is a reality we must build into our institutions, into our economy, and in the ethics of responsibility we pass on to the next generation. So let us live each day mindful that the Republic is larger than any one political party, any office, any individual. This Republic belongs equally to the farmer, the trader, the teacher, the nurse, the artisan, the entrepreneur, the parliamentarian, and the young citizen, and the elderly retired personnel. Mr. Speaker, each of these people has a stake in our nation, and each one has a duty. Each has a claim on the future we're shaping together. Mr. Speaker, nations endure not because they are spared trial, but because their people refuse to surrender to trial. Ghana has been tested before. We did not surrender. We will not surrender now. And so with gratitude for how far we have come and with the resolve for the work ahead, I say, Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is resilient, the state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Our nation is on the brink of takeoff, and so ladies and gentlemen, passengers, fasten your seatbelts. I thank you for your attention.
members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Members, please. Honorable members, you know we are in this together, and you understand as accomplished parliamentarians that when the speaker is on his feet, every other person please, you don't only resume your seat, but you also keep silent. Honorable members, before I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency the President for the message, permit me to acknowledge some more senior patriots who are with us here today. We have the leader of the People's National Convention in the person of Bernard Mona. We also have the leader of the All People's Congress, APC, in the person of Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga. And we have my senior brother, the former flag bearer of the Convention People's Party, Ivor Robina Greenstreet, also with us here. Please, you are all warmly welcome. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this message. So His Excellency will hear from us. I know you are ready. Honorable members, we, by our rules, are to sit for 5 hours per sitting. When it's not up to 5 hours, the motion for adjournment has to be moved. And here we are. We have spent a lot of time, but not yet 5 hours. And so I'll have to call on the leaders starting with the minority leader. And honorable members, in consultation with the leaders, I'm giving each of them 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please, we'll hear you for only 5 minutes. Then after that, I'll put the question for adjournment. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank Mr. President for living up to this constitutional obligation. But Mr. Speaker, what the President failed to tell the people of Ghana is that 1 year in government, he's still acting with slogans, no action. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have skyrocketed and Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. We have thousands of Ghanaian youths who are, Mr. Speaker, can they be quiet and listen? Because if they misconduct themselves, we'll do the same thing to their leader. Keep quiet. They can't take away my time. If you don't keep quiet and listen to me, your leader cannot speak. If you don't know, I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaian youths were dismissed through a letter by the Chief of Staff. It's part of the State of the Nation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a scandal looming. Security services recruitment, TribeNet, we know who brought that company to the ministry. Kama has a way. And we, the minority, will pursue the person and make sure there's full disclosure. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers, they have reduced producer price and Erikopoku cannot be found. They don't care about cocoa farmers and they are here telling us inflation, macroeconomics is ready. Macroeconomics is ready. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey continues, Ghanaians continue to suffer under this Galamsey hardship. And we expect concrete action to be taken on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our elders say, give credit where credit is due. Mr. President is telling us today that some gains have been made. Those gains through this gold for reserve. Mr. Speaker, the gold for reserve policy, what they have failed to tell Ghanaians is that the Bawumia that they attack, Mr. Speaker, the Bawumia that they attack, the Bawumia that you attack is the brainchild government. Give to Bawumia what belongs to Bawumia. We are happy they are showing a picture, trying to embarrass the former finance minister. We've seen, but very soon and very soon, let me assure you that somebody, a senior appointee who is in charge of this tribe net, would go to jail. So the one behind tribe net, the one who introduced tribe net to the ministry, who is chopping money, Mr. Speaker, we are happy you are showing. Very soon we'll bring a picture. Then you will see the one in charge of TribeNet duping innocent Ghanaians, duping their unemployed youths. There are many youth who are looking for jobs, and this TribeNet, with the connivance of an appointee of government, she will be exposed. So you continue with Kenoforiata. Soon and very soon it will be your turn. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this side of the house, we are ready today to debate on this SONA. And by Monday, the true SONA will be revealed by the minority. By Monday, we, the minority, will present to the people of Ghana the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me thank you for the opportunity, and I wish Mr. President well. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now listen to the majority leader. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in this House, we want to thank His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, for his excellent leadership. Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Members, please. We are not at a rally ground. Please. You must know that this house has the power to terminate, yes, by law, the membership of a member of parliament. Please. This is just a reminder to all of you. Again, this is a reminder to all of you. Majority Leader, you may continue.
I want to thank His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, for his leadership. Ghanaians are very grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the Ghana you inherited and the Ghana you speak of today is like day and night. The Ghana you inherited is as dark as the dark dresses that they are wearing on the other side. And the Ghana you speak of today is clearly as bright as the white dresses that we are wearing on this side. Mr. Speaker, clearly everything that you have said here is true. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afenyo Makin will attest to that. He will attest to the fact that the big push is pushing through Winneba steadily. And he's getting premix. Mr. Speaker, it seems today is about cocoa prices. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, let me read Reuters today. Reuters has confirmed Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram for the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 Ghana cedis per 64 kilogram bag. Mr. Speaker, Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram from the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 per 64 kilogram bag. In Ghana, farmers are paid 2,587 per 64 kilogram bag, which is more than twice the price in Ivory Coast. This is confirmed this morning by Reuters. Mr. Speaker, I see written on the muffler of my friends in black that MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. Mobo Dodo, MPP. Yaya Mobo Dodo, MPP. Mr. Speaker, this is the month of Ramadan, and Your Excellency, all Muslims in Ghana will pray for Allah's blessings on you. For your sterling leadership that has been recognized by the entire West Africa. That is why they unanimously elected you unopposed to lead in Africa. Ghanaians are proud of you. This Ramadan, many of our people could afford sugar and rice because the prices have come down. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader,
let me conclude.
Your 5 minutes.
Let me conclude by seconding the motion. The motion moved. My friend,
Honorable Majority Leader, you will now move the motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourns until Tuesday in the forenoon. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, much as we are willing to work, the majority is unwilling to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second the motion to grant the pleasure of the majority leader who wants to go and rest. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. And the question is, as many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, clearly the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned.
too soon, we've come to the end of the 2026 State of the Nation address delivered by the First Gentleman of the land.
This is our continuing coverage of the State of the Nation address. The President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, has just delivered the State of the Nation to us as a people. We'll go through some of the things that he's spoken about, but as is tradition, we expect the opposition to have their take as well. And so we look forward to a minority press conference there. But we're not done. There will be conversations in the studio. But more importantly, we'll bring you some interviews and reactions from MPs across the aisle in Parliament. Joseph Akable is here with me while we wait to connect with our people on the ground. Let's have a quick chat on what we've heard so far, Joseph. The President has spoken widely about the state of this country. Do you get the sense that he covered all bases?
I mean, I think the foundation with which we commenced the coverage was to make the point that we would have to judge the president on the basis of some of the key indicators that he spoke about previously. I think we may have to cross over to Parliament shortly.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's join in now. Christian Yale and Mahama Betel on standby with some reactions from the MPs. So let's listen in now.
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. What's up? But she's not speaking to me. I can hear.
Coming in, and now we see him walk out as well, signaling the end of the address in Parliament. And he wears his fugu or batakari as well, obviously to make a statement to the Ghanaian people.
I hope our Zambian friends
they have
watching this time around. But just a point on, just before the agenda, I mean, the minority leader was basically kind of saying that they are reluctantly supporting. I mean, as far as I can remember, State of the Nation addresses, no business takes place afterwards.
Absolutely.
I mean, they always adjourn after, but he was making a point that, well, they are willing to work, but because the majority side wants an adjournment, they will grant the adjournment. But I mean, it's the usual
He had to
politics.
score a point with that.
Exactly.
But I think that on both sides, they stuck to time, obeyed the speaker, and it was good to note that there was discipline after the president's speech. But let's hear in now.
Gusitano, yes.
Gusitano,
the 24-hour
who's in charge of the 24-hour
policy.
economy or architecture behind it, is on standby. Let's listen in now.
Well, now the law gives us complete authority to
what significant changes should we expect from
we having
the
a lot of
implementation of the
problems.
24-hour economy?
Let's get a bit more in terms of reactions this afternoon. Former Speaker Dua Jao is here, but I also see Anodompre, who is just quick words in terms of a reaction from the minority in relation to the right. Mr. Nitul is here. Talk to us. We've just had the president deliver the State of the Nation address. From the perspective of the minority, I've seen you've been raising cocoa pots and what have you. The president says it was a necessary action that needed to be taken to forestall escalating debt within the sector. How does the minority respond to this?
When that same scenario confronted Jerry Rawlings, former President Rawlings, he cushioned the cocoa farmers. When the same scenario confronted Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, he cushioned the cocoa farmers. We expected the cushioning of the cocoa farmer, but not a reduction. So I don't agree with the president. I think that they should have cushioned the cocoa farmers. Nothing more, nothing less. Because cocoa has been the mainstay of our society. Cocoa is what has helped them up to now, and I think that the president should have insisted that they should cushion the cocoa farmers, because he says that it is up to the end of the year. So I don't agree with him at all.
You're a former defense minister. Quite a number of issues in relation to security over the last few weeks. Even yesterday, the Navy had to be deployed to rescue some fisher folk. Your general assessment of security situation in the country?
I think that generally the military did very well yesterday, so we must thank them. We must say that it is very, very good. It's in that light that I will support the president when he says that we should resource them and make sure that they are able to do what they need to do. But there are big challenges within the security sector, sir. Resource-wise, they need to mobilize and give them more resources. But it is not as rosy as the president is pointing at. I disagree with him when it comes to security. They need to give them resources. They need to make sure the recruitment process goes well. And they need to make sure that the young men and women who are really out there trying to go through other people who go through. We don't want any backdoor arrangement for anybody. The thousands of young people are those who should go through. If we sense or we get any evidence that there's a backdoor arrangement for somebody else, who will have a problem with the government.
Thank you very much. A bit more quick reactions from minority MPs. Honorable, thank you as well for joining us. You're live on TV3. Your assessment of what we heard from the president today in terms of the many things. He says he's delivered, particularly on the economy, and you've got to give him plaudits for that.
Thank you very much. The economy is determined usually by the citizens of this country. And I would want the president to take a sample view from the streets. Yes, inflation figures are down. You talked about interest rate going down. But is it pushing the private sector to go borrow to create the needed opportunity? That's where the question is. You can drive inflation down, you can drive interest rate to 18 to 20%. But what is the response from the private sector with some of these economic indicators? The youth of this country are still talking about jobs, and that is a top priority and a national security issue. That must be addressed, you understand. So on Tuesday, we'll be debating the statement that the president made. Some of us will come out with some of the very important issues
that affect the ordinary Ghanaian. The cocoa farmer is reeling under serious pain. He hasn't been paid. Yeah, youth are calling for jobs. I didn't hear any one policy intervention in the communication sector. Foreign policy, Russia-Ukraine war has affected Ghanaian lives and what have you. So piracy in Ghana for the first time, Ghanaian traders being killed in Burkina Faso. Those are very important matters that we'll be debating on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much as well, Honourable, for speaking to us. Kwame Asare-Obeng is also a member of Parliament. Honourable, sincere apologies. Talk to us as well. You're on the side of the majority.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of what you've heard the President say, I'm sure for you it's 100% job done and you're pleased with everything that you've been hearing.
I think he said it all. You know, when he came in last year, it was a scorecard of the previous government. And today we were expecting the President to tell us progress made. And indeed, he has told us. He came in when inflation was 23, now down to 3.5%. He came in when dollar was around 16 cedis, now down to 11 cedis. He came in when the national debt was about 61 of GDP and now 45. So 1 year down the line, he has delivered, and he gave account of his 1 year stewardship, and that will incite debate, parliamentary oversight and policy direction from Tuesday going in the coming days. So I'm clearly excited and satisfied with the performance of His Excellency.
Thank you. Let's get a bit more. Patricia is a deputy minority leader as well. Honourable, I appreciate you joining us. What is the state of the nation from the minorities' perspective, having heard from the President today?
I think I'd like to say a word of acknowledgement to all members looking at us or viewing the TV3. But I think that the true state of the nation as we speak now is that cocoa farmers are not being paid. The cocoa, their prices have dropped drastically, upsetting all their plans, their future plans. As we speak now, we are anticipating an increase in the fuel prices. We are also looking at a situation where electricity supply keeps on rising. We don't know what percentage increment we are looking at, especially when you are using meter. What happens is that what I used to buy has doubled. And even that, it doesn't last for the period that I used to. So we realize that Ghanaians, even though we are talking about good exchange rate, good economic, what we are experiencing cannot be related to the story that is being told out there. It's that currently the country is in pressure. The financial or fiscal position of the country is not the best. People don't have money to buy what they have to buy. People can't even afford to look after their children in school. And the onus lies on us as MPs of their country. They come to us to request for school fees, whilst we are not being paid well as well. So it is important that we present the true state of the economy and not be
So we should expect the minority to present a true state of the nation in the coming days.
Do that in the coming days. We are expecting that on Monday.
All right, Honourable, I appreciate you as well for speaking to us. Thank you very much. Kwame Asare-Obeng, also known as A+, is here with us. Honourable, you've heard from the President's general assessment of the speech.
I was excited when he said that he had to take a certain painful decision. That is the reduction in cocoa price. There is something happening in Côte d'Ivoire as we speak. Comparing the cocoa price in Ghana to that of Côte d'Ivoire, there is a lot of smuggling happening on the Côte d'Ivoire side, where people are bringing their cocoa to Ghana to sell, because the prices in Ghana is way better than the price in cocoa. And the government of Côte d'Ivoire is working hard to prevent smuggling of cocoa into Ghana, because there's a better price here. So this is not something that the government or the NDC government or President Mahama has deliberately decided to to reduce prices or to treat cocoa farmers as badly as the opposition keep telling us. It is something that is happening on the entire continent, especially in cocoa growing areas. And everybody in a cocoa growing area knows that the prices in Ghana are better. You cannot, when gold prices go up in Ghana. When it goes up in cocoa prices go up, it has to go up in Ghana. And when it is falling as drastically as it is, as the majority leader said, it has to affect the cocoa farmer. And I'm excited that for the first time, Cocoa Board itself has said that the cuts is not going to affect only the cocoa farmer in the farming communities, but it's also going to affect even their salaries at Cocoa Board, which means that everybody is being responsible. It's ensuring that we are all being treated fairly. During the MPP time, when Ken Ofori-Atta was giving people haircuts, in the first time in my whole life where I've seen a barber who does not ask you the kind of haircut you want. If you go to any barber shop, there are photos where you can choose that I want this haircut. When Ken Ofori-Atta was giving people haircuts without the right to choose the kind of hairstyle that you want, it didn't affect Ken Ofori-Atta and his people. Today, when Cocoa Board reduces price, they also reduce their salary. During their time, when they were giving haircuts, it didn't affect them. They were enjoying, they were bathing in the air. And so, we are excited about this government. We are excited about the president, everything that he has done, and we believe that Ghana is on the right path.
Right. Thank you as well, Honourable. And so we engage the Honourable Sebastian Sandare as well. But we just seen as well the former president John Agyekum Kufuor in the company of Joyce Bawah Mokhtari and a host of other MPs, both on the NPP and NDC side, making their way past us. But let's speak to him quickly. Honourable, on the health side, we heard the president make a number of comments. We've seen a lot in terms of development, particularly over the last few weeks on the front of the health sector. What did you make of the president's delivery today, just briefly?
Yeah, thank you very much. I can only say I'm very excited because the president has made bold declaration about ensuring.
Well, let me see if I can get a word or two from the right. I get the indication that will not be possible, and so.
Yes, so I'm excited. I believe Ghanaians are excited that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has shown us the way when it comes to ensuring a robust, and resilient, health system in this country. He promised on ensuring that he will revive the health system by ensuring that the health insurance works. Today, as we speak, and we have heard from him, claims are paid promptly. No health service provider can say that this government or NHIA is owing that health facility. He talked about the Mahama Care, that is Ghana Medical Trust Fund, which has come to stay, to ensure that non-communicable diseases are taken care of. The free primary health care is something that is about to take place. And he also insisted that he will work on infrastructure, ensuring that, we have the needed health infrastructure, health facilities that will provide quality health care. And boldly, I like when he declared that no patient should be turned away from any...
Are we going to see legislation in that regard, just briefly?
What we need is that behavior, character of healthcare workers should be changed to ensure that we put the patient first. I go for legislation, but I also believe that legislation must be backed by action where we ensure that we have tender hearts for the patient as healthcare workers, where we ensure that patients are not turned away from our health facilities in the name of no bed. That should not be allowed in Ghana.
Honourable, I appreciate you. Let me speak to the Employment and Labour Relations Minister as well. Honourable, thank you very much for joining us as well, Doc. We've heard from the President, if there's anything, this year will be big on jobs, and there will be a lot of pressure on you as a government in terms of job creation. What is the plan this year? Teaming youth wanting jobs.
This year will be a great time, given what the President has said. Government is going to increase spending. When government spends, lots of things happen. activities, construction works will go on, jobs will be available. Issues that have to do with the 24-hour economy is going to boost business. It's going to create more opportunities for private sector. Private sector opportunities will increase and jobs will also be available. In fact, listening to the president, even within government, being part of the administration and part of cabinet, but I sat down listening to this man and said, look, if there's anybody in Ghana who cannot see the richness of his presentation, the hope it has generated, then you don't love Ghana. This is real hope that he has presented to us. Construction works going on everywhere. Roads being constructed almost everywhere in the country. Job opportunities will be available in all that direction. Education itself being very much improved, targeted at the vulnerable person and the disadvantaged. You know, so I mean, I can see lots of expectations.
There is a lot of expectation on the part of jobs.
Yes, lots of expectations will be fulfilled on the part of jobs. Lots of expectations are available, and I can see that in that presentation. If there was anybody who had a feeling that we haven't gone anywhere, you would tell yourself that we have reached somewhere. Prices are down. Issues about lack have been targeted and addressed. The economy itself is stabilized and is moving. Opportunities are abound. The CD is under control. Investments are increasing. Jobs are available. So I think that the other round of it all is for us to take statistics of the issues that have been highlighted, the results of them resulting in the job creation activities will now be addressed. And I think from now on until next year, I will be compiling the number of jobs that are available to present to Ghanaians to see the positive impact of good governance and what it has created for Ghana. Every single statement he made about the economy is yielding some fruits. Those fruits are very positive and are yielding the kinds of opportunities that the young person needs to ride onto the economy and create jobs, either for themselves or by an economy, by a private sector that will create the jobs.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's go to Dr. Amin as well, just quickly, as a former finance minister, just quickly, in terms of reactions.
Look, what struck me was the president's statement that the country is about to take off, and so Ghanaians should fasten their seatbelt. I'm sure he slipped. He meant to say that the people should tighten their seatbelt for a possible crash of the economy.
Why?
Yes, because, I mean, you know that things are not going well. And that is the true state of the nation. Things are not going well. I mean, for example, macroeconomic indicators are good. If you have economic stability, it's good. But economic stability is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. It's supposed to generate growth. But what are we seeing in terms of economic growth? In 2024, the economy grew by 5.7%. In 2025, by 4%. And it is projected to grow by another 4% in 2026. So what is the use of that stability if it cannot generate growth? Right. If you come to electricity, which is a very important input in generating growth, in creating jobs, Ghanaians cannot afford electricity today. In 2024, the cumulative increase in electricity tariff was just 3%. Cumulative throughout that year. Last year, 2025, the cumulative increase in electricity price was what? 18%. Already in the first quarter of this year, 9.6%. I mean, people cannot afford. So when the president said...
You entered into the IMF agreement, they say.
No, it's not the IMF agreement. Let me tell you something in context. When the IMF agreement was signed, the statement they are referring to is to the effect that we will implement the quarterly tariff adjustment. But even with that, the agreement was signed at the time inflation was very high. At the time, the exchange rate depreciation was very high, right? And these are the components that are factored into price determination. But by 2024, inflation had come down from 52% to about 23%, right? And so we increased the electricity tariff by only 3% throughout that year. The depreciation had reduced from about 50% to 20%. And so it reflected in the fact that we did not increase electricity tariffs. But look at 2025 and today, when inflation is below 10%, when the city has actually appreciated, why should we increase electricity tariffs?
The defense
indicators don't suggest that tariff should increase.
The defense from PURC,
18% cumulative on Ghanaians in 2025, 9.6%, in the first quarter of 2026. And so anybody who makes reference to the IMF agreement that we signed does not understand the context and does not understand the economics of the energy sector. We are talking about an economy that should create jobs, but this economy is not creating the jobs. The president talked about, he said 1 million jobs. What I have seen in terms of the data published by the Ghana Statistical Service is to the effect that between the first quarter and the third quarter, jobs added were 330,000 jobs. 330,000 jobs. So if those were the jobs created between first quarter and third quarter of 2025, how did it come to 1 million by the end of the year? Are you suggesting that in the last quarter alone, you have almost 700,000 jobs created? But even if that is true, that is not unique, because the year before, in 2024, the same Ghana Statistical Service, if you go to the quarterly labor statistics published in July 2025, it shows that 1.14 million jobs were created. 410,000 jobs in the first quarter, 130,000 jobs in the second quarter, 200,000 jobs in the third quarter, 409,000 jobs in the fourth quarter. If you put that together, that gives you 1.14 million. So the president cannot be celebrating 1 million.
His argument will be it's only his first year.
When the year before, the year they said the economy was bad, they inherited a bad economy. The jobs that were created were 1.14 million jobs. And at the time you have stability, at the time the president is touting his achievement for economic progress, then you are celebrating 1 million.
But do you disagree that the NDC, President Mahama, inherited a challenged economy? Do you disagree?
Of course, the economy has been challenged since 2022, and we all know the reasons. I mean, we had COVID, they don't want to accept it, but when it is convenient for them, they say that external factors are the reason cocoa prices have fallen, as a result of which they are reducing the producer price of cocoa. But we must understand that external factors are external factors, whether it is under Akufo-Addo's government or or President Mahama's government. And so there were those external factors, and we acknowledge that. And according to the World Bank, by 2022, 800,000 people lost their jobs because of COVID. 800,000 people lost jobs because of COVID by 2022. And so, yes, there were challenges, right? But we responded proactively, right, by doing the DDEP, by restructuring our debts with our external creditors, by investing heavily in agriculture. And that is why in 2024, we saw that the trajectory was positive. That is why we achieved a growth rate of 5.7% in 2024. Right. Yeah. And so, yes, there were challenges, but a government that is responsible is a government that accepts the challenges and work around and bring the economy out of those challenges.
Finally, from me, he talked about debt to GDP ratio.
Yes.
From a little above 60% to now above 40%. That should be good news, right?
But that is why my leader was right when he said that give credit where credit is due. What did they do to reduce the debt from 61% debt to GDP to 45%? What did they do? Tell me one.
A chunk of it has been credited to the exchange rates improvement.
It's not the exchange rate. It's not the exchange rate. It's as a result of the debt restructuring that we did, which led to Ghana being outrightly forgiven $5 billion and another $4.7 billion in reliefs that were granted to Ghana. Cash flow reliefs, $4.7 billion, $5 billion outrightly cancelled. That negotiation, I led it. And that is what led to the reduction in the debt to GDP. It's not because of any magic. Tell me one single policy that they have implemented to warrant the debt to GDP coming down. And so let's don't, be deceived by the West. Let's go to the data and look at the context behind the data. And we will understand that, look, this economy was on the path to recovery. President Mahama inherited a solid, stronger economy, a 5.7% growth economy, and not what the president was talking about in the state of
Honorable, thank you as well, Doc, for speaking to us. The majority say they want to answer. Just quickly, in one word, your response to what Dr. Amin has been saying.
Okay.
Yes, I'll need you to come this way with me. I was still live. Just quickly, in terms of a response.
Listening to the former finance minister who was playing figures around, the MPP sues them when they took over from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama after the Senche Accord, and they said the economy was going to grow by 8%. When they came to power, they said NDC never groomed the economy for them to take over. Today, they are saying that they have groomed the economy for NDC to take over. So you see their double standard. In any case, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we can justify his figures for the jobs he has created. Why? Because he has enabled the construction of roads to continue. And so he has not said employment, but he said jobs. And when we say jobs, the construction work is ongoing. It's absorbing. Are you getting me? Drivers are moving up and down because of the reduction in fuel prices. Almost every vehicle in Ghana is now on road. Uber services and everything has gone to the sky high. Are you getting me? Construction workers, laborers, carpenters, everybody is involved. So this is the rate at which jobs have been created because of continuity and sustainability of the economic activities. Are you getting me? So when they say that they have created jobs and somebody has come and is not creating jobs, it's not a fact. It's not a fact because it's about the economic sustainability. And let me tell you, look, I have a friend who is working at the Ghana Immigration Service, and now they are almost working 24. They are almost working 24/7. Why? Because the number of people who are trooping in from the country. Restructuring program. Other people who are entering the nation, the rate at which people are moving into Ghana, and the jobs that are being created, the small-scale mining sector, the construction sector, and other things. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is justified to say that he has created those jobs.
Appreciate
real-time jobs.
Appreciate.
And not that of the MPP. Normally, their way of saying.
Thank you. Let me connect quickly. Deputy Defense Minister is as well speaking.
Issues of transnational crimes. We heard yesterday of the incidents of piracy. There are also terrorist attacks going on around us. And so the Ghana Armed Forces that's established to protect the territorial integrity of our country must have the needed equipment in order to confront these threats. And so for the president to take that decision that we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces, it's something that is refreshing for us. And we are equipping the Ghana Air Force with 4 new helicopters. And I'm happy to announce that by next week, one of those helicopters will arrive in the country. We are also acquiring offshore patrol vessels. Of course, that will take some time to construct and have it on our seas. But in between that, we are acquiring some fast vessels that can help us fight on the sea. We are also acquiring new what we call armored personnel vehicles that will be used by the Ghana Army. And so the kind of development that is happening in our defense space is something that is commendable.
Let's come to yesterday before you move on.
Okay.
How concerning was that? I'm talking about the piracy incident. And of course, the president congratulated you and your men for the swift action and the rescue. How concerning was that?
Well, it was of a great concern because if you have persons that, as we were told, must have come from other jurisdiction, not within our territory, to attack Ghanaian fishermen who had not gone very deep, just 35 nautical miles. So that was very, very much concerning. And we don't usually see this piracy thing happen. And the fact that they were bold to come that close and to attack these men, not physical harm, but to seize their outboard motors, their gen sets, and other personal belongings was of great concern to us. And that's why we acted swiftly. And this operation is something that should have been done by just the Western Naval Command. But we thought that we could also get these pirates. And so we activated also the Eastern Naval Command so that they could, crash on them. But unfortunately, we have not found them yet. We are still patrolling the high seas. We have deployed the K-8 surveillance aircraft from the Ghana Air Force. That's on the high seas, so doing surveillance there. But for us to have these Ghanaians safe, unharmed, and brought them to our shores is something that we think the rescue was highly successful.
Let me ask you this question. You are not appointing authorities, but when you hear conversations about there's a vacancy at your ministry, even though you are there as a deputy minister, and as a result, people were attacking Burkina Faso, and then piracy activity. How does that make you feel?
Well, let me first address the Burkina Faso thing. What happened in Burkina Faso has nothing to do with the Ministry of Defense. The coordination of Ghanaians moving in and out of Ghana, whether for economic reason, for pleasure, or visit to family members, is done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has nothing to do with the Ministry of Defense. But our friends try to paint a picture. And where the incident happened, Tetao is like 400 kilometers away from the Ghana border in Paga. And it's a very dangerous place to attempt to go. This is an area that has been under the control of jihadists. And it was in recent time that the Burkina Faso Armed Forces has been able to establish a base in Tetao, trying to take full control. So they see many of these attacks quite often. And that's why the tomato is very cheap there. You get it like 20% as compared to what you would have gotten in Ouagadougou. So, for example, if a box of tomato is sold in Ouagadougou for, say, 100 CFA, in Tetao you get it at 20 because nobody is going there to buy the tomatoes because that place is a dangerous area that we don't encourage Ghanaians to go to such places. And so it didn't have anything to do with the Ministry of Defense, and for that matter, it would have nothing to do with the absence of a substantive minister. There's no vacancy at the ministry. There's an acting Minister of Defense who is doing his job. And the Deputy Minister, of course, also playing a role. But you see, people, I think, for lack of appreciation of our defense architecture, there are many countries that do not have defense ministers. But nobody dares attack such countries. There are countries that the president is the Minister of Defense. In fact, on record, our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, was the Minister of Defense at a time, I think between 1958 and 1960 or so. And so there's no vacancy, there's no vacuum. Ghana is not under attack. People should be rest assured. Trust our security agencies, specifically the Ghana Armed Forces. We have taken over our northern borders. We are in control of our territory. No jihadists would dare venture into the territories of Ghana. And we are on point in terms of intelligence and knows what is going on around our borders. So Ghanaians should be rest assured. The authority or the power to appoint a defense minister rests with the president. But the president is also the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So everything is under control.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's speak to the Communications Minister, the Honourable Sam Nate George, as well, just quickly in relation to reactions from the State of the Nation address. The Honourable, thank you very much for joining us as well. Quickly, just thoughts from what we heard from the President and a number of projects he mentioned under your ministry as well.
Well, I think that the President has stated it clearly. Ghana is on the runway. We're ready for takeoff. Fasten your seatbelts. A lot of work has been done in the communication sector. He spoke about the rural telephony work that's been done. As we speak, the teams are out on the ground ensuring that we expand. Just 2 Mondays ago, the regulator, the NCA, put out new KPIs, which is immediately creating improvement in the network because the telcos have to invest critical capex to be able to meet the new benchmarks to avoid the fines. And so we're seeing improvements. That's going to take some time to reflect, but the work is underway in that direction. On the 1 million coders, we've done a lot of work in that regard. We're ready to deploy over 20,000 devices across the country in over 100 learning centers in every part of the country, every region of the country. And so it's work in progress. The legislative review as well is on the way. So we're extremely excited about the future and what it portends for us, and we look forward to the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama.
Just quickly, he says a few greetings, exchange of greetings with the former President John Agyekum Kufuor as well, but that's fine. An area of concern for a lot of people is the 1 million coders program. We saw the president at the initial launch. There are many who are asking the question, have the first batch made their way out? Are we seeking to have the second batch in? And have they already started on their own accord and potentially employing other people?
So I'll tell you, on the 1 million coders, a lot of people have asked questions. It's a very detailed program. There's a committee that's headed by my deputy minister that is working towards an implementation committee. We've got 3 implementing agencies under the ministry, the GIFEC, CASE, Kofi Annan, and then the Accra Digital Center. They are all working under the auspices of the ministry. We've first and foremost had to make sure that we're doing a lot of the programs as virtual classes, online courses. We had to make sure that the certificates we're issuing are internationally verifiable. So they're certificates from the likes of Google, from Microsoft, from Coursera. These are recognized certificates that can allow our grad ones work on remote jobs. So we've had to secure those. We've secured about 600,000 online certificates already, or certificated courses. Then we now had to build the structure for how we would deploy this. So what we are doing now is you've built a structure where in every learning center, we're going to be able to have 1,000 people, or they're going to be like 1,000 contact hours. So what we're doing is our learning centers are going to open at 8 and close at 5. So you'll have 8 to 10, 10 to 12. Between 12 and 1, the center will break for the administrator to be able to take some break and some refreshment. And then from 1 to 3, 3 to 5. So you basically have 50 devices per center running 4 streams. So that's 200 streams. For 5 days in a week, that's 1,000 streams. And so what we plan to do is to roll out both in a number of districts, in a number of universities. We're looking at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the University of Ghana, as part of the first phase of phase 2 rollout. But our plan is this year 400,000 Ghanaians to be allowed to roll out and register. We do not want a situation where people are going to register and have to travel long distances. So we're opening centers in every district to ensure that people are able to. So there's a lot of work, but we're hopeful that in Q2 we'll roll this out fully across the country and everyone will be able to register. Final question.
When is the SIM re-registration exercise beginning, and then 5G rollout as well? Ghanaians have waited for that for a very long time.
5G, I announced at the launch of the 30th anniversary of the NCA that Cabinet has given us authorization to take out the exclusivity in the wholesale model. There are a number of steps that the law says we must go through, notification and all of that. So we're going through that process. But I've given an indication to the regulator that by the time Ghana turns 70 on 6th of March next year, 2027, I want to have or see the rollout of 5G within 70% of our population density, not geographic 70% coverage, population density in terms of location of handsets, and we will do that. So Ghana will have 70% 5G rollout. You have my word on that. The regulator is going to work. We're going to do a fresh 5G auction, and it's without any prejudice to the wholesale model that exists already. On the SIM registration, and I just need to be clear, it's not a SIM re-registration, it's a SIM registration. This is the first time. We've had 3 attempts as a SIM registration. In 2010, under Honorable Haruna Idrisu, we had a SIM registration exercise where there were multiple cards, identity cards that were used. There was no verification of those cards. Then you had the 2016 under Omane Boama attempt to do it, but it didn't really take off. Then between 2021 and 2023, you had the one done under Honorable Eslo Usu that said they used the Ghana card. However, if you remember very well, and this is not Sam George saying this, the then Executive Secretary of the NIA, Ken Atifa, issued a public statement saying that the NIA was not verifying the Ghana card. Now, we've done an audit of the system, and we've seen registrations where the same Ghana card number has different faces. Different SIMs have been registered with the same Ghana card number, but when you look at the Ghana card that was used in the registration, the name is different. Information on the face of the card is different, because what ESLA did was simply to use the information on the face of the card, and that can easily be cloned. The only thing that can be cloned is the biometrics. And so this is the first time in our history. Yes, I hear this very loud and clear. People are fed up with having to register and re-register. It's my belief and firm conviction that this will be the final one we will do, because we will do this right. It's taking us a year to plan this. We're doing this with the consumer at the center of it, not a procurement at the center of it. And so I can assure people, we're confident that up to 60% of our country's population will not have to go in queue. They will be able to, because they have smart devices, they will be able to go onto an app and do the registration themselves. So the queues won't happen. Now, don't forget, part of the reason why we had those long queues in 2021 to 2023 was because a lot of people did not have Ghana cards at the time. There was only 60% penetration of Ghana cards. Today you have almost 94%. At the time there were only 8 centers that printed Ghana cards. Now you have over 270 of them. So we have taken into consideration a lot of things. Everybody with a smartphone will be able to do the registration on their own. Those without that functionality will have the services available to them in a manner that doesn't put them at risk. But the bottom line is this: what is different, and that's why I say it's not a re-registration, is that this registration is with biometrics. Once we do the biometrics, it gets locked in. We're working very closely with the NIA, and this is going to be led by the NIA and the NCA. They're working out, we've engaged the Chamber of Telecoms. We're going to bring an LI to Parliament, because this is not just going to be done in-house. We're bringing an LI to Parliament, laying it. Because take, for example, when you say people should get a SIM card using only the Ghana card. When a visitor visits Ghana and he's here for only 30 days or 60 days, you have 90 days to be in the country. How do they get a SIM card? That creates a black market. And so we're fixing that through the LI. How do you do tourist SIMs and all of that? So it's a well-thought process. I know people are agitating, but I'm sure that when we start using the process, it's like everything we've done in the ministry. When we said 399 the 399 bundle was the best, people shouted and all. But people who bought the 399 now testify that that's the best bundle ever. In fact, on that bundle, the Nigerian High Commissioner said to me, it's the reason why we're seeing a lot of Nigerian criminals coming into Ghana, because our internet is the cheapest on the sub-region when you use the 399 bundle. And we have stable electricity. When we did the DSTV value addition as well, people complained about it. But today, those who are paying 190 Ghana cedis and watching Premier League appreciate what it is that we did. When we start the SIM registration and people do this seamlessly in the comfort of their homes, they will appreciate what we're doing. Thank you. No, the number of processes happening, but I'm confident that by the end of the third quarter, we should have started this.
That's the Honourable Communications Minister Samuel Nate George as well speaking to us, and so quite a number of reactions. Second Deputy Speakers asking that he be exempted from all of the conversations in relation to reactions. That's it from us here in Parliament. Back to you in the studio, where a lot of the conversations can continue in terms of what we've heard from the President today.
Well, some reaction interviews there from both the minority and majority side. Still with me in the studio, Joseph Akablena Tad. Alfred Okanse will join us here as well as we go through some of the things that we've heard from the president so far, because he's touched on everything. He's touched on the economy. He's touched on the cocoa sector. He's looked at the macro indicators of the economy. He's looked at education. He's looked at health, transport, even trending issues of recent. right? Including the no-bed syndrome and what his government will be doing about that. He's talked about the transport crisis we face in the urban city, particularly here in the capital city, Accra, as well. So a whole lot of things, including the renaming, gentlemen, of the airport as well, which the president refers to. It's a form of legislation of the past, which he says does not indicate or dictate that the airport should be named Kotoka International Airport. And then he says, Ayata still has Accra International Airport there. I don't know. We've got to look at that because when it's a
very debatable point, and it's one that I disagreed with the transport minister when he made that point, and the president also made the same point. The president says that no practical steps were taken to give meaning to that piece of legislation that we had. It's an NLC decree, but the NLC decree, as it stands, remains law. We may not have taken steps to have it entered into the various relevant database, but it still remains law. And then one would ask the question that just simply get it off the law books, because you don't know what the next government will come and now say that, well, by virtue of acting on that law and under Article 11, those are part of the existing laws that existed prior to the 1992 Constitution coming into force, remain part of the laws of Ghana. So they may just want to give meaning to it. But that's a small point that we can all move on from. But I think there was a bit about some significant developments that they intend to undertake at the airport in terms of even possible accommodation over there. I think what we did with the Terminal 3 showed that over a certain period, there were significant improvements in people coming into our country and using our airports. There is a part of the airport conversation that gives me a bit of worry, what they want to do at Bolgatanga and Sunyani. The regional airports over the period, the Auditor General reports have shown that the regional airports are not profitable. In fact, they've increasingly stated that if you take out the Kotoka International Airport, all the other regional airports are basically running at losses. And I remember at the time when the MPP government had suggested that they wanted to undertake the airport construction in the central region. The point was made again that, do we need a feasibility studies? Yes. Would that point to possibility of making profits as to the nature of domestic travels not being significant? The key point about the president's thing is that it does not appear it's going to be new airports, because he made reference to what they have at Sunyani, saying that due to the nature of the land over there and the fact that when they try to expand, it's already nearing the main road, so they can't undertake that expansion. So they may have to look for a new site to do that expansion. But the question still remains that, would that be profitable? Would that be profitable if we want to expand to a new site? So that is the first point in regards to the Sunyani situation there. But when we talk also about the Bolgatanga one, that is where he says that the topography of the land, it rises up, so they would have to now look for a new site as well. The same question still comes back to it. So we may expect some further discussions in that regard, and also extend that to even talk about the national career that we've been talking about for a while now. We know the previous administration also made reference to wanting to go that way as well. We know the sad story of Ghana airports and eventually what became of the fleet.
Alfred, I mean, you were on the ground.
Yeah, but just on the back of that point about the various regional airports, I think that we've seen quite some traffic on the Tamale and then also Takrade and Kumasi airports. In fact, with the whole idea of even expanding into an international status and so on.
I don't even think Tamale is still a regional airport. I think Tamale now is an international airport. Remember during Hajj? So
that clearly tells you that, I mean, there is a certain plan in place to increase the traffic and also expand on the already existing plan that we have going forward. So listening to the president talk about the plan, you see, he outlines what is to come. What we're and what Joseph has been referencing is what exists now.
In fact, just to put it in context, so the Auditor General report did indicate that the airport generated a combined revenue of 13.13 million in 2020, as against an expenditure of 39.14 million cedis.
So this was in 2022?
2022, yes.
Good. So if you look at the 2023, and that's why I kept referencing performance. 2023, 2024 actually influences the objectives that the president talks about, because there was some improvement as against what was recorded in the 2022 Auditor General's report. And because of the measures to cut down expenditure and then also now to improve traffic, because if you build an airport, what is going to generate revenue is traffic. If you're having a lot more airlines, coming in there. Now, you had the whole airport actually become now, this administration turned it into an
aviation training
school, right? Because the whole objective of it being an airport
was
really
defeated.
Fizzled out. Because there are some areas that, for instance, that whole NPP idea of building an airport in the central region, if you have good roads, right, to the central region, it would defeat the purpose of having an airport there, especially when you have an airport in the western region. Ideally, in other countries, you have an airport in every state or region. We are getting to that point, right? It's a gradual process. But building an airport is an economic venture. You would not see it only as an infrastructure development. You see it also having intertwined with what the economy and the topography of the area is, and how that would also lead to sustaining the operations of that particular airport. Because you're sinking revenue, you must get it back and sustain it. So that's where, for me, I think I see the direction going with respect to this aviation sector, and then also the national career that we have.
We said it was a small thing, but it appears that it has generated some conversation.
The small aspect was the Kotoka bit.
The Kotoka bit.
Yes, that was the small aspect of it.
But while we're on the subject of transportation, just quickly, I'll introduce to you Samson Nawengobit, who's president of the Exporters and Importers Association. He's also with the PNC, and we'll hear his perspective on this matter. Since you are in the import and export business, let's start off with this aviation issue that the gentlemen have just raised. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to your cherished viewers and listeners all over. I'm sure 3 FM is also part of this your discussions. And I really enjoyed my friend today in Parliament when they put the mic on him to speak for Chi. He was really struggling. I said, then I'm doing fantastically well.
I tried.
And so, yes, I think it is the best way to open the economy of the country. Most especially when you see they are talking about, the president talking about 24-hour economy venturing into the agri-businesses. And some of these products that we'll be producing and adding value addition to it, we are going to airlift it, to other jurisdictions and to look for bring more currency back. Right. Yes, I agree that it is capital intensive. It's an investment that will also create jobs for the people. You understand? So if you go to the northern region, if you go to Asante region, you see the numbers that are working in that sector. If you go into the what do you call it, I think the Upper West Airport and the Upper East Airport is what the president talked about, that the construction will be taking place or the upgrading will be taking place. Upper East, we do not have. We're now going to have, Upper West has airstrip, but we didn't have at all. And then when we see, we are surrounded with the neighboring countries, as well the landlord countries that are doing businesses with us here. So that will also ease them that as soon as you drove from Burkina Faso or Niger or Mali into Bulgaria, then you can take off flight. Within the next 1 hour, you are in Accra to do businesses and go back. And that's going to be good.
I want us to go on the ground. When we come back, we'll touch a bit more on the urban transport crisis that the president addressed and whether or not there is a way forward based on what the president talked about today. But right now, let's take a listen to the finance minister as he addressed the press after SONA 2026.
It's quite evident for even his worst critics to recognize that the president has served our country well. President Mahama has been exceptional in his leadership and policies. Clearly, he inherited a country in a very severe difficulty. Today, it is obvious that all of us can have a sigh of relief in all aspects of the economy. But let me say that Rome was not built in a day, and you can never build Rome in a day. What he did was to use his first year in office to restore the economy, reset the economy. And it's evident that he has achieved that. His second year in office, the focus is to sustain the gains he has made. And the budget that he asked me to present on his behalf confirms his desire to stabilize the economy and also to sustain it going into the future. And so you can see the number of reforms we've put in place and just to cement the gains that we have made. But beginning next year, and it will be evident in the budget that I'll be presenting on behalf of His Excellency the President. And that budget will focus on the building of the new economy. A new economy where jobs will be created, because it will be at that point that confidence will be back in full, where businesses will be able to borrow even from domestic sources and be able to expand. Because, for example, when we took office, businesses were borrowing, give and take, 30%, 35%. Today, businesses are able to borrow from the bank from 15%, from 12%, 10%. When we took office, for example, T-bill rate, 91-day T-bill rate was around 29%. Today, it is at 6.4%. Inflation was 23. Today, we are seeing 3.8. And so clearly, you can see that what feeds into the reference rate for banks to be able to set the lending rate is all of them are coming down. And so you can see that businesses are going to be. And so what I can assure you...
These Ghanaians still talk about high cost of living.
I don't think so.
Some still don't feel the impact of
I don't think so. I don't know whether you are Ghanaian and you feel the impact of the reduction in every can appreciate the work done by His Excellency the President. You cannot say that you have done everything in 1 year, but the progress is that even the person who does not like the administration, who dislike President Mahama, attests to the fact that there has been measurable change in the way things are being done. Prices have dropped, and it is an undeniable fact. If your wife will tell you that when he goes to the market, things have changed. If you are not married, I'm sure your girlfriend may have informed you that things are changing and changing for good. But I recognize that you can't solve all of that in 1 day. You start from somewhere. The mess that we inherited, the dissipation of state resources, and how things got to, we've used 1 year to turn it around. And I believe going into the future, we'll even do more. And our pledge is that from now on, we will begin the building of the new economy, where jobs will be created, where things will be sustainable.
Solidarizing with the cocoa farmers.
Correct.
So their message was on cocoa.
Correct.
The president said the reforms were very difficult decisions
Correct.
that he had to take. I mean, what really...
So you see, the sector was destroyed. No doubt about that. Data available to us point to a cocoa sector that was largely destroyed by the previous administration. It took us some time. But obviously, the reality is what happens. What do you do with the cocoa? Cocoa is produced here and sold international world market price. And out of the revenue, you pay the farmer. The National Democratic Congress's manifesto, we pledge to give the farmer a market price. Today, we are doing more than 100%. In fact, as we speak today, our neighbors Ivory Coast has just announced a new producer price. Reduce the cocoa price per bag, cedi equivalent to 1,270. 1,270. We are buying, our farm gate price is 2,578. Clearly, today, Ghana's cocoa, the cocoa farmer in Ghana, twice a better price than that of an Ivorian cocoa farmer. And so the cocoa farmer is better off than that of our neighbors Ivory Coast. This is a sign of a government that cares. This is a sign of a government that is so determined to
be very concerned about the welfare of the cocoa farmer. But let me put it this way. Cocoa has long been the mainstay of our country's economy. We have largely purchased cocoa beans without necessary value addition. And the sector has largely been given to foreign participation. The reforms we are putting in place mean that today you will get indigenes participating in the cocoa sector. One of the reforms that I'm proud of is the fact that going forward, we are going to add value to our cocoa, and that we are going to encourage Ghanaian and Ghanaian businesses to enter into cocoa processing. Going forward, jobs will be created in the value chain, not just in the plantation, but in the value chain, where our cocoa processors will gain value addition and wealth will be created for the ordinary Ghanaian. Even at the LBC side, license buying companies today, our PBC, produce buying company, was collapsed in the previous regime. Today we are bringing it back. CPC was collapsed by the previous regime. Today we are bringing it back. We are not only bringing it back, we're also going to encourage locals to go into license buying value chain so they can buy cocoa and submit same to the Ghana Cocoa Board. Thank you. I'm not going to stress it.
Well, we just heard from the finance minister. Quick introduction, because I've been joined by my first female guest. Susan Eduamankwa is with the National Interest Movement. Auntie Susan, it's been a while.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Did the president impress you? I'm doing well. Did the president impress you?
I think it was. The president is a good communicator. So he didn't do anything different because he always communicates well. So I wouldn't
But what
say.
caught your attention in terms of the content of his speech today on the state of our nation?
Well, I mean, I think that for me, being a health person, I think a lot of, I picked up on that portion. I must admit I didn't listen to all of it because I was in the office, you know, but I picked up on the health portion, and I think that he did say some good things. We would want them to happen because most of the things that he said in terms of the health sector were things that he hoped for them to happen instead of things that are happening presently. And we definitely want to strengthen our health sector. There have been so many unfortunate things that, you know, and we are fast becoming a nation where just one health emergency can supposedly even wipe out a middle income family, you know. The burden of our of healthcare on a family is so great, and like I said, even for middle income families, even just one emergency can send you spiraling and send you to the poverty level. You know,
indeed.
You have a family, and all of a sudden somebody has to go on dialysis or has to have, you know, has some chronic disease and then has to be looked after, then there's a problem. So we definitely need to look at our health system carefully. He did say some good things.
I think one of the things that he had spoken about is the most recent turn away of the patient that led to his death.
Exactly.
But did it give you the impression that the government has this under control and it won't happen again?
I don't think they have it under control because this is not the first time that this has happened. You understand? And it keeps recurring. And whatever controls they put in there obviously have not worked. It needs to be properly funded, okay? And then there has to also not just be the incentives for health personnel to do that, but the punishment if things are not done properly. So it's a carrot and stick situation that must happen. But first and foremost, the infrastructure needs to be put into place. You know, like you said, health personnel should not be allowed to turn people away, even in makeshift beds or situations. I mean, you must triage the situation and see who we have to look first, whether somebody can, is that system working? Are we doing that in our emergency places? How many emergency places do we have along the line? So, for instance, if I was between Accra and Kumasi and I had an accident, where are the hospitals that I can be sent to immediately to get the kind of proper care? Is there, you know, given that our road traffic accidents are a daily occurrence and a terrible thing, you know, what kind of trauma centers do we have along the line that if somebody had an accident in that line can immediately be sent to? And I mean, some of these things, you know, the recent one that we're talking about, the young man was in a road traffic accident. Somebody hit him, and people kept telling him away. You know, but is that the issue? Right. You know, we are supposedly we need to have or we ought to have ambulances. You know, but 2/3 of them are sitting. You know, well. I wouldn't say they're sitting idle, right. But
at some point they were. Right. At some point in our history, our ambulances were sitting idle.
Yes, but these ones are not sitting idle. These ones are in disrepair. You know. So what is being done to strengthen our ambulance system and ensure that it runs properly?
That's an important question. But I want us to go to Parliament now, because we know that, as has been the norm and the tradition, the minority side in Parliament will give us their true state of the nation. Let's take a listen in.
As though he was on a campaign platform. His address was full of rhetorics, creating the impression that someone else is responsible for running the economy. Issue 1, cocoa. We are all aware that when the NDC was in opposition, they promised that upon assumption of office, the minimum price they will pay for cocoa per bag, that is the producer price or the farm gate price, will be 6,000 Ghana cedis. Today, they have rather reduced the price of cocoa per bag, making the poor cocoa farmer worse off. They claim that there were some international market downturns. Therefore, the poor cocoa farmer should suffer for it. But it's the reason why the state has reserves. Is the reason why we have a country called Ghana, that when there is crisis, the state must intervene. What the government has failed to tell us is how much it will cost the country should the cocoa farmer be given support by maintaining the 3,600 per bag of cocoa. They didn't tell us. They rather reduced the price, gave a haircut, and today, Mr. President could not offer any reasonable explanation. Neither could he give a justification for this haircut. We again reiterate our demand on the President and his government. Pay the cocoa farmer pay the cocoa farmer what is rightfully his. The Ghanaian cocoa farmer is worse off and he deserves better. Keep to your promise and not empty rhetorics. Second issue is electricity. The president claims that upon assumption of office, the government has taken away nuisance taxes. We disagree as a minority. What we know practically is that government has rather imposed 1 Ghana cedi per liter of petrol that we buy at the pump. They introduced what we call Dumso levy, the energy sector reform levy, Dumso levy, which they hurriedly passed in parliament. We are aware that when it comes to electricity, they have increased electricity tariffs between 25 to 30%. Even so, in practical terms, households and industries are worse off because they are paying more on electricity and it is biting them very hard. Though on paper, the electricity tariffs have increased by this 25 to 30%. In reality, households are paying more than 100% in terms of tariff hikes. Because if previously an individual will buy 1,000 Ghana cedi electricity for a month, now that 1,000 Ghana cedi can only last for a week, if not less. We are all suffering from this, and the president cannot come to parliament and tell us that they met some energy sector debts. What we are even experiencing is that Dumso is back. Dumso is back. Apart from this, we also note that the president was again interested in bureaucracy and nothing about actual jobs created. The NDC has been in office for over a year now. They promised a 24-hour economy, 1 job, 3 shifts. The president could not tell the people of Ghana as to whether or not the government has been able to implement this 24-hour economy. What we rather know is that since this government came into office, thousands of Ghanaian youth who were already employed were dismissed from the employ of state-owned institutions. Some who had been in employment since 2017, 18, 19, and all were all sacked. The 24-hour economy is yet to see the light of day. In fact, one incentive that would have promoted this 24-hour economy is cheaper electricity. So if government is making electricity expensive to consume, to use, how does a government attract investment? In fact, the 1D, 1F policy, since it was cancelled, there hasn't been an alternative policy to drive economic growth. The Ministry of Trade has not announced any policy alternative to boost economic growth through job creation, through more businesses. There is no incentive for the private sector. So I repeat that this government is only fixated on PR rather than serious governance that will create jobs. Galamsey. Today we heard another rhetoric from His Excellency the President that they are fishing for the godfathers of Galamsey. Like seriously, you've been in government for a year. You are now looking for the kingpins of Galamsey. I would want, on behalf of the minority caucus, state unequivocally that this government is not interested in fighting Galamsey. In fact, the gold board that they've established. Practically, what Gold Board is doing is to promote Galamsey, because Gold Board has not brought up any regulation, any blueprint that directs its aggregators to buy genuine gold regularly mined from licensed miners. For them, it's a free-for-all, and there is no directive on this. Government is not making any serious efforts at fighting Galamsey. So we don't take government serious when it comes to Galamsey issues. Now, Mr. President talks about inflation having coming down. And inflation, ebedi. Are we going to eat inflation? What is inflation on paper when it has no effect in the pocket of the ordinary Ghanaian? If the president is talking about macroeconomic stability, you can achieve stability on paper for the IMF and the World Bank. But the real stability is when the Ghanaian people go to the market and experience lower prices on foodstuffs. But when they are complaining, you cannot use paper inflation to claim credit and ask us to applaud you. We will not applaud the government. We are not interested in the paper inflation. That is paper success. Practically, they have failed. They have given haircut to cocoa farmers, thousands of jobs lost, electricity tariffs have increased astronomically, cost of living keeps rising within just a year. So if Mr. President says that they are in a take-off mood and is advising Ghanaians to tighten their belt, fasten their seatbelt.
Well, the minority leader, Alexander Penyomakin, there addressing the press on their version of the state of the nation. We will bring you more of that in subsequent broadcasts. We're having to make way for a live show that comes right after this. So I'll quickly come to my guests in the studio. We've also been joined here by Hamza Sohini, who's communications for the NDC. Earlier, we already met Susan Edu Amankwa of National Interest Movement and Samson Agwengobet of the PNC. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take final thoughts on this because we have to go. And because you just joined us, Hamza, I'll come to you. The minority thinks that a lot of things are not as they seem. A quick reaction on that.
Adam, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio and our cherished viewers out there. It is exciting listening to the minority, especially when their record is not hidden for many of us, including the Ghanaian people. In the sense that I remember prior to the 2016 general election, their flag bearer now, His Excellency Dr. Mahama Bawumia, was the one carrying the I said the Lord on our university campuses, preaching about economic fundamentals and the importance of these economic fundamentals. And so to listen to the minority leader today, beginning to question the relevance of macroeconomic stability, clearly gives a certain impression of the state of the new patriotic party. That tells you that the performance of this government is a major, major blow to the internal politics of the New Patriotic Party. That is why that confusion seemed to be manifesting itself. Remember, even in terms of what they left behind and in terms of what they preached prior to 2016, the records, their verdict is not hidden. Terrible inflationary rate by the end of 2024. Policy rate was quite discouraging. The debt portfolio of this country troubling to a stage where we're locked out of the international capital markets, never experienced under the Fourth Republican Constitution. Despite all what Dr. Mahama Bawumia told us in opposition, in 8 years as opposition running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, these were their records. In terms of inflation, in terms of our debt sustainability levels, in terms of our ability to even borrow from the capital markets, in terms of the exchange rate stability. The record is one that is still worrying and appalling. Today, in about a year and 2 months, we are fortunate to have the likes of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, ably assisted by his finance minister, the Honorable Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, who in tandem with global perspectives, and I think that this background is quite critical, in the sense that if you remember, after the 2007 financial crisis, the IMF instituted a survey, a report to be presented on the best way to remodernize global economy and to ensure that we rise up to the occasion in terms of crisis of that nature. One key fundamental finding of the IMF was to the effect that the bedrock of any true economic transformation hinged on macroeconomic stability. That was in 2011. Fast forward to 2015, the United Nations followed suit, did their own research when they instituted a committee called the UN Task Force, Systems Task Force, also charged with the responsibility of interrogating the global economic trend. They also came to one irresistible conclusion, macroeconomic stability. And so what the NDC is doing, and that was in 2015, about a decade or so ago, what the NDC is doing is not to tell you that macroeconomic stability will end all our problems, but it is an important bedrock based on which many other government policies would be tied to. Job creation is only crucial and achievable if your macroeconomic indicators are quite positive. And so that is the first step. So when the president says we are now ready for takeoff, that is what it means.
I apologize. We have to go. I can't take final words from Susan and Samson, but thank you all the same. And thank you too for watching our coverage today. Let's do this again some other time. There will be newscasts at 7 p.m. and at 10 with details of SONA 2026. In the meantime, go on to 3news.com for more news. Bye-bye.